how much Circanzo will be in my chat the whole time, but not be in this call?
Negative 0.2%. He will show up, say one line, and then disappear forever.
It's Friday. It could go either way.
Hmm.
Gouge the eyes. It's me killing the lizardman. I saw somebody get a Dragon Warhammer earlier today. I could be the second. I could be the second.
You could also be the not getting it.
True. But I could be the second.
Curious.
Also, these guys are not annoying to fight like a gorilla, so even if I die, others will take my place. AKA me later. I will continue to do these tasks because they are not high maintenance. You put on the prayer. You sometimes move.
And fight the lizard.
And you fight the lizard. Yeah.
Shoot the lizard.
Shoot the lizard. Bring some anti-poisons. I can do these things.
Right back real quick.
Did grab Runin arrows, right? Cash. Some crabs. Really, when you think about it, I'm really just spotting these lizardmen. Oops. I meant to bring my Bone Crusher, actually. For gore. My ant is on. Dang it, dude. I knew that guy was gonna jump. Beekeeper, I'm a little busy right now, buddy. Oh, missing weird stuff. Okay. Two melee.
Alright, how many Zerkans have showed up lows in the bathroom?
None.
On a different note, I had a thought. Do you think they're actually not making Tears of the Kingdom DLC because they're already working on Zelda Switch 2?
Nah.
Really?
I mean, they are already working on it, but I mean, I think they were already working on Tears of the Kingdom when they made the Zelda DLC.
Hmm.
Oh, Crab stopped streaming. What do I open now? What do I open up now?
Nothing.
Wrong.
A YouTube video.
That's closer to being correct.
I mean, will it not be a YouTube video? You're gonna open a freaking TikTok?
Yeah, like TikTok. I don't know what tick to the talk. Oh, I want to open.
To a certain slightly uninformed expert, this Dollar General in Faith, South Dakota would seem an economic impossibility disproven only by its existence. Faith is a tiny place, a remote, no-stoplight prairie town of 367. It's got a couple of gas stations and a couple of inns and restaurants and an auto parts store, but what it doesn't have is a single nationwide brand. It doesn't have a single branch of any store, restaurant, or service that exists beyond the region around, except for Dollar General. But that doesn't explain the full extent of the anomaly, because Dollar General isn't just the only chain in Faith, it's the only chain in a 45-minute radius until one arrives at this Dairy Queen in the far larger 3,000-person tribal capital of Eagle Butte. A 367-person population just isn't typically enough to attract a nationwide brand. There's just not enough money in the area to make capturing it attractive, and yet somehow, Dollar General makes it work. While perhaps an extreme example, there's no secret about Faith. It's not some tourist mecca, it's not an interstate oasis, it does sit at the intersection between a state and US highway, but it's not on the fastest route between any two cities, so this store, somehow, is sustained by the tiny community that surrounds it. This is anomalous in the context of national retailers, but not in the context of Dollar General. They're consistently persistent in places simply too small for other chains. Its next nearest location to the north is in a town of 1,200, to the east 1,100, and to the south and west 540 and 590 respectively. Walmart is also one of the most regular retailers in rural America, but they don't even come close to these numbers. There's no way to know for sure which are their lowest traffic stores, and therefore what the minimum population that can support their economics is, but by letting the quantity of Google reviews act as an imperfect proxy, their location in Gunnison emerges as Colorado's least popular location. 6,700 live within a 20-minute driving radius of this store, but revenue is likely buoyed by its positioning at the start of the dead-end highway up to the tourist town of Crested Butte. Similarly, Wyoming's least popular Walmart is its outpost in Rawlins, with a 6,300-person population within the same radius, but once again, its revenue is likely boosted by its location along Interstate 80. So perhaps the best evidence of the minimum population to support the retailer's economics comes from Alaska, where its least popular store sits on the island of Kodiak. 8,700 people live within a 20-minute radius, and there's clearly no interstate traffic coming through. Walmart revolutionized retail through its ability to turn a profit in small, remote communities like Kodiak. Its impact decimated the American Main Street, but Dollar General has taken that to a new extreme. Where Walmart entrenches itself in the thousands, Dollar General deals in the hundreds. This revolutionary retail concept starts on the inside. Total staff headcount at a given location typically sits between 6 and 10, and of those, just 2 or 3 might work at a given time. Given typical hourly rates and typical opening hours, that means Dollar General can spend as little as $300 to $400 a day staffing their lowest traffic stores. Then there's product offering complexity. A Walmart averages 140,000 unique products. They'll sell Coke in 10-count mini cans, 30-count mini cans, 12-count full-size cans, 24-count full-size cans, 12-count mini bottles, 6-count full-size bottles, 12-count full-size bottles, 1-count 2-liter bottles, 4-count 4-liter bottles, and then they'll offer all these sizes for Diet Coke, Coke Zero, Cherry Coke, and then they'll offer this same spread for every other soda brand and its variants, which is incredibly convenient. They have the exact soda, variant, bottle size, type, and quantity that any given person wants, but the permutations really add up. More individual products require a more complex supply chain, more floor space, and added staffing dedicated to organization, which adds to cost for the retailer. Dollar General, meanwhile, keeps it simple. They offer just 10,000 unique products, but they do this primarily not by reducing how many product categories they sell, but rather the optionality within each category. In a way, they're trying to be a mini Walmart, offering a one-stop shop experience as long as you're willing to compromise on brand, size, quality, or quantity of a given product. So whereas Walmart has a pan or toilet paper or detergent aisle, Dollar General has a pan, a toilet paper, or a detergent. Now, Walmart is likely able to purchase Tide detergent from Procter & Gamble for a fairly low price because it's the largest retailer in the world and therefore has very strong negotiating power. If it were to stop stocking Tide, P&G's revenues would take an enormous hit. But correspondingly, given the popularity of Tide, Walmart could take a hit if consumers decided to go to Target to buy the brand instead. Dollar General, meanwhile, has that same enormous negotiating power with their same enormous size, but crucially, they don't have to stock everything. Walmart's competitive advantage is that they're the definitive one-stop shop. They combine the local supermarket, hardware, electronics, home goods, and clothing stores into one. Dollar General's competitive advantage is that they're the shop. They are the only game in town, and so they just need to offer one brand of laundry detergent, and that's the detergent people will get. This bestows enormous negotiating leverage. Manufacturers will bend to their whims in order to become the Dollar General detergent supplier, meaning they might be able to get a similar or even better deal from P&G on detergent pricing than even Walmart. That's what leads to products like this, Dollar General's $1 Tide brand detergent. To balance the retailer's need for a low-cost offering with their desire to maintain a premium name brand image, Procter & Gamble has gone out of their way to manufacture a $1 Tide detergent bottle. Now, Walmart actually sells this same product for less. Their 128 fluid ounce size works out to under 12 cents per load, almost half of Dollar General's 20 cents per, but Dollar General's target consumer is one who is severely cash-strapped. They cater to the class of consumers that might want to spend $10 on bulk detergent that will last for months, but chooses the $1 option regardless to keep enough cash on hand to pay rent before their next payday. So Dollar General actually charges more per load, and even better, their consumer will want to come back sooner than Walmart's to buy a refill, at which time they'll also buy whatever else they need, therefore extracting more revenue. But Dollar General's true strategic linchpin is the most anomalous aspect of its business model. Its remote locations. The retailer has turned what would be a weakness for others into the core of its strength. It starts with cost. Rent at this store in North Creek, New York is $118,000 a year, at this store in Sullivan, Maine, $103,000 a year, and at that Faith, South Dakota location, $106,000 a year. That works out to between $300 and $400 in rent per day, which, added to their $300 or $400 in daily staffing costs, underpins Dollar General's ability to run a store with under $1,000 of overhead per day. In general, they just won't set up a location in a place where they'll have to pay over $150,000 or so in annual rent. It just breaks their low-cost business model. But low rent costs are far from the key that unlocks rural America. Rather, remoteness itself enables their remoteness. Take their location in Haven, Kansas. This is a town of 1,170 that simply does not have a grocery store. They have a gas station and a liquor store and a coffee shop and diner, but they don't have a grocery store. Dollar General is not a grocery store, but their locations do stock shelf-stable dry goods and frozen food, and some sell a limited supply of perishables. The closest dedicated grocery store is a full 10-minute drive away in the next town, and it's small, not one that could necessarily fulfill all of a person's needs. The closest supermarket is a full 22 minutes away in the city of Hutchinson, so what happens in practice when Dollar General enters a market like Haven is that rather than making that 10 or 22-minute trip, people shop out of the local Dollar General for regular day-to-day needs, then make less frequent trips to the distant grocery store for fresh and specialty items. But increasingly, this pattern isn't confined to Dollar General, and it isn't confined to rural America either. This is Atlanta, Georgia, and the surrounding cities, suburbs, and communities that comprise much of the broader Atlanta metro area. This is a map of their most common grocery stores: Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Lidl, Publix, Kroger, and Walmart. They all do the same thing. They all trend north and east. But people live here too, and they too need food to eat and stores to buy food to eat. For anyone, this would make grocery shopping more of a pain than it already is. Making things more difficult though, this gap of grocery stores is also home to the metro area's least mobile, as these census tracts contain, in the words of the USDA's Food Access Atlas, more than 100 households with no access to a vehicle and are more than a half-mile from the nearest supermarket. Unsurprisingly, this correlates closely with tracts that are low income, as all these areas have a poverty rate of over 20% or a median family income of less than 80% of the median income for the state or metro area. Put together, Atlanta residents with the least money and least mobility are the farthest from supermarkets. Now, of course, it's not a simple coincidence that some of the poorest and least mobile populations of Atlanta are farthest from supermarkets. These, after all, are areas still grappling with the legacy of redlining in the past, and areas that some academics have identified as current instances of supermarket redlining. The process by which businesses intentionally keep their distance from such areas for reasons that vary from crime rate and purchasing power to zoning restrictions and unfavorable street layouts. But regardless of their reasons, supermarkets simply don't exist in a large portion of the Atlanta metro area, creating an urban food desert. This is a void that dollar stores have stepped into. Unlike Atlanta supermarkets, dollar stores trend south and west, largely the areas left behind. And they provide an important service. They provide foodstuffs and basic home supplies at a low price point within walking distance or a manageable bus trip. This has happened in Atlanta, it's happened in Dallas, it's happened in New Orleans, and it's happened in a host of other major and minor American cities from Tulsa to Dayton. And in most of these urban cases, dollar stores effectively plug a hole that desperately needs to be plugged. It's for this reason that after some teenagers burned down a Dollar Tree in the city of Dayton in 2017, the community pleaded for it to be reopened. It's for this reason that the former New Orleans mayor celebrated the proliferation of dollar stores as the return of business investment in the city's East End post-Katrina. But plugging the hole is not solving a problem. It's just an imperfect temporary fix, not one meant to last. That's because the impact of a dollar store in a food desert isn't neutral to the health of a community. It's outright negative. Most American food deserts aren't so different from, of all places, Haven, Kansas. They have a dollar store. And they have, or until recently had, at least one grocery store that carries shelf-stable foods along with fresh produce and refrigerated meats and dairy products. The products that are lower margin for the business but lead to a more nutritious and diverse diet. Such stores have been harder and harder to come by, but many of America's tiniest towns have, against all odds, resisted the massive Albertsons and Kroger-fueled grocery industry consolidation. Too small to be attractive for the supermarket chains, and are home to some of the country's last independent grocers, right-sized to fit the communities they serve, barely hanging on as the brutal economics of America's monopolistic food supply system push them over the edge. But their perilous economics become all but impossible with the arrival of a neighboring dollar store.
Alright, how are your Lizzies?
This store was Food Line,
They're fine.
which, after the opening of the Dollar General, saw its customer visits drop by
I think it's a chill
nearly half.
task.
After 3
You get
years, saw its
to
doors
you don't turn
close.
off your brain completely, but it's
For
not.
any grocery store, it's typical for
not
sales to
difficult
drop by
on the
up to
hands.
30% when a dollar
Call
store is
function
typically
replace
buy.
lizard men
Consumers
with
head for
monkey.
canned
No.
soup, frosted flakes, Pop-Tarts, and the countless other shelf staples that are just a bit cheaper and a bit more convenient. This kills the grocery store that counts on such sales to justify carrying fresh produce, pushing them out of business. This, in turn, makes it more difficult to buy healthy, nutritious food, destroying the food desert's oasis, and putting people of modest means and mobility at a nutritional disadvantage. And the impact of dollar stores on communities is broader than just what people eat. In early 2019, the Dayton Daily News reported on plans for a new Dollar General on the east side of town. It'd be taking the place of a now closed grocery store, and it'd be the 70th dollar store within a 10-mile radius of downtown Dayton, Ohio. Like Atlanta, Dayton's dollar stores map closely along its most disadvantaged and downtrodden areas. Where their density is the highest is where poverty rates are the highest, and where their footprint is nearly zero is the suburban communities of Kettering and Beaver Creek, where household incomes are higher and grocery stores far more prevalent. At the end of 2019, local news reported that there were 28 separate dollar store robberies in the Dayton area, down from the high-water mark of 32 in 2017, but up from 24 in 2018. Effectively, dollar stores here have become a hotbed for crime. Now, in the case of Dayton, it's not that dollar stores are to be blamed for the area's crime rate, but rather that the design of the stores make them easy targets. Principally, these businesses deal in cash, as not until 2004 did Dollar General even take credit cards, making them ideal for a criminal of any level of experience. Beyond cash, overflowing trash outside, cluttered aisles inside, full window advertisements, light staffing, and outdated, poorly placed cameras, all hallmarks of dollar stores, both attract opportunistic burglary and make it difficult for police to safely navigate once they arrive on scene. In Dayton, the problem got to a point where the police received an average of nearly 1,000 calls to respond to dollar stores every year. In response, the police began to proactively work with Family Dollar employees to establish policies and management practices, from upkeep to more frequent cash transfers, that would reduce vulnerability. But the training just didn't take, as employees turned over so frequently and cared so little about their near minimum wage employer that they simply couldn't be bothered. Such high resignation, in both senses of the word, point to another long-standing issue only exacerbated by the arrival of dollar stores. Along with further drying out food deserts and tempting crime, dollar stores provide areas with only a few meager jobs. The lean labor model may work for dollar stores' profitability, but it doesn't do much for the surrounding community. To keep labor costs low, a dollar store will only employ 6 to 10 people, and they'll only be paid around minimum wage. Dollar General, for instance, pays 92% of its employees under $15 an hour. By themselves, these numbers are bad, but they get worse when considering the grocery store that it might have replaced. That independent grocer provides around 20 jobs. The dollar store, less than 10. That independent grocer's profits stay circulating within the local economy, dollar store profits are whisked away to faraway investors. With food, crime, and jobs, dollar stores aren't the root of a problem that impacts low-income communities, nor are they the answer. They're a creative response to problems that take advantage of problems and then exacerbate those problems. But perhaps the most foolproof evidence to articulate that dollar stores are just plain bad for rural and urban America alike is the fact that the communities themselves are pushing back against their advance. In response to the lack of pay and the danger inherent in working at Dollar General, employees in 2023 protested around the company's headquarters in Goodlettsville, Tennessee for better working conditions. In 2018, the city of Tulsa passed an ordinance to limit new dollar stores and instead encourage full-service grocery stores. In the move's wake, 75 communities have blocked dollar store proposals, and 54 cities have enacted limits on dollar store development. Of course, these numbers are minor in comparison to the tens of thousands of dollar stores now spread across the US, but each case of grassroots pushback serves as a powerful rebuttal. That these communities, now marked by the neon signs signaling that the rest of the world has largely forgotten about them, are a problem, and enough of a problem to bring communities together to fight back. Fundamentally, Dollar General and its close equivalents are simply following the economic path of least resistance. They're outcompeting local businesses, and they're doing it fairly, but that path of least resistance leaves a trail of destruction that disadvantages individuals. That's because individuals' best interests can work against their best interests. People prefer having a dollar store and a grocery store and shopping at both, but in the process of doing what they prefer in the short term, they destroy that grocery store and create a scenario that is less desirable for themselves in the long term. So that's what government is for. It's an assembly of individuals into a collective that can solve these strange mismatches between two sets of best interests. The American Main Street is a fragile environment. It's already taken a beating as big box retailers built up across the country, but that battle was fought from a distance. The one thing Walmart couldn't compete with was the locational convenience of small town stores for small towns. Dollar General can, and it is. It's got a simple yet unbeatable business model. It's a black hole that sucks up variety and vitality and litters the American landscape with these perfectly destructive beige boxes. Something I've noticed is that, despite being a very busy person, I always seem to have small little gaps in my day where I end up just scrolling Twitter or TikTok or Reddit, and while that's fine in moderation, I find myself using the excuse of I don't have time for why I don't do certain things that I genuinely want to do. That's why I'm such a big fan of
Xerix Talisman, inert. The balls are inert. The talismans are inert!
It's all a nerd all the time.
Gotcha, inert. Give me more Lizzie fangs.
No.
I can't get my Warhammer. Eventually I'll be able to mount the thing on my wall. I just need 5,000 fangs. What's so funny about mounting a talisman on your wall? Hmm? Hmm? Get
Hearty
you
chuckle.
out of the girder. Out of the girder. I'll pick up the things, please. Thank you. Oh, I could watch a VTuber.
That sounds like a thing you would
I
do.
love VTubing. I'm a VTuber.
Yes, these are accurate things Ivan says. It's just constantly freaking talking about how much he loves the VTubers.
I love it. I love VTube. My favorite tube starts with the letter VED.
He wants to constantly tell me about his favorite VTuber who has the T-pose.
T-posing? Their model broke, so they're T-posing?
Sure.
Look, it's not my fault I've watched every video on YouTube. That's good.
Twice.
Thrice.
Oh no.
This guy's getting owned by something. Could be anything.
Just not a fan of these skeletons that are set in the hood.
Why did you rush there anyway?
I didn't.
I feel like you end up there pretty late. Guess you don't have to, but...
You end up there after you've done Abyss Watchers.
Yeah.
I've done Abyss Watchers. I don't know what you want from me.
Are you
And the
so
cathedral. My only other option is to kill the freaking dancer.
Oh, that's not quite true, is it? Maybe it is.
No, that is legitimately all that's left. Or the only other option that I could do.
Wait, so you already killed the Ponchife?
Pontiff is after Karthus.
Oh.
Karthus leads into Boreal Valley.
Dismantle the Xerix Talisman. Give me more Lizzie fangs. That's my song. Boop boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Alright.
Oh, god dang it!
Okay, got wrecked. What did you do now?
The fire damage went through my shield, and I didn't notice that I was on low health.
That's a yikes moment.
Why do these freaking skeleton balls respawn? Oof. Alright, no more trying to fight big skeletons when I can just hit them with big fireballs instead.
You're a coward. You're not a coward, are you?
I am intelligently using my tools to destroy filthy skeletons.
You're not a coward, are you?
Oh, let's drop my target. Throwing daggers at me, skeleton.
Got more daggers. Haunts the skeleton. Get him. That
What the heck?
they're the souls.
You can't.
They're the souls of that PKer I tricked into that obelisk and sent him to hell, where he belonged. Well, I'm trying to take this away from under you, Mr. Lizard. Thanks.
Oh, no, 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 no. Alright, another Han slain. Also, no, Hans was the actual invader that I got earlier. Almost won, too.
NPC invader. Get invaded by a player.
No, there was a player.
I don't believe you unless his name was like Big Booty Charles.
It was like innocent demon, but spelled poorly. And was naked and wearing a crown. It was very strange. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Substantial Timothy. That's the name of the invader. That's the invader I sent after you. His name. Put respect on it. He's very substantial.
Ah, yes, the random crab of the catacombs. What was he doing inside that skeleton ball? We'll never know.
That crab has a rich and detailed lore. I will not be explaining further.
That reminds me, when are you making the YouTube video that explains the connection between Dark Souls and Elden Ring?
Somebody, I'm sure, already has. Perfect.
Yes, but I want you to explain the lore to me.
Falling Star Beasts. It's all Falling Star Beasts. Always has been.
I've lost the crab.
You have crabs. How many lizardmen have I killed? Guess. Not now, just total, altogether.
412.
Ooh, that's not a bad guess. It's like 460.
Oh, nice. I wasn't really sure how many you got in a task, so.
So, I'd say around 100. There's a lot of variation.
Also, for some mysterious reason, my fireballs do a lot more damage than my sword.
Weird.
It's almost like all of my damage points are in Faith and Int.
These lizards are like in the most awkward spot right now. I wish they weren't.
Oh, Dave is back.
What's up?
They leave?
I mean, he's been quiet this whole time.
He's just always quiet.
Figured he left or passed out.
Oh,
I mean, he did say be right back at one point, and I never heard him return.
He's
Could
just
be
a
both.
he's just a quiet boy. He's thinking about how he's gonna farm legendary Vitamelange.
Oh no. Space AHX, SpaceX, don't do it.
They did. I mean, they did in this Friday Fun Fact. I can't remember what they said in the other one, but they confirmed there's going to be a space platform stage to the game.
Yeah,
That's going to
they
have
mentioned
limited supplies.
it sounded like just how SpaceX works, basically.
Yeah, I was like, that's pretty sus.
well,
Curious, really.
I mean, in the previous announcement, they said it was going to be a lighter version of space exploration.
Well, yeah, but I would say the space platform's a pretty heavy version of. pretty heavy piece of it. I wouldn't have
Well,
expected them to add that.
But the way I took it was the space platform, right? The space platform stage of the game really comprised of, I guess, like 3 steps. You have your initial build-up step, where you do like the first 2 normal sciences, and then you have the 4 parallel sciences, and then you have the final deep space science. They might just go with 1 or 2 science types.
I'm pretty sure in the post they've also confirmed that there's going to be interstellar sciences. And in fact, in this one, they talk about how certain tiers of quality are locked behind research that are locked behind planets.
Well, yes. But one of the things that they were saying that is the difference between the expansion and space exploration is the complexity of the space exploration is very technically high, whereas they wanted to make it more accessible to the...
Well, yeah, I just think the platform logistics are a huge part of that. Like, none of the individual sciences are really that complicated. In my opinion.
To me, it sounded more like they're not gonna have freaking arcospheres.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean if that's the main difference, then that's like smaller than I would have expected.
We also don't know like what kind of nonsense might come after, at least in the doing the one thing. So like maybe there's something even more complex, but arcosphere seems like the big thing. And
Well, there's an optional puzzle that we didn't do.
Well, yes.
That doesn't count.
I wasn't sure if the optional puzzle required some nonsense.
No, I think it requires some advanced mathematics. I don't think it requires any in-game stuff. Trying to look up the Lizardman, what the Lizardman equivalent of my Omega Domni super rare bad drop would be. I don't have anything quite comparable. If I get a Celestra seed or Redwood seed, it's about as rare as it was with monkeys, so that's like a 1 out of 3,000. I'm sure I'll see several of those. Nothing else. Have I already seen any of those? Let's check. I have seen a redwood tree seed. Of course I have. Of course I have.
Yes, you have seen Redwood. I remember you getting it.
No, that was a monkey. You remember me getting the monkey drop. Redwood. Not on these guys, but I have gotten it on these guys as well.
What's the difference?
I don't know. Not the odds. I think it's about the same odds.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Hey y'all.
For what lord taketh no spouse?
The Virgin Lord. Our Lord and Savior. Dark Souls, Gigas. Can we not? Can you F off? Thanks.
No.
Hey y'all. A GameCube and record
What am I gonna
every
do with my extra boss souls?
and not skip cutscenes, so I would have
Use
my
them?
own little SpongeBob episode. This was the perfect
Just
game
eat souls?
for a SpongeBob fan in the
You
2000s,
could.
and a good game in its own right. Like I said, it's pretty much Mario 64, but SpongeBob. Golden spatulas are linked to various objectives throughout an area.
If I could get items I'll never use.
That's a good point. You seed, oh you seed, daylight come and we get a rare seed. 1 out of 700.
Do them to progress throughout the game. Pretty simple, but very effective execution. There's a reason anybody born in 1997 won't shut the hell up about this game, though they really should sometimes. I've seen fellow lovers of this game beg others to give it a
Just
try.
eat the souls we
Others
haven't
being
used yet.
people who barely ever watched the show and were 40 years old. Why bother with that request? Just cut to the chase and ask him to tell you this thing you love sucks. When this game got a remake in 2020, a whole lot of people went, I don't get it. And I understand where they're coming from, but also not at the same time. On one hand,
Soul
this game
of the
isn't
rotted
anything
great
groundbreaking.
wood.
It's a clone of Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie.
Soul
However,
of the
that
crystal
doesn't stop other games
sage.
from being lauded. To expect anything more out of this game than what it is, a solid 3D platformer for kids based on SpongeBob, well, I think that's
Soul
on
of
you,
the
not the
beacons
game.
of the deep.
I have heard some fans say this is one of the greatest games of all time, and I would agree.
Oh shoot, that one was
When I
20k.
was 6, I wouldn't say it's aged poorly at all. Rather, what made this so amazing at the time was
Blood of the
experiencing it as a
wolf.
kid. Nowadays, it's easy to see a good kids game, harder to see anything more than that, especially if you didn't play it back then. But come on, it's fully voiced with colorful, detailed visuals, great fitting music, solid level design, controls, a good length. How can you look at this and think it's just another licensed kids game from the 2000s? Like, am I insane? I've always thought this looked leagues better than similar titles at the time. The boss fights, man. The epic music is etched into my mind, especially the final one. Seriously, one of the coolest last levels out there. You defeat the giant robot SpongeBob, then go inside him for a mix of a platforming gauntlet and ultimate showdown, with the very last bit asking you to use your homing cruise bubble missile attacks to destroy these 3 units of the robot's brain. This is so damn cool. I would boot the game up just to replay the final boss constantly. Though this was something that always bugged me. You couldn't replay like any of the other objectives. Once you beat the game, there's nothing for you to do when you return to these areas. Though that did encourage me to make my own fun by running around. This game changed me, man. It got me to pick up my first memory card for a few weeks there, play the opening bit over and over again without saving. It got me to try 100%ing a game back then. I nabbed 93 out of the 100 golden spatulas and maxed out my currency to the point where when I would collect more, no sound effects would play. It got me to bring a video game instruction manual to school to thumb through as a book.
It got me punched in the face.
And it got me to beg for the same damn game 3 times in a row. Yes, of course I had to get Battle for Bikini Bottom for PC as well. I just love this game so much. I just had to play it there and there. You know, that's good enough. Now, PC versions
Alright,
of
let's
console
try fighting
games
us a
are
big
normally the
demon
same
here.
deal, but that's not the case for titles aimed at children. This is a completely different experience. I guess a lot of kids were in the same boat as me when it came to their relationship with the PC. It's one of your first gaming experiences, and it's on what Dad doesn't do his taxes on. You're probably not gonna have the motor skills to control a game like this with a keyboard and mouse, let alone own a USB game controller. So it just made sense for this to be a completely different point-and-click minigame collection.
I mean, this was how I learned what wisdom was.
This thing reuses nearly all of its assets from Employee of the Month, thank God. But it's now a mini-game collection based around pointing and clicking with the mouse. I mean, the general premise is the same as the console game, but that's it. Robots
Alright,
have
goodbye,
overtaken
bonus
Bikini
HP.
Bottom, but you
Hello,
sure as hell
greatly
wouldn't know
boost
that by playing
pyromancies.
it. These games all feel so disconnected. It's just a bunch of random ideas loosely tied together via SpongeBob trying to find his friends and save the city. But does this minigame make me feel like I'm doing a damn thing to save the city? Feels like I'm doing SpongeBob's laundry. This was probably either developed as a completely different game that got a reskin to fit the theme of the console game, or was cobbled together right quick to get a PC skew of the game out in time. Either way, much like Employee of the Month, I played this a ton. I do appreciate how this was different from what came before and the console game, and as basic as these minigames were, they kept my attention, though I feel the sound effects played a massive role in my satisfaction here. There was just something so pleasing about it all. It's hard to explain. But what's
1
even
out of
harder to
446.
explain is the third goddamn version of this game I owned. Battle for Bikini Bottom on
Congratulations.
Game Boy Advance. For some reason, when I got this game, I envisioned it being the PC game running on my Game Boy. I thought of
What's
playing
1 in
this in the car.
446?
Oh.
Seed.
But when I finally popped it in,
What else
I
would it
learned
be?
a valuable lesson that day.
I should take a bath.
Yeah, this is just a pretty basic 2D platformer. I played it, but it was never a huge favorite of mine. Honestly,
Look,
my
at least
greatest
your
memory
hammer
with
is like
this
an
was
actual
inputting
rare
random
drop,
things on the
right?
password screen when
1
I
out
was
of
bored and
5,000?
guessing the
That's
code
pretty
for the
rare.
final boss. That
There you
was one
go.
of my finest moments as a user of Skin.
reasonable
and
to
maybe
not
my
get
kid
that.
this. Now, around this era of my childhood, I recall
Allegedly.
really harnessing my creativity like never before and truly making something. Friends. Now, back then, making friends was smooth sailing. All you had to do was look at somebody funny and boom, you got an invite to their birthday. And because of that, I got a lot of experience gawking at other kids' game consoles. It was like stepping into an alternate reality. This was how I thought games were played these days, so to see my peers had this instead,
How does that work?
you're a kid, you own a GameCube. I thought it was pretty straightforward. But no, one of my neighbors had a PlayStation 2 and showed me how a PlayStation 2 owner gets done. They own Shrek 2, Shrek Super Party, Rugrats Royal Ransom, and they live right next to me.
An Xbox owner could never.
I remember fiddling around with these at their house, but they never left a huge impression. And that was because they had one other game. Fucking Christ, God. Yes, a SpongeBob game I didn't own. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. No joke, what sold me on this one was the fact it played the full intro to the show. They didn't alter a damn thing. It's ripped right from it. Battle for Bikini Bottom had a cover version of the theme playing during this basic-ass title screen, and from what I played, exploring Bikini Bottom was far more traditional in this game compared to Battle. That one had a bit of destruction caused by the robot outbreak, so what really appealed to me about Revenge of the Flying Dutchman was that it felt like the most true
Well,
to
you
form
can't stomp on me
interpretation of
mid-roll.
the series. It had the opening, it had the default world. Oh, I really wanted this one for myself. But I guess around this time, the console version was a bit too old to actively find at retailers. It was a 2002 baby, and the difference in quality between 2002 PlayStation 2 games and 2003 ones is staggering. Yeah, babies had a slump that year, so they probably just weren't stocking it anymore, but that wasn't the case for the Game Boy Advance version. Oh, son of a bitch. It turns out Battle for Bikini Bottom on GBA was a follow-up to this game, and by God do I wish it wasn't. I never liked how SpongeBob looked in these titles. He looks fucking gross. Kinda bootleg, honestly. These games were both pretty interchangeable to me. I didn't dislike them, but they sure as hell weren't a part of my daily regimen. I missed a Tuesday somewhere. But listen, while you can infer a lot from my thoughts on these two games, you can't assume I wasn't a fan of two games built from the same assets, because for Christmas 2004, my grandma got me the SpongeBob SquarePants movie video game for GameCube. This reused damn near everything from Battle for Bikini Bottom on consoles, but switched things up to make this a unique and fresh experience. And now we only have two playable characters. A much more linear experience here, featuring less exploration than Battle. And that, plus the world's being based on one 90-minute movie compared to seasons upon seasons worth of a show, that made this definitely less interesting than what came before for me. But this was still a great time. It had better gameplay variety with driving levels, slide levels, you could upgrade your attack moves, the boss fights, once again, were stellar. I just loved replaying them. They were so exciting. The unlockables were so rewarding. Like, damn, I earned this. And I think the atmosphere throughout is phenomenal. The ice cream parlor, the rocky desert side, the apocalyptic bikini bottom, this trench. I mean, I have never gotten my trench fix like I do from this game. I definitely played Battle for Bikini Bottom more, but it was probably like 60-40. I think the movie game was fun to play as a straightforward video game with cool levels and platforming challenges, but Battle was definitely a better, more fleshed out package overall. I mean, so much of the movie game's content is padded out with repeat what you just did, but now go through rings. But as a kid, this stuff never fazed me. Then next year for my birthday, I finally got a Game Boy Advance game I didn't have to create a PowerPoint to justify. Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3. Yeah, it's about time I got another actual video game, and it was quite a fitting one considering my history with Super Mario World. And man, never before had I played a game so lively. As much as I loved Mario World, this is the most video game-ass video game. You ain't fooling anybody here.
It's real.
Yoshi's Island feels like you're peering into another dimension where all of this is going on. How the enemies move, how you can interact with the environment, the animations and character voices. It all came together to create a game unlike anything I had ever played before. Yet all while feeling like a natural follow-up to Super Mario World. I was pretty damn happy with these two as my Mario games on the handheld. Though I do wish I had the others as well, especially Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. And when I saw that game was a thing, this was when I was starting to put 2 and 2 together. Oh, that's the game I play at my grandma's! I think I was finally starting to get a clue on how these video games worked. So, naturally, I became far more reasonable with the games I asked for. Eventually, the SpongeBob movie game for Game Boy Advance. Another birthday present in 05. Listen, all I remember about this one was that it wasn't too bad. It was actually a pretty quality time. Quality enough to remember anything about this game?
What game?
I don't know. This one just didn't stick with me as much, even though at the time, I could tell how much better this was than the previous GBA games. I think I was just growing up. I wasn't as enthusiastic about something just because it had SpongeBob on it. I was forming more of my own opinions, my own tastes, and no time was that more apparent than when I finally found this piece of shit. Yeah, I remember going to an EB Games and found a used copy
that was
of
bullshit.
Revenge of the Flying Dutchman for GameCube. Oh my god, I can have it all to myself! Where's the intro? Where is the intro? That's half the goddamn reason I wanted this game! So, the GameCube discs couldn't possibly fit such a meaty video file on them. I mean, 45 seconds of footage? Nah, man, have you seen this game? We can't fit that. It's already bursting at the seams. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman is one of the emptiest feeling games I've ever played. Every area feels like an ominous ghost town. Oftentimes, there's no music. All you hear is the ambience of the ocean floor, and it's honestly creepy. But when there is music, it's linked to one of the 4 costumes you can wear, not the area you're in. So it's like, oh yeah, the entire world is crumbling around me, and death is imminent. So this is a real basic 3D platformer that's just so awkward and slow and weird. I mean, it genuinely feels like they put out the rough draft rather than the finished project. Like, what is this font? What are these menus? What is this glide move? What, SpongeBob flaps like a bird? Look at these visuals. Look at these physics. Oh my god, I finally figured it out. This is what a bad video game is! I spent goddamn hours as a kid delivering food in downtown Bikini Bottom where every street looks the same and you get exact addresses you have to find yourself. Like, dude, the target demographic for your game is womb fresh. They're not gonna want this, nor do they understand it. The rest of the game is so unremarkable, it's honestly remarkable. Most people at this point would throw in the towel. They'd say, yep, this game is bad, I'm not wasting my time on it. Yeah, I played this one a lot. Right after I gained standards, too. I knew this game was junk at the time, but there was something about it that just drew me back to it time and time again. Just kind of that comfort food guilty pleasure of mine. I think I was just always entranced by this game's early GameCube and PS2 energy. Its unintentional, strange, ominous feeling. While it wasn't good, it also wasn't unplayable, and I would pop it in more often than I'd care to admit. But my god, did owning this make me envious of PS2 owners. I mean, you compare the two here, and I was coming out looking rough. Now, that would be the last thing I would say out loud.
Well, then I better get started.
I think that was because I was coming down with that console war fever. You're gonna defend your thing because the idea of you having the inferior thing? Wow, Mr. Negative over here.
I'm not being negative, I just own a GameCube.
As much as I would scoff at my friend's PlayStation 2s, I was secretly very envious. And that envy bubbled up so much that it had to be released. And with my next hand-me-down get, it did exactly that. Turned out that was an ulcer. One of my other cousins ended up giving me his PlayStation 1, alongside 2 discs. Gran Turismo 2, Disc 1, and Rascal demo. Well, damn, why did my cousin stop there? He could have thrown in a bloody nose. Suffice to say, I didn't use my PS1 much. I messed around with playing audio CDs on it. I recall playing Rascal maybe twice. You know how they say these are the best years of your life?
Yeah, they just say that to make Rascal feel better.
Gran Turismo, I played for probably 5 minutes. It left no impression on me. It didn't get me into the series, didn't get me to watch the movie. I couldn't care less, because quite frankly, I had the only racing game worth a damn over on my Game Boy. Mario Kart Super Circuit. My first Mario Kart. I recalled seeing my cousins play something like this on their Nintendo 64. Damn, what was it? But this was all mine, and easily one of my favorite GBA games. I mean, this looked so damn similar to that N64 game my cousins played. It was like a console game to go. And the fact that it was Mario Kart, pure and simple fun, infinitely replayable, that made it a no-brainer pick for car rides. The cartridge was lost at my uncle's house. If that upsets you, he lost it, not me. Out of all games to lose, I couldn't have lost Nicktoons Freeze Frame Frenzy instead?
No, but I could lose my
Okay, so this was probably one of the most genetically engineered by the marketing machine games I owned. It's a Nicktoons photography game.
Wow, they just made this because Nickelodeon photography games were all the rage back then.
Okay, what I mean by the marketing machine is how this just feels like a weird damn product. Like they just wanted to whip up a quick game with all the Nickelodeon characters on the cover, and this was one of the fastest options. And the strangest thing about this is it's not that bad. It's like Pokemon Snap, but this one has more of like a Tommy Pickles sort of vibe. Keep an eye out for certain things to take pictures of. Definitely made for a unique experience on the GBA, but one that felt like a forced concept with these characters. Most of them I'm not sure have canonically even held a camera, which makes me severely question the market for this game.
Just SpongeBob with a camera, man. I love that shit.
As halfway decent as this game actually was, it always felt kind of cheap to me. Like this wasn't a true crossover. These were soulless husks, not the real characters. And the box art just has a bunch of them photoshopped together within that template all the Nickelodeon video releases had for a while there. Nothing screams this matters more than Impact Font.
No. That's papyrus.
Well, if anything, Freeze Frame Frenzy proved to me how much I enjoyed exploring the world of other cartoons I watched, which led to my next GameCube game. We'll talk about this one next. How about that? The Fairly Odd Parents Breaking the Rules. It's one of my other favorite shows on Nickelodeon, though I remember watching it more often than not just because it was on, not because I desperately needed to catch every episode. But I still enjoyed it quite a bit, enough to warrant owning a video game based on the property, obviously. And this, it adequately did the job it needed to do. Now, does that make it a good video game?
Well, I did my job today. Does that make me a good person?
Listen, I loved the variety of locations in this game, all based on episodes from the show, but the core gameplay here, well, it's just a typical 3D platformer that honestly was a bit more boring than fun most of the time. It wasn't bad, just pretty damn basic and bland. And the only thing that sets this apart from any other kids game was the fact this was the Fairly Odd Parents, and hey, it did that aspect fairly well. They converted one of the flattest fucking cartoons I've ever seen into a fully 3D world, and nearly every review I've seen of this game commented on how they could have done this better. Man, the first wheel is pretty rough. Let me tell you how I would have done it. Considering this was 2003 and they had to turn this into a 3D model, I think they did pretty good, all things considered. Regardless, I think a 2D game would fit the show a lot more, which is where Breaking the Rules for Game Boy Advance comes in. I owned this game.
Oh, memories.
Yeah, this is another one of those I forgot about for the longest time. Shooting frogs. Well, now I remember why I blocked this from my memory. Around this time, I received
Rune
the fully
Warhammer.
redesigned Flame Red Game Boy Advance SP.
I love that. I
now
love that
featuring a
drop.
lit
That's
screen.
such a good drop down.
That's
on the
what
table.
I've been playing, and one
The
of my
other
final GBA
Warhammer.
games.
They should have every
The
Warhammer on their
Simpsons
table.
Road.
Steel
These
Warhammer,
days, I
Myth
fully understand
Warhammer.
this game being a ripoff of
Congrats on
Warhammer
your
Tactics
troll drop.
Heroes. In 2005, I just didn't understand it. So you pick up people and drop them off where they want as quickly as possible for the best kind of cash, but I didn't know that back then. I considered this more so a replacement for my missing Mario Kart cartridge, which made the main mode confusing as hell for me, so I always opted to select Sunday Drive. Yep, that's all I did in this game. Drive. Nowhere in particular, I would just roam around until I got bored. That's enough of that. And those were my Game Boy Advance games. Now, I did own a few GBA video cartridges,
Much like how Vlad the Impaler killed a few people.
but these were my games. And, wow, I did not get as much out of this thing as I thought I did. Most of these left no impression on me. The few that did, really did, and completely solidified the GBA as one of my core toys as a kid. But the GameCube games I owned were far less forgettable. And the next one up was SpongeBob SquarePants Lights Camera Pants. THQ was pumping out a new SpongeBob console game every single year. And believe me, I was paying attention. This was my Madden. But hey, that meant they had to be working on multiple projects at once. So instead of being helmed by the Battle for Bikini Bottom team, this was a THQ Studio Australia joint and was advertised as the first multiplayer SpongeBob game ever. Did I take advantage of this feature? Sure. Yes, the only child with barely any other kids in his neighborhood had a Mario Party style game, and he played it by himself a lot. Oh my god, your sympathy tastes so good! While I did wish I had others to play this with, I still had a blast here. Over time, I've grown more and more impressed with Lights Camera Pants. Like, the basis of this game revolves around everybody wanting to be cast in a Mermaid Man episode, and the minigames are auditions, with your reward for winning a block of them being your character nabbing the role and appearing in a scene. And there's versions of every scene with each playable character in the guest role. It's genuinely a fantastic idea for a party game, and really makes this more than just a Mario Party clone. Couple that with how the minigames themselves are actually really fun, and we may have... Wait, let him finish. Biggest problems with this game are the load times and the amount of minigames. Only about 30, which pales in comparison to other party games. But did 2005 Scott know that? All he knew was isolation. This was all good fun, and I appreciate this game a ton. But obviously, I was more of a single-player guy. Come 2006, the next SpongeBob game was looking to be the best yet. SpongeBob SquarePants Creature from the Krusty Krab. I fucking hated this game. The advertisements and box art really got me excited. This looked so ambitious. Like, damn. I get to wreak havoc as a giant plankton? And I get to take down the monster as SpongeBob in a plane? Well, that's all the advertising really showed, but the concept was so badass! And when I saw more of the game, I mean, this looks like Battle for Bikini Bottom! This is gonna be great! I fucking hated this game. Back in the day, if asked what my least favorite game of all time was, this was my immediate response. I mean, first off, this game looks ugly as hell. It uses some assets from previous games, but the animation is atrocious here. This is how SpongeBob talks throughout the whole game. They sort of just stretch his lips randomly. Then they try to do these different art styles, and it's fucking nasty. The first level is a racing segment. You're not racing anybody in particular, you're just trying to get to the end. And this goes on for 5 minutes. Then we have a platforming segment that goes on for 30 damn minutes, and is one of the most grueling experiences I had as a kid. It just goes on and on and on. They just keep having you do the same thing over and over again. Hey, fight this enemy, then fight the same enemy again and again and again. This stage feels like it never ends. It's so basic and simple, yet it takes forever to get through because they have you do something and then repeat it like 3 more times. And for a licensed kids game like this, I could look the other way if they at least put you in a cool location from the property, like the Fairly Odd Parents game. No, we're in this hot rod world that has nothing to do with SpongeBob. It's not interesting to explore. It doesn't feel like I'm in the show. There's nothing satisfying here. Doesn't help the controls are way floatier and less responsive than Battle for Bikini Bottom. They aren't bad, but they don't feel as tactile. They went for goofier animations, which I guess fits the property, but damn, it doesn't feel great.
Okay.
And the rest of the game has the same exact problems throughout. There's 8 more stages, and none
Lizard man. I have killed the lizard man. Put away my Shazian armor. For there's no more lizard man to kill.
of them feel the greatest to control. They all go on for far too long. This game genuinely frustrated the hell out of me back then, and especially now. Not because it's difficult, it just feels like it loves to waste your time repeating gameplay that already wasn't great to begin with. When it's all said and done, Creature from the Krusty Krab has a few platforming stages, a few vehicle-based ones, and a level based around destroying Bikini Bottom as a giant plankton, which is the best part of the game.
Black Blade.
This doesn't mean it also isn't way too fucking
Wind King.
long. It's a damn mini-game collection where the mini-games are artificially lengthened to 30 minutes long a piece, and there's like 5 unique ones. Really bummed me out because the concept here is pretty damn good. Hopping between 3 characters' dreams with them all eventually colliding. But instead of taking advantage of the idea, it feels like the developers used it as an excuse to half-ass everything. Create a game where it's just a hodgepodge of random shit. And the cherry on top of everything was how after I beat everything as a kid, the GameCube version's ending has no audio. I remember saying, screw it, I'll give the cutscene some sound. This isn't the worst game out there, but it genuinely upset me. This was such a huge step back from previous SpongeBob games, and that hurt 10 times more considering how there were some decent ideas here. But none of that mattered because it's obvious this was rushed and unpolished. All definitely just to meet the Wii's launch in 2006. Apparently, Nintendo approached THQ about a SpongeBob game for the platform, so they went to the developer of Breakin' the Rules to do it. Why? I liked Breakin' the Rules, but I wouldn't trust my firstborn with it. Well, this developer was obviously quite busy at the time, because they also put out a sequel to Breakin' the Rules in 2004, The Fairly Odd Parents Shadow Showdown. Another one I own. But to
Kill
be
it,
honest,
59
this didn't leave the
Anku.
same impression the prior game did for me.
Okay.
Which is unfortunate because I can tell this is a superior title. It's more fleshed out and
Anku
polished.
will
but
take
it just wasn't as
like
into this as the
50
first one.
seconds.
The story was
That's not
definitely
true.
more original compared to Breaking the Rules, which was more each level
should not
based on
take
an
long.
episode. But I kind of liked that. I didn't want fan fiction. Who the hell are these characters?
Somebody's favorite.
Well, one of the last GameCube games I got from my parents was a Nickelodeon-based, but still published by THQ. That being Cars, the video game. Suddenly, all those family vacations are making sense. I like the movie well enough, but it definitely wasn't on the same level as the other Pixar films. I mean, it was 2 damn hours long.
All right,
And for
Anku,
what?
get
A
ready to
race car
die.
that learns there's more to life than the big time? Honey, that isn't a film's plot, that's a haiku. Well, at least when it comes to the game, I wouldn't say I played it, more so used it. I don't think I completed a single thing here. I just like driving around the world. A distinct memory of mine was my mom coming in to watch me play this game and commenting how game's graphics have gotten crazy lately. To Cars the video game. I mean, sure, if you've never seen orange juice before, it's gonna catch you off guard. And yep, this was my core GameCube collection for a while there. I picked up a few more titles later down the line, but these made up the main lineup for me. Didn't think this would be a sob story now, did ya? Okay, so I hold the memories I experienced with these games close to my heart, but even I have to stand back and ask, what the hell was going on here? I definitely went too deep in my comfort zone with this library, picking games that look familiar rather than good. But most of these games still offered quality enough experiences. Most of them, most games, not bullshit. I never said bullshit. And I'm always going to look back at these fondly. Do I ever have to play them yet? No. But I have so much
kill
respect
all
for
the
these games.
Anku.
They may not have been perfect, but they were integral to
Do
my
Anku have a
childhood.
superior
I love playing
monster?
these over and over again, just exploring the worlds I love to watch in movies and TV shows. They really helped to broaden my imagination. It made me feel as if I was in my favorite
Oh, wait a
cartoons.
minute. You can use a salve amulet on these guys. I didn't realize they were actually undead. They don't look undead.
I gotta shut the fuck up sometimes.
We've
They look
officially
like
entered
skeletons.
the intermission in my video
No, they look
gaming
like
years.
jelly
From
people.
2006 to
They have skeletons
2007,
inside them.
Sort of just coasting along with what I had. That didn't mean I wasn't
The
getting
ghost
the game.
skeletons.
Rather, I was
They look like
Then when I saw
slimes
them
ate
at
a
Big
man.
Lots or GameStop for like $5. Like Operation Krabby Patty and the SpongeBob movie on PC. These really weren't anything to write home about, especially Operation Krabby Patty. Well, outside of the cutscenes.
No, where am I gonna get that kind of money?
Prepare the bubble cannon, SpongeBob! They're after me money!
I was at my cousin's house playing his PlayStation 2. I recall he had Need for Speed Most Wanted, which was fun, but I was absolutely drawn to Pac-Man World 2. So much so that when I told him I owned a PlayStation 1, he lent me the game, assuming it would work on the thing.
Got my cousin quality going downhill.
No matter how hard I tried, I wasn't getting any use out of this damn PS1. And believe me, I tried. And in no time did I try harder than when I got my one and only PlayStation game as a gift. Now, you may be asking, what game might that be?
Well, there's only one SpongeBob game on it. SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge.
This was not only a birthday present, but one from a friend. And when you get a video game from somebody other than your parents, I mean, that's a big deal. I remember seeing a friend have this game over at their house and really wanted it, considering I actually had a PS1. Though asking for a game on that console in the mid-2000s, that's a bit tricky. That's like asking for not bubonic plague in 1350. So I don't know where they found
Clue scroll
it.
hard.
But after so many
Why?
years,
Why am I getting so many
I think
clue
I'll find
scrolls
out.
today? I got 2 within like 20 kills. Like, what is the chance of clues? These are all like 1 out of 128, right? Higher, 1 out of frickin' 512. On these guys, I think it's 1 out of 128.
Best way to
on the other
describe
guys.
this game is just kind of lame. I want to go as far as saying it's really fucking bad. I just say it's really bad. There's nothing to this. Other games I had as a kid, when I pop them in again, I can't wait to do certain things. They just left such an impact on me, even if the game itself wasn't all too great. Super Sponge? There's not a single damn thing I want to re-experience. This is such a basic and bland 2D platformer that just doesn't do anything interesting or unique or cool. I remember this was a last resort for me back then.
Fine, I'll eat my leg.
Only pop in when you genuinely have nothing better to do. It may not have frustrated me back then, but it just felt like a waste of time. And that was my PlayStation 1 library. Couldn't live without it.
Much like how I can't live without arsenic.
Would have gotten more use out of this thing if the damn PS2 game worked on it. Well, thankfully, I eventually found Pac-Man World 2 for the GameCube at a GameStop for $5. Finally, no need for my cousin anymore. This game just made me happy. I never got far in it, but that's not what it was about. It was about the bouncy, jolly-ass atmosphere. The controls were just plain fun to use, and it was simply well designed. I always considered this to be a solid evolution of the original Pac-Man. If you had to turn this into a big 3D platforming world, this is how you do it. I could pop this in whenever and have a grand old time. And because of that, I do question why I never got far here. I really only ever played a bit past the first boss. I think a good chunk of my memories came from playing it over at my cousin's. Then when I got it for myself, I think most of the satisfaction came from me finally owning it rather than, oh yeah, this is all I'm gonna fucking do from now on. With that being said, I will always have a soft spot for Pac-Man World 2. Now, whatever this game would do, you know I'd support it.
Damn it.
Now, something I had always wanted to dabble in was the fabled game trade. Your friend has a game, you have a friend, and you agree to swap games. I wanted this so bad, I practically begged one of my friends to do it. He owned Mario Kart Double Dash, which we played a ton during sleepovers. I adored what I played, especially the battle mode. I was desperate to own that myself, but he refused to trade it with me. Hell, not even let me buy it off of him because he didn't want any of my games. Why? But one game he was willing to part with for a crisp $10 was Super Mario Sunshine. You know, I was excited before realizing one of the games he owned at the time was Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island. Why did he want to get rid of this one? Maybe it's because Mario Sunshine is a bit of an acquired taste, like wine or benzene. I really wanted this because I loved the Mario games on the NES, my Game Boy. I recall trying out a Super Mario game on Nintendo 64 I liked. damn it, I'm bad with names. And I was getting pretty tired of not having any actual video games for my GameCube. Hell, even Pac-Man World 2. Nowadays, if you bring up how you like that game, why even bother? Just say you were born in 1997. That's just as effective. It's like you'd only care about the games I owned if you were a genuine child in that era. I was ready to experience a real game. Mario Sunshine was another I didn't get too awful far in, but I still loved what I played. Much like Pac-Man World 2, it was just plain fun to control. Using FLUDD to clean up all the sludge was so satisfying. Jumping about and running around felt good. And thankfully, I didn't get far enough in here to realize why Mario Sunshine is an acquired taste.
Yeah, that's not great.
But this proved to me I was missing out on a ton with the lifestyle I chose for myself. There's a world beyond licensed games, you know? And if it's half the quality of Super Mario Sunshine, well, that's a world worth living in. And I think the game I didn't have that sounded the most appealing to me was Grand Theft Auto. The concept behind being able to do whatever you want in this giant, realistic city boggled my mind. I viewed this as the game to end all games. Why would you play anything else?
I don't know.
Listen, man, I'm not even sure what my parents' stance on M-rated games were because I was too goddamn scared to ask. I knew this stuff wasn't for me. I knew I couldn't buy these myself without the cashier fucking exploding. I don't know. I didn't want to risk it. I never asked for anything like this because I just always assumed the answer would have been no. Which is why, one day at GameStop, I picked up 2 used GameCube games. One specifically to scratch that GTA itch, The Simpsons Hit and Run. Rated T for Thank God I'm 9. While Road Rage copied Crazy Taxi, Hit and Run copied GTA. It's pretty wild how all Simpsons games that released in this generation were blatant ripoffs of other titles. But that didn't make Hit and Run a bad game. It made Simpsons skateboarding one. But this was an excellent time, especially if you were a fan of the show. Though I think you can definitely get a lot out of this one on its own. I loved dicking around in this game. It was a great blend of GTA and traditional 3D platformers. The story portion...
Task half done already. God dang. I wasn't too far off when I said done in 30 seconds.
Were fun, but things would always end up right back where they started. The reason I bought this game in the first place. I'm home. Now you may be asking what the other game I bought at GameStop was. I am too. Harry Potter Quidditch World Cup. It was the cheapest game available. I watched 3 of the movies. Sure, I popped it in once. I don't even think I got past the main menu. That was my GameCube library! By the year 2007, I could tell my current roster of game consoles was losing their luster. During one of the fabled Mario Kart Double Dash sleepovers, one of my friends whipped out their Nintendo DS with Cars the video game in tow. I was awestruck at the size of the game cards and how the visuals were far more advanced than anything I saw on the GBA. This was like the fanciest game system I had ever seen. It looked so premium with its 2 screens, touch input, 3D visual. The games came in a plastic case. You could choke on the cartridges. They couldn't do that on Genesis, damn it. Soon after, everywhere I looked, everybody had a DS. Kids using PictoChat, sending messages, raising dogs, doing all kinds of things I thought wasn't even remotely possible on the go.
What?
For my 10th birthday in June of 2007, I got a white Nintendo DS Lite and Nintendogs, Labs and Friends. I remember this was one of those birthday gifts you knew you were getting before you got it. I went to the store with my parents and pointed out the exact things I wanted. That might have taken away from some excitement, but at least we didn't have a situation on our hands. He said he wanted a DS. The Nintendo DS Lite was the first game system I owned where I truly felt passionate about it in the moment. The GBA and GameCube, I loved these things to death, but at the time, they were just the game systems I happened to own. The DS, I actively seeked out. I wanted this thing, damn it, and oddly enough, I think PictoChat had a lot to do with that. To be honest, I didn't really use this to send messages to other DS users, but that's not why I wanted to use it. I used it to create crude flipbook animations, and that's the story I'm sticking to. But Nintendogs was the true standout here. And honestly, I couldn't think of a better way to show off the handheld. The bubble blower toy. If you know, you know. Right? I wasn't very imaginative here and only had 2 dogs, both based off of the dogs my family already had. Both were black labs. So I may not have pushed Nintendogs to the limits of what it could do, but that's not the point of these types of games. These were my E-dogs, and I raised them how I wanted to, damn it.
Wrong.
God, this was such a magical and addicting game back then. And nowadays, there's not really much reason to go back. It just doesn't feel like there's enough content to keep me engaged outside of a quick nostalgia trip here and there. But hey, that's no problem, because I think Nintendogs did its job and then some during its prime. It earned a well-deserved rest.
That's code for I never need to play this ever again.
But damn, what an introduction! I was in love with the DS. It was so cool. I just had to get something else for it.
Oh my god.
Something! It was a summer afternoon. We were in a Walmart with my grandpa, and I walked through the video game section, noticing something, frankly, unbelievable. Nintendo DS browser. Holy shit. That's a web page! I can surf the web on my DS for only the exact amount of money I had in my wallet at that exact moment after saving up for months? Well, this must be destiny because I have exactly that! Yeah, I immediately bought this, but could you blame me? I always wanted a laptop to be able to use the computer wherever I please. Now, I was begging my parents for a netbook. I saw those were damn cheap, but turns out I didn't need to beg for that. All I needed was my DS and a good sense of humor. I did not understand the concept of Wi-Fi back then. Hell, we didn't even have it. So this was literally useless. I played it all the time. I was desperate for it to work. I would pop it in just praying for something to magically happen, fiddling around with the settings constantly. I mean, it was kind of cool to have an interface like this on the DS. It at least sort of felt like I had a computer on the go. That didn't work, but still! Yeah, I was pretty damn bummed about this. One of my first full-priced games I bought myself. A goddamn web browser I was never able to use. I can't wait to tear into this one on my deathbed. Thankfully, a few months later, I rectified that poor choice with just a choice. My next DS game was Looney Tunes Duck Amok. Alright, so I think I remember seeing this advertised alongside this big Looney Tunes console game in 2007, Acme Arsenal. Really strange how this uses the same, somewhat darker style when this is anything but. Back in the day, I was a connoisseur of classic animation, specifically the old Warner Brothers stuff. You had the TV channel Boomerang, which would play all the content Cartoon Network was too cool to air anymore. Why? Listen, I will never act like a lot of this stuff was all too great, but I always had a soft spot for retro media like this. It was always really comforting. I loved the history behind it all, and the Boomerang TV channel itself was so reliable. It played the same damn things over and over again, had no commercials, yet played the same "you're watching Boomerang" spots constantly in place of ad breaks. And because it was more of a specialty channel available on certain cable packages, and my dad constantly swapped providers to get a better deal, I'd have access to Boomerang, and then I wouldn't. And then a year later, I'd get it again, and lo and behold, it's playing the same old shit. I loved it. But my favorite programming on there was the classic
148 Turok.
I adored these.
That might
The Arsenal game looked
skip.
kind of cool, I guess. It felt like it was trying too hard to be cool. Like it's Foghorn Leghorn with a fucking gun. Well, it's about damn time. Duck Amok wasn't trying to be that. Rather, it was a faithful adaptation of the short, specifically the one it's named after. The artist is dicking around with the duck. And quite frankly, this might be one of the most ingenious licensed games of all time.
Skip-a-roo.
Just look at this box art. It's like, oh, you get to be that artist with the DS stylus. That's such a great idea. Listen, props to the developer.
Kill
Ray
94
Ford for making this in the
lizardmen.
first place. It's such a
Back-
cool
back
concept,
already.
chock full of voice
Murder.
acting and great animation.
That's murder.
That this genuinely feels
That
like
lives
you're
in the lizard
interacting
hole.
with a Looney Tunes short.
Apparently.
But this novelty only goes so far when the game itself is basically just a shallow minigame collection. And now to be fair, it's not like this doesn't make sense as a minigame collection. You're an artist putting Daffy Duck in silly scenarios and messing around with him. I don't think RTS was the right move. But it just doesn't make this a super compelling title outside of the well-executed premise. As a kid, though, this was a cute time. I remember I showed this to my 3-year-old cousin who loved it. He would beg me to play the duck game again. I think that shows how this game, it did what it set out to do, and it was one I really appreciated. Now, Duck Amuck was a game I recall getting at a GameStop one day on a whim, something I just wanted in that moment. But the next DS title I got around this time was one of the first games my eyes were glued to from reveal to release. Geez, Scott, you exclaim, what game might that be? I'll give you a hint. Who gives a shit? The Simpsons game. This was actually a pretty hyped up release at the time. I mean, the title itself ignores the dozens of other Simpsons games asserting this is the Simpsons game. And I have the brown hair and glasses. EA put so much behind this one. I remember checking out the website multiple times a week, watching the new trailers. Most of the levels were parodies of other video games, so they released trailers for each of them as if they were actual standalone games, and I loved that. Plus, the game itself looked gorgeous. The cell shading really helped it stand out, especially compared to something like Hit and Run, which looked fine, but this, it was like you were transported into the show. And on top of that, many of the cutscenes were animated in 2D, just like the series. This was really damn cool at the time. I was so pumped. Definitely helped that 2007 was a big year for the Simpsons franchise with the movie releasing that summer. It made it so much easier to ask for the worst version of the game. Yeah, the only console I owned that this released on at the time was the DS. It felt like this game was taunting you if you bought it on any platform other than the Xbox 360, with each one getting different box art. I really like this, but it makes this one seem like the serious one, with the others being just a flat-out joke. Well, the DS version is a 2D platformer, though it retains full video cutscenes, which was awesome to have on a handheld. I remember actually watching these things at restaurants while waiting for our food, while you remember being socially acceptable. The cutscenes in the DS game were weird, though. They were mostly the same, though used the 3D models from the console game, which these are both just video files, so why do this? It's not like the DS version can't run the regular cutscenes. But hey, there's like an entire episode's worth of video content here, which was so damn cool. The game itself, I mean, I beat it back then, though I don't remember thinking it was all too special outside of the presentation. You just beat up enemies, use your character's unique abilities to cross a path or open one for your partner, then swap over to them, rinse and repeat. It's fine, just a little bland. Honestly, I think I powered through it mostly just to unlock all the cutscenes and extra items to use in the Nintendo spoof exclusive to this version. I enjoyed it, but I never really need to play it again. Around Christmas time in 07, I recall a commercial for Mario games popping up on TV. Probably for new Super Mario Brothers or actually maybe Mario Party DS, I'm not sure. But that got my mom to ask me, hey, would you want something like that? Do I want something like that? Do pigs have organs? Man, I was ready for a new Mario experience, and I was hearing all kinds of things about all the amazing Mario games on the DS. And on Christmas Eve, I was allowed to open up one present early. I saw one with a familiar shape, ripped it open, and laid my eyes on my mom's gift for me. My next Mario game. My mom should do stand-up. Okay, well, this wasn't disappointing by any means. Rather, just a bit confusing. Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2.
Yeah, I can't do this.
I think the giant mini Mario on the front made this one stick out to my mom, just simply looking for a Mario game. And while I would have probably preferred some of the other options at the time, I'm thankful she picked this one for the opening alone. My word, this blew me away. Such a high-quality cutscene across both screens. This was incredible! And the game itself was pretty fun and addictive. I thought the level editor was cool. I always loved the inclusion of that in a game. Though this was one of those that only made sense if you had a specific puzzle to create in mind rather than your stupid-ass imagination coming to life. For that, I had Drawn to Life. This, oh boy, everything I always dreamed of right here. This is a very basic 2D platformer, but with the added gimmick of you drawing your own character, designing numerous elements of the world.
Let's give it a break.
This was awesome. Though you drawing all of this was actually key to the plot. It wasn't like you were making your own game, which kind of disappointed me. But that didn't stop me from lying to my friends on the bus I drew myself as the character and passed it to somebody saying, "This is my game I made." I then continued to lie and say, "There's a power-up that can turn you into Super Scott." I took the DS, quickly drew a mask and cape onto him and gave it back. He then said, "Oh yeah, he's definitely faster now."
Yeah, I wanted to reserve my place in hell early.
Similar to the Simpsons game, there was another licensed DS title I had my eyes on, mainly because I didn't have any of the home consoles it released on. And that was 2007 SpongeBob game, Atlantis Square Panis. Yeah, no more GameCube, just strictly Wii and PlayStation 2, alongside GBA and DS versions as well. To be honest, I was starting to get out of my SpongeBob game phase at the time. Maybe that's because the show was starting to go downhill. Well, the games were as well. I don't know, but either way, I felt it was tradition at this point. This was the new SpongeBob game, I had to play it. So, this was the final DS game I got that Christmas. I can't say the premise of the title intrigued me. This was just a tie-in with a 40-minute TV special, and a bad one at that. I didn't even like this episode. It was boring. The jokes were lame as hell. It felt like they came up with the title, felt it had to be a big episode, and just let it meander on without any direction or substance. I had to have the game. Atlantis Square Panis on DS was actually pretty damn impressive. I mean, it's basically a 3D platformer, which was really cool. This was the closest I got to something like Battle for Bikini Bottom on the go. Something I desperately wanted during the GBA days. Though, two things really held this one back for me. First off, the lack of voice acting, hardware limitations, and who gives a shit source material helped make this title feel pretty empty. The levels are all based on locations I couldn't care less about, and the layouts themselves, they're fine, but not really all too interesting to explore. Secondly, the character switching mechanic is probably this game's biggest setback. You always have a partner in the levels, and you can pick who you want to play as beforehand. But stages require a specific combo most of the time, and you can't change characters on the fly. You have to backtrack all the way to the beginning to select the character you need. It's dumb. We made it this far in humanity, and we're still f***ing up the Atlantis Square Panis character switch mechanic. I thought this was another little time
No,
waste.
Steam, I did
appreciated the
not
effort
click
put
big
into it,
picture
though
mode.
it
Stop.
just didn't really grab me. But something
What are you,
that
big
did
picturing?
grab me was a certain new game console at the time.
Seriously, it won't let go.
By 2007, it was everybody's civic duty to give a damn about owning a Wii. I remember using the internet to go down a Wikipedia rabbit hole, you know, just clicking on every article for a
We
movie,
saved ourselves
TV
from big
show,
picture
game
mode.
that interested you. And that's where I saw the
What you
Atlantis Square
playing,
Panis
mate?
game was coming to something called a Wii. Later that Halloween, I went
That was
trick-or-treating
minimizing
with a
Steam.
friend who owned one and got my first experience with Wii
Except I
Sports before I
misclicked.
got my first experience with Big Hunk.
But I think I'll relax with some
To
Star
the
Sector.
history books. This was obviously like the coolest thing I had ever seen. The problem was everybody
And
else
watching
thought
a
that
man
too.
not kill
If
his
you were
lizard
around at
men.
This time, you will know
I'm
the
collecting
hell needed
supplies
to
to get
endure in
poison
order to
shit.
find a Wii for sale.
How are you
Every
supposed to
store we'd
not
go
get your
to,
drop
my
if you
parents
don't
would ask
fight the
at
lizard
work,
men?
I
definitely
will
already got
be,
that
I'm
question
going.
dozens of times
Just
that
gotta
day.
kill some
They had a
unicorns.
few Wii's come in
You
today,
monster!
and they sold through them immediately. It frankly felt hopeless. I think that urge to get a Wii was heightened by how difficult it was to get one at that time, though. I mean, I wanted one so bad, but like, why else would my parents try that hard? I had enough to keep me busy. I think they definitely wanted to get me this thing I wanted, but the craze surrounding it at the time made it a game in of itself trying to buy it. And in spring of 2008, on a random April day, my parents finally did it. Cheat. My mom found one on eBay. It was more expensive, but I think she just wanted to get this over with. I remember I was playing outside, and she called me in, and for some reason, the thought crossed my mind, what if she found a Wii? I have no clue why I thought that, but it turned out to be true. That's right, I'll kick a psychic's ass. They could have waited 2 months to get me this for my birthday, but I guess they wanted to check out this system just as much as I did. So, one of the few random-ass big gifts I got for no particular reason right here. Taking it out of the package, it was definitely a lot smaller than you'd expect, and my dad was anticipating something computer tower-sized. I plugged it in, made our Miis, and with only one Wii Remote controller, my family and I all tried out the multiplayer sports you could play with just one, bowling and golf. And it was incredible. As an only child, I didn't really have many people to play games with, but now with the Wii, this was something my parents understood and greatly enjoyed. I just remember really valuing these times, looking forward to playing bowling with them or making Miis of the other family members and bringing the system to others' houses for them to try, laughing each and every time the bowling ball accidentally got launched towards the crowd. This was a magical device. I remember running home to play it for a good few weeks after I first got it. Like, this was the only thing that mattered. And Wii Sports was the only game we had for a second, though thankfully, soon after, I was able to convince my parents to pick up a Wii Play as it came with a second Wii Remote for a cool 50 clams. Now, we could all play tennis together and baseball. We no longer had to pass the remote to play bowling and golf. And no more rings on the coffee table. Man, I can't lie and act like I didn't play Wii Play so too goddamn much. These two right here. This was all I needed with my new console. I would practice in Wii Sports, then have a little tournament with either of my parents or friends, or just mess around in Wii Play, which was definitely really basic, but a fun kind of basic. The addictive kind, like 52 pickup. For 53. Really hard to validate Wii Play to others sometimes. I mean, when one of your 9 mini games is...
You played this as a kid?
When I wasn't eating dog urine, yes. But I viewed this as a go for the high score arcadey experience, and nabbing gold medals, seeing how long you can last. Of course, most of these were dead simple and fairly shallow, but I think that added to their charm and made for an effective introduction to the Wii. I love these two, and they were consistently played for the next few years. But I needed a big boy title for the Wii, and these were practically tech demos, so show me what you got.
Enough.
Sonic Riders Zero Gravity was my 11th birthday present. Only 10 more years. I think this was another March of the Minis situation. My mom saw this in the store and remembered how I liked the other Sonic games I played, so nabbed this without realizing how fucking dreadful this was. I don't blame her. I do that all the time.
I didn't think it would be that bad.
First impressions were unbelievable here, though. The CGI opening was unlike anything I had ever seen. Say what you will about Sega at this time, but they knew how to make a CG opening and survive. But soon after, it all went downhill for me. I just didn't know what the hell I was doing in this game. I was down for a Sonic racing game, especially with this crazy new controller, but the Sonic Riders games have always been... what the f***? Far more technical than I was anticipating. I could never win here, and it confused me to no end. Most of the time, I would boot this game up, just watch the opening, and sit on the menu afterwards. I didn't understand this game, and to be quite honest, I still don't. And I know I haven't given this thing a fair shake and took the time to understand its quirks, but I'm getting older. Time is running out, and if I'm gonna spend my day either learning Sonic Riders Zero Gravity or going outside and making the most out of my life, I'm gonna eat fucking Cheetos, damn it. Well, the next game I picked up was the home console version of Atlantis SquarePants. Yes, now that I had a Wii, I could finally fulfill my destiny to play each of the yearly SpongeBob games.
Oh my god.
I think this was THQ's breaking point with the annual SpongeBob releases. I mean, just the fact this was based on a TV special instead of an original idea made this feel so cheap. This didn't feel like they wanted to make another SpongeBob game. This felt like they scrambled to put one out to meet the quota. The Creature from the Krusty Krab developers are back.
To do what to me?
And we have cutscenes that feel like a throwback to the old SpongeBob PC games I played, which was sorta cool. But then when we enter the game,
Wow.
This is unacceptable, man. You can tell how little damn time they had to whip something up. There are 14 levels, which are more so minigames, and a third of them are push the button at the right time. Why else would they put this in the game? It's because they didn't have time to give you actual things to do. It's not even like you're doing this to a rhythm like Dance Dance Revolution. You just push the right buttons. The visuals on screen aren't even interesting. It's just characters walking or standing. It's so goddamn embarrassing. The other levels aren't much better. Another third of these first-person rail shooter segments, and then there's the vehicle stages and 2 of these overhead puzzle platforming ones. And none of these are special whatsoever. They feel like they're here because they were the easiest and quickest to develop while maintaining a somewhat high-quality presentation, something at least sort of in line with what you'd expect out of a SpongeBob game visually and audibly. The voice actors are all here. Except for Mr. Krabs, who they oftentimes couldn't get the official voice for in-game, so they'd settle for an impersonator. In Atlanta Square Panis, they don't even do that. They just keep him silent, so he's just jumping around most of the time. But he's a main character here, so he feels more like the group's dog. Like, oh, he's so happy. Look at him. I bought this game one day in June of 2008. I took it home, popped it in, and finished it that same day, which was something I don't remember doing until then. I was shocked. I mean, I still disliked Creature from the Krusty Krab more, but this was obviously a downgrade from that, which is damn impressive. Creature was really ambitious with its core concept. I just think they lost steam as development progressed. It's like they had fun ideas but didn't know how to design the game's levels to actually make them fun. Atlanta Square Panis, on the other hand, man, this was doomed from the start. It's hard to see any passion present here. Most of the gameplay here is DVD menu level interactivity. Creature from the Krusty Krab really frustrated me with how boring it was, but Atlanta Square Panis was just flat out embarrassing. Though this wasn't my last hurrah with Nickelodeon games. Oh, no. Because that same month, one of my relatives got me Nicktoons Attack of the Toy Bots as yet another birthday gift. Okay, so this was the third in the Nicktoons crossover saga. I always wanted these. It was like every kid's dream. What? But that excitement always faded away just a few minutes after you started playing. I tried these out at friends' houses, and they just didn't leave an impression on me. But as a kid, I didn't think too deeply about it. I still wanted these games for the brand alone. And Attack of the Toy Bots was the first one I owned myself. Moving on. Yeah, that's about all I have to say here. This was just boring as hell. The gameplay was as basic as you could get. Just move forward, platform a bit, beat up enemies. It's a sound game if you want to be fair about it. If you don't, this game licked me. Something about the Nicktoons game's crustier graphics and drab environments just made these feel like lower end titles. Even as a kid, it was hard to really care about this one. I got to a point where I didn't know how to progress and I just gave up. Wow. What a lineup! I was so happy to be in the next generation of gaming. Now, thankfully, later that summer, I had some cash and gift cards to blow, and one day at GameStop, I laid my eyes on Super Mario Galaxy. I recalled seeing some commercials here and there, and in those ads and on the box art, the act of flying through space looked exhilarating. And I knew I could depend on Mario to give me a good time, especially after how many mediocre games I started my Wii ownership off with. So just like that, my next game was f***ing amazing! Oh my god, this is the greatest game I've ever played! That's right, you, Quidditch World Cup! The opening was the coolest damn thing I'd ever seen. It's like Mario, but at a whole new level in terms of visuals, music, scope. Every single galaxy was so damn memorable and fun to traverse. Walking around planets, defying gravity was a game changer. The music was incredible. The visuals were the best I'd ever seen at that point. Camella. This turned out to be my favorite game of all time. God, I was so excited when I finally beat it. I ran downstairs to tell my parents before realizing they have no goddamn idea what I was sweaty about. Playing this game just always felt like you were doing something important, like you were experiencing history in the making. It felt substantial. It felt like games that dreams were made of. I had 3 complaints. Back in the day, I thought to myself, what if I wrote a review for Super Mario Galaxy? Complaint number 1, the health meter beeped a lot when you got down to 1. Complaint number 2, the flying wasn't as integral to the game as I had anticipated. It was mostly just in cutscenes, and when you did get full control, it was via a barely utilized power-up super late in the game. Complaint number 3, my foot kinda hurts today. That's all I could muster. As far as I was concerned, this was as perfect as you could get as a video game. It got me deeper into video games than ever before. I would go through Wikipedia just saving all the Mario box arts to our computer. I don't know why. I didn't have an end goal there. I just like doing it. I remember starting to scour websites like IGN this year, reading all the reviews for the latest games. Hell, if there was a video review, I noticed the download button and I put them on blank DVDs for fun to watch them in the car on my portable DVD player because entertainment is subjective, damn it. And watching those video reviews actually got me interested in my next Wii pickup, Super Smash Brothers Brawl. This game looks spectacular online. I love the concept of punching Pikachu, kicking him, and killing him. Yeah, I wasn't big into Pokemon as a kid. I thought it was stupid, and I wanted to take out that aggression somehow. And I found 2 ways to do it. I saved up the cash needed to nab a copy, and my mom ran me to the nearest Target where, lo and behold, in its Wii section, lied. Okay, so I was met with my worst nightmare that day. No! I've had a wonderful life. Mario Kart Wii was the hottest game out at the time. So hot, it was impossible to find, much like the Wii itself. And right when I was ready to buy another game, that's when we find it. Gosh damn it. My mom ended up making a deal with me. She'd buy Mario Kart, though it'd be my Christmas present. I went, sure. In July. 5 months? How can you expect me to wait 5 months? I can't wait that long. I'll be a completely different person by then. I'll own Lego Batman. Well, that was the price I had to pay in order to ensure I had the game I would trade into GameStop 3 years later. I definitely wanted Smash Brothers more in the moment. As Mario Kart I was mostly interested in due to the Wii wheel included and because everybody wanted it. So, the deal was made. I got Super Smash Brothers Brawl that day alongside ensuring a Mario Kart Wii later down the line. I also got deaf. I didn't have much experience with Smash Brothers at this point. I recall playing about 5 minutes worth of Melee at a friend's house back in like 2005, and like this kid had every game you could ask for. Pac-Man Fever, War of the Whiskers, everything. So in the moment, as everybody was enjoying the hell out of one of the greatest games of all time, I was thinking about the possibilities. It took until Brawl for me to fully understand and appreciate the beauty of Smash Brothers. Though I think if I actually owned Melee, I definitely would have started with that game. Because these games are like video game platforms on video game platforms. You could pop them in, even if you weren't in the mood to play Smash Brothers, and find something fun to do. Like in Brawl, you could browse the history of games Nintendo's published, play the coin launcher game to collect trophies, stickers, hell, just go for a high score. You could dick around in Stage Builder, which was a blast. Create sticker albums, watch videos, listen to music, play demos of classic Nintendo games, and that's without mentioning the actual game here. Super Smash Brothers Brawl was electrifying to play. One of those games where everything just sticks with you. The custom sound coming from the Wii remote when picking a character, the joy on my face when discovering Special Brawl, trying to make the worst playing match imaginable, all the incredible stages. I loved Picto Chat, WarioWare, Mario Circuit, Skyworld, Mario Brothers, the amazingly detailed visuals, incredible music spanning dozens of franchises, and of course, the teen rating. So adult, I may as well have been watching porn. You may notice I'm not talking much about the game itself. I was bad. I thought this game was damn fun, but I was not optimally playing it. I was using a Wii remote on its side. I was oftentimes picking Mario, would hit the A button, he would grow, and I thought that was some kind of attack I wasn't landing properly. It was a taunt, but how would I know that back then? It's not like I would take the instruction manual on bathroom trips sometimes. Or so regularly. I also had no clue how to set up matches with computer players. Firstly, I just assumed that group button, that ain't for me. I'm by myself, there's nothing for me in there. But when I actually decided to enter it and hopped on over to that character select screen, I had no damn clue I could select CPU players. I was sitting on this for minutes. Then I didn't understand why jump was up. I thought, well, it has to be one of these buttons here. So I went into the controller customization options and definitely played a good chunk of this game without one of my attacks. But I powered through and was eventually able to unlock all the characters by beating the single player campaign, the Subspace Emissary. After that, Brawl was reliable. A game I could always pop in and have an incredible time with no matter what. Whether it involved fighting or not. This was one of my favorite games. And even though subsequent Smash titles eclipse this one, you hand me Brawl, and I'm gonna have a blast. Now, just because the past 2 games I picked up were legitimate titles, that doesn't mean I wasn't past my bullshit phase. Back in 2008, you couldn't watch TV without getting carnival games crammed down your gullet. To be fair though, this sounded and looked pretty damn fun. I mean, Wii Sports really set the standard for what I expected out of these types of games. And if that could make bowling as great as it was, imagine what carnival games could do. I'd have a full-blown carnival in my house at all times. And wouldn't you know, it delivered. Oh, that's vomit. Yeah, this wasn't as cool as I had hoped. All these games were just so basic and bland. They were all over in like 30 seconds, and all you got for beating them were prizes that did nothing. So they're carnival games. Okay, so playing this game nowadays, I have a lot more respect for it. Not because it's anything special, rather, it does what it advertises. It's a pretty damn accurate depiction of a carnival, and for like 30 minutes to an hour, it gives you a similar amount of fun you'd get at an actual carnival. Though at the time, I think I was expecting this to be like the most fun thing, when in reality, I didn't think carnivals were the most fun thing. Why the hell was I holding this game to such standards? Carnival games. What? Another game I got that first year of Wii ownership was Smarty Pants. Parents got me this one. It's a trivia game. And yeah, this was a damn basic trivia game, but I liked it for that. The presentation and accessibility were rock solid. No big loading times, easy to jump right in. I have never found a trivia game to outfine this one, because this one was perfectly fine. This is still usually my pick when a trivia game is requested. It does the job, and it does it well. But my next pick would be... I have a certain reputation in the trivia game community. One day at Toys R Us, I had just enough cash to pick up a new game, okay? I swear this was where I gave up on SpongeBob. Not the past 8 times, no, this was the one. SpongeBob SquarePants featuring Nicktoons Glops of Doom. All right, so I assume THQ wanted to stick to a yearly SpongeBob game on consoles, but just didn't have one ready for 2008, though they had the next Nicktoons game, which, hey, title it this way. We get our SpongeBob game, and the Nicktoons game has a chance of selling well. Because I think around this time, the concept of being a Nicktoon wasn't as lucrative as it once was. I mean, no, every character not from SpongeBob on this cover, their show was already over by this point. But even as a kid, I caught on to what THQ was trying to do with the titling here. And I think that's mostly why I was interested in picking it up. I wanted to see if it's just another goddamn Nicktoons game. Yeah, I didn't give a damn about this one. Much like Attack of the Toy Bots, it just wasn't interesting. Like, what, do you want to play this? Globs of Doom? Doom Globs? This is it, I was done. I was over trying to play the yearly SpongeBob game. I played real games now. Remember the Scholastic book catalogs you get in school where you could order stuff to then receive in a big old bag by your teacher like months later? Oh, they would always have like 3 video games for purchase in these. Now, one was actually a PC game titled Video Game Tycoon that promised to give you the ability to make your own games and burn them onto a blank DVD. Now that was a dream come true, so I bought that. Didn't work on my computer. I also saw a 4-game multi-pack for Battleship, Connect 4, Sorry, and Trouble on the DS. Didn't care for this one. I think I got this for 2 reasons. Now, one, I technically bought it in school. That's pretty badass, man. That's like smoking a cigarette in front of a puppy. 2, having 4 popular board games on DS felt like a no-brainer. These games were timeless classics, so no matter what, I would have instant, accessible fun with this cartridge. Meh! Yeah, the concept of having these games on the go sells this pack a lot better than the game itself. It's just kind of boring. But that wasn't the last game I picked up via the catalog throughout my middle school years, because at one point, they were offering Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games for Wii. Wow, that's an actual video game, not something for PC, not Trouble. This was a game I wanted regardless of it being from a catalog or not, but it definitely helped. So yes, I ended up getting this one in school. I ran home to play, and by God, it was okay. With my track record, that's a miracle. I may not have been around for the Mario and Sonic rivalry of the 90s, but I could always tell something was up between these two. So to see these 2 icons come together for a game, it was incredibly exciting. Though I already saw that happen in Smash Brothers, so what could this really do to swoon me? Fair. I had some fun with this one, though it was very shallow. Like, I could only ever play for 30 minutes straight without getting bored. But those 30 minutes? Wow! It was enjoyable to an extent, but I think that was mostly due to the gimmick of this being a bunch of Mario and Sonic characters. And I didn't even experience that enough because you could play as your Mii in the game, and I took any opportunity to play as my Mii. Because what's cooler than Vector the Crocodile standing right next to him? I think my main issue with Mario and Sonic is that most of these mini-games don't feel like great uses of the Wii Remote. And instead, they feel like games that were designed around mashing buttons translated over to motion control. And then when you're done with a game, the last thing I'm thinking is, let's do that again. It's fun for a bit, but definitely overstates its welcome pretty quickly. With the Wii taking up most of my video game energy in 2008, I think I definitely needed to show my DS I still cared about it. And you must be saying, but Scott, what more could you do? You know what? You got a point, but I'll spoil it anyways, because when I was on the school bus one day, I saw somebody playing a full 3D Mario game on their DS. Oh my God. What was this? I didn't know this was a thing. I heard about new Super Mario Brothers, but this was like that game on Nintendo 64 I saw my cousins play. Damn it. Bugs Life! After doing a bit of research and actually seeing this at Target, I knew it was Super Mario 64 DS. I absolutely had to have this. I mean, I had already dreamed of playing console and PC games on the go, so to have this game that I only ever imagined as a console game on a road trip, it was magical. I remember seeing this fake leak for Super Mario Galaxy DS on YouTube and damn near went, holy shit. The idea of playing a 3D Mario portably, it was finally realized with this. And to be honest, I think Mario 64 DS stuck the landing for the most part. This was basically everything I could have asked for here. It was Super Mario 64 on the DS. Now, it does have its fair share of issues, which through the eyes of an 11-year-old, oh, wow. Major problems in the game, like the lack of an analog stick and strange changes from the original, don't affect a child who doesn't understand how games can be better sometimes. You just suck it up, power through, and learn to live with it. I played this thing so much. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's a full 3D Mario in the palm of my hands. I definitely have always wanted to talk about this on its own for a while, so I'll stop for the most part there. But I can't finish without mentioning why this game was even good to begin with. The mini games, baby. This is where I learned what kind of gamer I really am. Yeah, this thing always kept me busy, whether it was the core game, the mini games, the damn title screen. I got dozens, maybe even hundreds of hours out of Mario 64 DS. And I think this on top of what we're gonna talk about next got me fully committed to the world of video games. Browsing the web one day, I came across a trailer for the next big Sonic game, Sonic Unleashed. This looked unbelievable. The sense of speed, the detailed visuals, I was awestruck at this thing. This was, no joke, the most I had ever wanted a video game. I would mention it at any moment I could.
Boing, 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 boing. Wonder if my arrows are gonna last me through this task. They might not. That would be bad. Oops.
remember in
Epic.
school, a question asked me what my favorite song was, and I never knew what the answer was, but I knew a song I really liked at the moment was the song from the Sonic Unleashed trailer. And now you know my deepest secret. Months went by, and I was desperately praying I would get Unleashed for Christmas. And I did. I barely played it. Yeah, what a tragic story. It's not that I didn't like Sonic Unleashed. In fact, I remember it satisfied me fine enough. But see, the part of the game I was the most enamored by was the part where you were, in fact, playing as Sonic. It's when we move over to this side of the bed where things get Scott stops playing you-ish. The Werehog. It's not that these sections are bad or I didn't like them. They just weren't what I wanted to play here. It's like if you were forced to do a crossword puzzle between Mario Kart races. It's not like they're bad puzzles, just why are they here? I remember thinking the daytime stages were a ton of fun, while the nighttime stages, I was just doing them to get to the next daytime stage. And because they made up half the levels in the game, it definitely got me to stop playing before I really wanted to. Isn't it the worst to be let down by a game like this, especially when you were a kid? Getting this game meant the world to me, and for it to end up being kind of a letdown, it's definitely a bit heartbreaking, not gonna lie. That doesn't mean I disliked the game, not at all. It just wasn't as mind-blowing as I was hoping it would be back then. Which might also be because the trailers all showcased the Xbox 360 version of the game. Well, either way, I was incredibly happy to finally get this alongside a game I was waiting for nearly half a year. It was finally time to experience Mario Kart Wii. This game. Okay, so I'm exaggerating because I did enjoy this one, but man, was it hard. Still, to this day, I'd say Mario Kart Wii is one of the more difficult entries in the series, which is wild considering it was advertised as one of the most accessible. And one of the hardest damn ways to play an already pretty tough game is what they advertise as the optimal way to play, using the included Wii wheel, and what the hell is this? Automatic or manual? Well, why would I choose manual? I don't want to do anything! The core thing I remember from this game was not winning, and my beloved battle mode from Double Dash. It just wasn't the same here. Everybody was on teams, they were timed matches, it just didn't do it for me. This led to Mario Kart Wii being a game I did enjoy, but more so from a distance. For the longest time, I considered this to be one of the worst in the series due to the difficulty and super wacky item balancing, though in recent years, that honestly makes it one of the best to go back to. This is probably my favorite to play with friends right now, but for 11-year-old Scott, it was traumatizing. And then there was Lego Batman the video game.
At least the trauma was more interesting.
Yep, this was my other Wii game Christmas gift, and I did ask for this one. I was interested in the Lego games, and was watching reruns of the Batman show from the 60s at the time, so I decided to ask for this, and I just didn't get far here. I don't know, the Lego formula just never hooked me, so this is one I didn't play too awful much. Similar to one of the DS games I got that Christmas from one of my uncles. First up, Scott, you lying scum. Hey, well, why was
It's Arcanto! Ah! Everybody hide. Oh no, it took away. That's even worse.
He didn't even show up in the chat, he just appeared.
He did.
I did not join the chat. I was not watching the live stream. I'm gonna drop it in like any minute, but I thought I'd say hi.
Well, hi.
I'll be back
Alright,
after
hi.
time for we're gonna play some Risk of Rain.
Ah, don't have a risk. Don't take too much of a risk, or you might have rain.
Yep. I'm eating some homemade frozen banana soft serve. Life's pretty good.
Okay, everything about that sounds great except the banana. Why would you go through all that effort and choose banana flavor?
Okay, so no, it's not banana flavor. It's like
Well, okay.
buy too much bananas and then we freeze them when they brown, and then you just like mix banana and coconut milk in a food processor, and it turns into ice cream with cocoa powder. It's actually quite good.
I don't like it. I like eating, I like bananas. Just bananas. I do not like bananas in anything. You don't put bananas in things.
I see. Well, banana and coconut is a good combination.
Coconut. You're losing me more and more.
Okay,
Choose an ingredient.
What do you think of banana bread?
No, I'm not a big fan of banana bread. I'd rather have eat a banana and then eat a piece of bread.
Oh wow. Well, what do you? Okay, what about peanut butter and banana sandwich then?
No, I'd rather eat a peanut butter sandwich than a banana.
Well, yeah, then this is not an item food.
No, it's heresy.
How's runes?
I'm killing every lizard men because they're bad people. I don't know. They have a 1 out of 5,000 drop I want, and the game told me to kill 100 of them anyway. So.
Yeah, it's your Slayer. Right
Slayer, yeah. I've gotten I got like a 5-minute task between lizardman tasks, so tonight turned from like doing, you know, whatever to I guess I'm killing lizardmen all night now. It's fine. They're fine. They're not monkeys. Thank God. I'd rather go for this 1 out of 5,000 on enemies that are less stressful to kill.
Yeah.
And not get and it's like so low that, you know, I have literally no expectations of getting it any time in the next forever, so it's like win-win. And they pay well. It's honest work. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Have you guys hit a rage and break in?
Oh, no, we are still 1 mechanic away now. No,
Okay.
two mechanics, I guess. Technically,
I mean, a mechanic we haven't seen and a mechanic we have seen, right?
that's 2.
Seems seems pretty hard.
Yeah, it's the final of the expansion. You have to flip it turnways in your mind.
Yeah.
But that part's actually easy. You just you just mirror
Hardest part of the fight.
you mirror yourself across the middle from wherever you are. That's all you actually have to do. Which, like, that's an operation my brain can somewhat process.
This guy can do Zodiac Extreme.
That's not how Zodiac Extreme worked.
Yeah, that's rotations. That's much more.
Yeah, this is intended
This
to
is
be
a 180 rotation.
Sure, but it's always the same amount of rotation, the same direction, because it's symmetrical consistently. Trivially easy. If you mess it up, you've gotta be dumb.
Did you mess it up too?
No, I actually got in the right position at the end.
Wait until you get the center.
But then you can mess it up.
No, then what you mess up is the bait.
Okay, I would never mess up the bait. You could call me a master at debating.
Debating.
But I still think, even though we haven't finished this fight yet, P3S is still the hardest.
I'm not sure I can agree with that. The hardest to see. It's up. I mean, it's definitely up there. It's one of the hardest.
Yeah, I mean, just because it felt like the number of mechanics and the duration of the fight was
Yeah, it had a whole ad phase
longer
and
in terms
everything.
of like the single. Yes, in terms of 12 is longer if you consider the first and second half of the fight, but the fact that it's 3 is one continuous fight.
If you consider the following.
Okay, I'll be back later. Bye.
Alright, see ya. Thanks for swinging by.
On with
That's
the
a
SpongeBob
Harkenza.
console games. Here we
That's
have the
really
handheld
funny.
game, Drawn to Life SpongeBob SquarePants Edition.
What a guy.
Hey, this was a surefire bet. I like Drawn to Life, and I like SpongeBob. I don't remember a single goddamn thing about this game. I think I appreciated the concept of this game far more than the game itself, which was fine. There's nothing really wrong with it.
but I think I liked Drawn to Life because I was fantasizing that this was my own video game. You put a SpongeBob skin on it, it's not nearly as personable. Still, a pretty decent time, just not anywhere near as good as the final game I got that Christmas. New Super Mario Brothers. Not even from my parents. One of my uncles, they took a random swing with this one and hit it out of the park. New Super Mario Brothers was like the de facto DS game. The one everybody enjoyed. The one everybody could depend on for basic gaming goodness. So getting it here, alongside many of the other titles I started playing, I finally started feeling like I was playing the right things. Like, this was one of the highest rated games at that time, right alongside Mario Galaxy, Smash Bros. Brawl, Mario Kart Wii, Drawn to Life SpongeBob Edition. It felt so good to be playing something good. You know it! Early in 2009, during a family shop sesh, we noticed a copy of Wii Fit was available, another notorious hard-to-find Wii game at the time. So that was an instant pickup. No particular reason for it. I think it was just the Wii frenzy kicking in. It's so hard to find. When we find it, well, what else are we supposed to do? I'm scared to think about the possibilities. We bought it. This was a huge deal, coming with a balance board and all. Definitely kept the fun going from games like Wii Sports, but in a different way. I can't say I actually used the fit portions of Wii Fit all too much. The yoga and strength training exercises were about as interesting as yoga and strength training. I'll play the soccer ball game, thank you very much. I wonder how many calories I burned from this. Too many. Oddly enough though, I think my favorite game here was running. Yeah, I thought it was so cool. You could put the remote in your pocket, jog in place, and the game would read everything fairly accurately. I really enjoyed my time with Wii Fit. Enough to warrant lugging the balance board around to families' houses when I'd want to plug in the Wii to show others. Christ, Scott, just bring Wii Sports, that's all they need. Come February 2009, I'm not sure what warranted this, but my mom got me a Valentine's Day gift, because could you tell, I earned one. I guess she caught this for a good price, because I got My Sims Kingdom. Never asked for this, nor did I usually get Valentine's Day gifts, so this was concerning. But hey, I got a new game, so I didn't think twice about it, and My Sims was something I had definitely seen advertised, and honestly, most of the time, if a game was heavily marketed for Wii, it usually entered my wish list. Whoa, Mushroom Men, the Spore Wars? Oh man, I want that, they told me. And while the original My Sims may have been on my wish list for that reason, I'm pretty happy my mom picked up this one instead, because
What if you were the
good
president of
Lord,
space?
is this okay? Basically, it's a life sim game
Muddy
with
played.
story and objectives. You can build stuff to go around the world and make everybody's life in the kingdom as a whole better. I really liked it. You could treat this as a basic sim game and build your house, decorate it, and leave it at that. Or you could chip away at the campaign stuff. I thought it was well balanced in that aspect. Made me care about both sides so much more. I liked this one. It was a good game to chip away at for a few months. It's nothing too awful special, but I think it was one of the better titles for kids on here. One of the better titles by EA, one of the better games I owned. On a tragic note, so I was invited to a birthday party by a friend of mine, and the location was at this place. It was unlike so many other businesses. Basically, it was like a library for video games mixed with an internet cafe. You'd go there, check out a game, sit down at one of their many TVs, and could play it. It felt right for multiplayer games like Halo, which is what the other kids were playing. And me, on the other hand, I knew what I was about. I checked out Sonic 06 on 360 because I had seen reviews online and wanted to see how bad it was. Yuck! Pretty. But one of the main titles I tried out was Boogie, one of the heavily advertised Wii games I was referring to. I was dancing like crazy here. A crowd of parents formed around me watching, probably because, what's more interesting? I recall one of them asking, is he like a professional dancer? Buddy, I remember I didn't even pass the stage I was playing. But I think that was enough of an ego boost where I thought, wow, this must be my calling in life, to own Boogie. Things are feeling good by this point. I had multiple reasons to live. Now, another game I played here was WarioWare Smooth Moves, which I just had a flat out great time with. So for the next few months, my main goal was to own both of these titles for myself, which I eventually did. First up, WarioWare. Honestly, one of my favorite Wii games. It made me fucking cry. This part right here, facing off against the swordsman. Oh, I God, not only did this take me hours to nail, but every time I'd fail, I had to play through all the microgames before again, and oh, here comes the boss, and there goes my sanity. I was generally able to keep my cool as a youngin', but everybody has an emotional breakdown at some point. There's nothing to be ashamed of there, and now there is. But I eventually beat the game. Hour-and-a-half long game. I did it. I beat it. I persevered. But like other WarioWares, it was definitely meant to be replayed, and replay it, I did. I found this to be one of the best showcases for the Wii Remote. I mean, the amount of incredible ideas in here is unbelievable. Even something as stupid as let go of the remote and have it dangle by the wrist strap. I mean, that's the stupidest goddamn brilliant idea I've ever heard. Absolutely loved this game. Much like Anti-Boogie. Yeah, this didn't hit the same without an audience of onlookers. I remember realizing so much of this game is just shaking the Wii Remote randomly, pretending you know how to dance. So I left the room and kept shaking and boom, 4 stars. Well, see, you can't cheese the game. I didn't get 5. This was definitely one of those games you played somewhere and loved, but when you finally get it for yourself, you're told of a gas leak that occurred. Yeah, I gotta be honest, this is a pretty worthless game, though this is where Mom came to the rescue, because for Easter of 2009, I got a new game to help me forget about Geed Kama Boo. We're back on the DS, this time with Professor Layton and the Curious Village. What a wild shot in the dark. I mean, who the hell is this? Seemed like a pretty random game to get until I popped it in. Lo and behold, fully animated cutscenes, voice acting, and a mix between point-and-click adventure and riddle? Oh man, I love riddles! Here's a good one. Why? Professor Layton was incredibly solid, something my mom and I actually played together a bit considering the puzzles in the game were general brain teasers. You just had to think about them for a second rather than have good hand-eye coordination. And I thought the production values were crazy impressive for a DS title and a new franchise like this. I had a great time with Curious Village, one of the DS's definitive games in my opinion, which is partially why I didn't get a ton more for the handheld after this. Yeah, this was pretty much it for my DS collection. We have a few more I picked up later, but for the most part, this was it. Was it good for you? But that didn't mean I wasn't invested into the DS life. No, because in April of 2009, I upgraded to a black Nintendo DSi after reading about it in my newly subscribed to Nintendo Power magazine. A DS with 2 cameras? Well, that's just flat out productive. Think of everything I can accomplish with cameras on my DS. Think of all the things I can do with this redesign. Like not play my Game Boy Advance games.
Oh, yeah. Here.
Yeah, not an ideal purchase looking back at this. It saved up my cash for months for this thing, the DS with a camera. Traded in my DS Lite and Game Boy Advance games to afford this, when it's just another DS with a huge feature removed. But the new inclusions more than made that up to me at the time. I loved having all these fun applications preloaded on the system. That made it so that no matter what games I brought on a road trip, there was always Nintendo DSi sound to fall back on. And hey, the Nintendo DS browser was included on the system for free now. Oh my god, that's so cool! Many DSi features like this obviously required Wi-Fi connectivity though, which we still didn't have. Though we got this unofficial Ethernet adapter for the Wii at Circuit City around the time, and this was when I started to dive into video game history with the Wii Shop channel. 2,000 Wii Points cards became bargaining chips for me as I'd beg my parents for them. These were 20 bucks a pop, so I felt they were at reasonable prices to barter for. I'll trade you a month's worth of dog shit cleanup for a $20 gift card, thank you, suckers. But I would get these every now and then and splurge on a few NES games, specifically those I had at my grandma's house, which were amazing to finally own. Sometimes SNES, N64, or new WiiWare releases were scooped up, making it so, realistically, I was set for life on my Wii. There was no reason to get anything else. No reason. For my 12th birthday, I asked for Wii Music, I got Wii Music. It was like asking for somebody to stab you and they shoot you instead. I was keen on owning every Wii series game at the time, as you are before you buy Wii Music. Plus, I played trombone in middle school, so it's almost like this was a perfect match.
Oh my god, you're a murderer, he's a victim. It's perfect!
So I knew of this game's reputation at the time, though I was willing to give it a chance because, well, it's Nintendo. They get me. And to be quite honest, I had some fun with Wii Music as a silly little toy. It felt sort of like a fleshed out boogie. Something that's more akin to a noisemaker than anything else. But unlike other noisemakers, this one had pizzazz. I love the ability to make your own music video and design your own album cover, the never-ending supply of instruments to test out, and the mini-games which made Wii Music an actual video game. Because for the most part, it's just shake controllers, make song. And I get why they did this, to bring the joy of making music to those who don't know how to play any instruments, and who knows, maybe it'll inspire them to learn one. I stopped playing trombone 2 years later. I was far more keen on playing Big Brain Academy Wii Degree, another title I got for my birthday. While I never had any of these brain training games on DS, I had this Wii adaptation which did more than enough for the old noggin. A little too late. The main mode I played here was multiplayer. I mean, it's seriously genius to turn brain games into a competition to see who can solve the most or solve them the quickest. That'll get you to think. My mom and I played this one quite a bit together, which, once again, made me really happy to be playing a multiplayer game with my parents that they understood and also had fun with. Let's add the negative effect to this in Photoshop. The iconic 3 other games I got from my extended family for my birthday: Rayman Raving Rabbids TV Party, Thrillville Off the Rails, and Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? Make the Grade. Thrillville, I saw my friend playing the original on his PS2, and I remember he bragged about it saying, "You can kiss girls in the game." Ended up thinking that was pretty much all you did in this, so instead of managing a theme park, I mostly played this as a dating sim, which just completely made this game irrelevant. Rayman Raving Rabbids TV Party. Everybody knew of the Rabbids games on Wii back then, but this was the only one I owned and played. And it was just sort of there. I didn't love it, didn't hate it. I think I was most interested in the Wii Balance Board support. Getting to use that outside of Wii Fit now, that was the dream. Turns out, didn't need Rabbids for that. Then there was Make the Grade, which I didn't like because I couldn't use the pointer to select answers. What's that I have, you ask? Oh, it's just standards. Not the most prolific lot of Wii titles. I was grateful nonetheless, but I had bigger fish to fry later that summer. 2009 was the first year I recall looking into anything related to E3. I think on a whim, I decided to look up Mario games on Wikipedia and found the page for New Super Mario Bros. Wii the day it was announced. I guess I just have a sixth sense telling me whenever Wikipedia is edited. I would not wish this hell upon anybody. But that was how I discovered a sequel to my beloved Wii Sports was released in July. Wii Sports Resort. The next time I was at GameStop, I traded in a few games, and the cashier mentioned I could put that money towards a pre-order for a game I was interested in. Well, how convenient! I just started looking forward to future game releases. $20 towards Wii Sports Resort, please! Then when it came to release day, I was at a different GameStop. I thought the money I put down could be transferred to a different store. It couldn't. I couldn't help myself. I bought the game anyways, and told my mom I still had money down at another store. She was frustrated with me, and while my relationship with my mother has never been the same, it was all worth it to play bowling early. Wii Sports Resort was awesome. I particularly loved swordplay and island flyover. Hell, even the opening. It was strangely cinematic for a Wii series game, but I wasn't complaining. My parents were, though. This wasn't nearly as intuitive or accessible as the original Wii Sports. That made it a hell of a lot better as a single-player experience, though I wasn't able to play in multiplayer nearly as much as I wanted to. But add this to the pile of mainstay Wii games for me. Titles I always came back to. Just kinda, not really, but close enough, like Order Up. Another game I picked up that summer. I saw a review online which made it look so fun. I love the concept here. It was basically a restaurant simulator. You cook up customer orders using motion controls and try to give everybody the best food in the shortest time possible, which you can then use the money you make throughout to buy upgrades like spices or employees. Game with a chef hat, that's more you can say about, I don't know, bugs. But I really liked Order Up. It was quite well done. Very addictive and satisfying to play through. Though there were some games still on the top of my wish list, and later that fall, while at Best Buy, I finally picked up the console version of the Simpsons game on Wii. It was about damn time. I had to make do with the DS version all these years, and now I can play the actual game I scoured previews up for months back in 07. Scott, how does it feel to finally own the Simpsons game on console now? I own the Simpsons game on console now. Yeah, this one wasn't anything incredible, though I still admire it a lot. It is a bit of a Sonic Unleashed situation where all the trailers showcase the gorgeous HD versions, and on Wii, I mean, they don't look bad, just not nearly as striking. So presentation-wise, this is still quite solid. It's just when we get to the gameplay, I don't care. This is a very basic 3D platforming action game.
This guy's
And
gibbling!
put into the visuals, voice acting, writing, damn givers would all pass on this one. It isn't a fun game, it's functional. What makes it fun is the presentation, which is downgraded on Wii, so Obviously, the HD versions are the way to go, and I think many should give them a go because this is still a really cool release. And the Wii version isn't bad. I finished it back in the day and had to find enough time. It just wasn't something I really ever cared about for the gameplay, which is unfortunate because the character's special abilities are all really cool in concept.
What
but
episode
they
are you
just aren't
watching?
Utilized in fun ways.
Plinkinto,
6.5
number
out of 10
3
kind of
with
game right here.
Survivor,
5 out of 10 gameplay, and 8
Keaton's
out of
Comp,
10
and the Space
presentation.
Raiders.
And 10 out of 10 not being Game Party 2.
Christmas of '09. I opened up my
Wonderful.
one game-shaped gift to reveal. Oh man, I wanted a game. My parents definitely just saw this for cheap and picked it up because that was the Game Party series shtick. Each title was generally around $19.99 brand new and preyed upon those who wanted another Wii
RC,
Sports or
that's
Wii Play. I mean, just having official Wii remotes on the cover was enough to make this seem like another quality official title. I don't blame them for picking this up.
I blame society.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think this game is as bad as most reviews made it out to be. It's not great, but it is as advertised. The controls work. It's quick to get into the games. I mean, you can get by with this. It's fine for a night of harmless, mindless fun. Rating it as low as Molluscum, I have to ask why. I played this a few times, but I knew its deal. I was very aware of what this game was, and while I thought it was okay, it was obviously just kind of a filler game in the collection. But then, we had my mom's side of the family's Christmas to go to, and there we had a system where you draw names from a hat a month prior. You'd get one person you had to get a gift for, and who got my name? My cousin's boyfriend. And you generally expect something around the $20 range. Maybe at most a DS game. Generally something like a console game. I'd only get those from my parents or on my birthday. But from somebody who wasn't even a blood relative, I assume I'd just open it and say, what the fuck? Yeah, a brand new Wii game. And not just that, the Wii game for that holiday. This game was only a month old at that point. This was $50. That was the craziest thing at the time. I would have never guessed getting this at that moment from him, but I was very grateful. That was an awesome moment. New Super Mario Bros. Wii was so exciting to play. First thing I did when I ran home. And yeah, I had a blast with this. I never made it past the second world, but I loved it. I remember being disappointed the Mega Mushroom power-up from the DS game didn't show up here. Of course, now, I couldn't care less about that thing, but back then, as a kid, it was just damn cool to be so big. Why couldn't it be in the Wii one? Instead, we have the propeller suit, which was still pretty sweet. Mario games can always just create variants of flying power-ups, and it's an easy crowd pleaser. Since for some reason, I just couldn't beat World 2, I definitely tried to whip this game out for multiplayer whenever I could, since that was the big jaw-dropping feature. One problem, Scott was an only child and didn't have many friends willing to play games like this with him. So whenever my 4-year-old cousin was around, boom, try to get him to play with me, even though he would throw a tantrum when he was player 2 on the Wii remotes and had no idea what he was doing. So at the end of the day, I always felt like I didn't get enough out of this game. Moving into 2010, around the springtime, Nintendo Power detailed a new title, allowing you to create your very own games. That being WarioWare DIY. Hey, I liked WarioWare on the Wii, and now I can create my own little micro games? That sounds awesome. I always really wanted something like this, but it just felt like every game that promised to let your imagination go wild would end up being the most limiting thing imaginable. Oh my god, I can't wait to make my own level.
I can make this work.
The second I had enough cash, this was mine. One of my first DS games in a good long while. And oh my god, this was it. This was the game I was waiting for. Never before and never since have I seen a game creation game so well done, thought out, and fun. So WarioWare as a series is about Wario and friends making these games. That's the whole point. That's why they look like ass most of the time. So not only does it make perfect sense to go in this direction, the simplicity and short length of microgames make them ideal starting points for players to learn how game creation works. This ain't some kind of level editor thing. Nah, you can literally create any kind of 2D game you can think of here. Which does mean this isn't something you just hop into and start making. There are extensive tutorials on how to design a game. But I think that's a necessary hurdle to cross. This game helps you appreciate everything that goes into even the smallest microgames. And if you want the freedom to create whatever you want, you're gonna have to earn the knowledge on how to do it. But once I got through the tutorials, this was my go-to DS game from there on out. Not only was it so damn cool to make my own 5-second long games and make them whatever I want, not being held back by the limitations of games like Drawn to Life. But I could also play this as a typical WarioWare game. They had a bunch of pre-made micro games in here, all designed within DIY, so you could take these and edit them however you like, or pop the hood open to get some inspiration for your next game. There's a music maker, comic maker, you can upload your games online, download others. This is perfect for what it is. I ended up downloading the companion title on the Wii Shop channel, WarioWare DIY Showcase, where you can send your games to the console and play them on the big screen, which thankfully means I still have most of my creations. Patent pending. Over that summer, I mostly stuck to playing the games I already owned, but would dabble in new ones here and there. For my birthday, I asked for Wii Fit Plus, since that was only 20 bucks by itself. You didn't need to get the whole balance board bundle, and yeah, it was just Wii Fit with some added features and games, making the original completely irrelevant. Well, not completely. I liked the pet feature in the game. Wham to get them in on the insults. And the added games, those were a blast. I specifically was excited for the obstacle course, since Nintendo advertised it as experiencing what Mario does on the daily. So this is what it's like to have facial hair. A title I picked up later on with some gift cards was Seen It, bright lights, big screen. Oh boy, yeah, movie trivia that uses the same control scheme as Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? My fucking Scott doesn't like that gland. Now, these days, I don't care. Back then, I just thought if you're making a trivia game on Wii, you gotta have the pointer controls. I mean, why wouldn't you? Of course, now I realize this allows you to hide your answer from the other player, but back then, I didn't care. I knew what side of history I was on. This was based on the board game series, which I really liked back then, mostly just because it was played alongside a DVD. I hadn't seen 80% of the movies they were talking about here. I just like the gimmick. And seeing it on Wii replaces that gimmick with something far more practical and logical. Didn't play this much. But then, one fateful day at GameStop, I traded in a few of my titles to nab some in return. First up, Animal Crossing City Folk. I knew this was one of Nintendo's key titles, but man, I didn't know what to do here. Honestly, I only played this one for about 20 minutes. I had no clue what I was doing. Relapsing. Okay, damn it, one last time, and I had a good reason. SpongeBob's Truth or Square. I picked this up used at GameStop, and why did I do that? Because this was developed by Heavy Iron Studios, the same people who made Battle for Bikini Bottom and the movie game. Oh my god, my childhood! Oh my god, my childhood! I was definitely willing to hop back on the SpongeBob game train for this one. I mean, all I really wanted from the last few was another title that impressed me like with what Heavy Iron did. And with Heavy Iron back, I was finally impressed again. Impressed as to how they didn't do that! Okay, so Truth or Square, much like Atlanta Square Panis, was based on a TV special. I don't like that. I think it's cheap, especially considering this has like 2% in common with that episode. They're largely different, though that's probably a good thing considering the special was about the gang getting stuck in the vents of the Krusty Krab. Oh boy, I can't wait to use the C button on that. The game instead is about looking back at various memories throughout the show, which is definitely a fun concept, though there's no real feeling of adventure here like in previous games. It's just a handful of stages loosely based on old SpongeBob episodes, and most of them are aesthetically the same as what we saw in Battle for Bikini Bottom, which is pretty much what the whole game feels like. Though now we have a way better character animation, but all the music here is ripped directly from those old Heavy Iron titles, or just stock music from the show. We have robots as the main enemies again. This game honestly feels like a soulless repeat of what came before. And that's not even considering the gameplay now. It's just so bland. These levels are unbelievably straightforward. You just keep moving in one direction, defeat all the enemies, hit all the switches. That's it. The camera is a little too close and annoying now, and your moveset isn't nearly as fluid and versatile as previously. This isn't a bad game. It's far better than Creature from the Krusty Krab, Atlanta Square Panis, Globs of Doom, all of those. It's pretty high quality, all things considered. But I feel the Battle for Bikini Bottom and the movie game could stand on their own as solid games. This one kind of just feels like they said, "F it, it's for kids." Yep, they didn't get far in this one. I kind of just wanted to try it for old time's sake, you know, back when I was 11. But 13-year-old Scott had bigger fish to fry. He was too old for this SpongeBob junk and was ready for something bolder, bigger, more mature.
Damn, I'm 13 acting like I'm 14.
Later that year, I picked up Wii Party, another Wii series game, you know the drill. I was able to play this with my parents a bit, and they understood it fine enough. You know, the best thing here was the hide and hunt mode, where you hide the Wii remote somewhere in the actual living room with the others trying to find it as it's playing sounds out of the speaker. One of the most clever uses of the controller, honestly. I love that so much. And the game overall, I liked it fine enough, though it being a party game pretty much left it to be played exclusively with others, which, if you haven't noticed, I barely draw anybody else. So why not a single-player game to keep me busy? I really enjoyed My Sims Kingdom, so hey, why not? My Sims Agents. 2009 was a prolific year for the My Sims franchise, as they released 3 separate games, both on Wii and DS. A little bit of something for everyone. Bad games, good games, bad games. Agents is actually a pretty solid experience. Not really like Kingdom at all. I'm downplaying the creation elements and more so going for a linear single-player story where you're trying to solve mysteries. I appreciate the quality here, but I really didn't play this as much as My Sims Kingdom. Man, I'm really striking out hard with a lot of these games. It's been a while since I've gotten something I played relentlessly. So, later that Christmas, the streak continued. Yes, Jeopardy for Wii. My parents loved the game show, and this was heavily advertised alongside Wheel of Fortune that holiday season. See, the idea of playing Jeopardy at home is fun until you actually play Jeopardy at home. I also got Attack of the Movies 3D. Man, I don't know. This was a random get here and just a basic rail shooter, but it comes with 4 pairs of 3D glasses. Point 1. Yeah, this was fine. I didn't ask for this, but it wasn't anything horrible. It was just, why would I play this more than once? Moving into 2011, this was one of the last years I truly considered to be from my childhood. Even though I was a teenager at the time, I mean, come on. Is a 13-year-old really a teenager, or is it just an old-ass kid? By 2013, I had a job. I was saving my money and started collecting this garbage, so this was the end of an era, in more ways than one. I was definitely becoming envious of the other kids at school with Xbox 360s and PlayStation 3s, as everybody was talking about Call of Duty and not giving a damn about the Wii anymore, and I just couldn't contribute anything to that conversation. But I damn well tried, with most of the games I picked up this year being multi-platform titles. First up, You Don't Know Jack. And now we wait. I watched reviews of this game and thought it looked really quirky and fun. Basically a trivia game that mostly asks legitimate questions phrased in absurd ways that generally pokes fun at pop culture. God damn it. Okay, I was willing to look past it for this game because I thought You Don't Know Jack was really unique. One of the coolest trivia games out there. Yeah, I said it. Keeping up with my multi-plat kick, you may have noticed I never owned a Guitar Hero or Rock Band title, which were huge around this time. To that I say, yep, I tried a little bit of Band Hero at a friend's place, but I think these sets just seemed too expensive. I didn't bother to even ask. However, one day at Best Buy, I noticed a DJ Hero set on clearance for only 20 bucks. I mean, why not? I can finally own a Guitar Hero title now. Just felt like a massive box I needed to check, so I was happy to add this to the collection. As cool as the peripheral was, I only played this once or twice. I mean, it just didn't interest me a whole lot. I'm sorry, I was adapting to the new climate. If I'm going to relate to my fellow classmates, I'm gonna need to get into those newfangled first-person shooters. One Wii Zapper, please. One day at GameStop, I was about to buy a Wii Zapper and a used copy of The Conduit. Though my mom came in as the cashier was trying to get me to buy a used Wii Zapper instead, and she didn't know any better and egged me on to do it. I didn't want it used because I wanted to get the game the new copy came bundled with. Yeah, so that was another trip to return this and get the one I wanted. But I probably could have just found Link's crossbow training used for $2 by itself at GameStop, which I definitely would have preferred because the Wii Zapper, I did not like this thing. Oh, wow, what the hell, Scott? What do you like? I like bitchin'. I would just play the included game without it, which was a blast. Link's crossbow training is incredibly fun. It's short, but very addictive. The Conduit, I played for 30 minutes. I was busy. I was really struggling with these first-person games, but to be fair, I wasn't playing the right ones. My 13th birthday, I decided to take the plunge and ask my parents for an M-rated game. Like the first attempt went well. Now, I asked for Call of Duty Black Ops, and I think they were okay with it considering they heard how so many young kids were playing it on their Xbox 360s. Wasn't gonna stop me. The Wii version of Black Ops is still Black Ops at the end of the day. It sure is, Scott. It sure is. Yeah, I mean, this was serviceable. It gave me a Call of Duty experience, especially with a Classic Controller Pro I picked up, but it was just too damn hard to get good here. Everybody else playing online were 1,000 times better than me. I didn't get far in the campaign. You know what? F it. I'm going back to my roots, man. I call wind of a new Wii series game releasing, a sequel to Wii Play, also bundled with a Wii Remote, this one including Motion Plus built in. You guys are mean. I really enjoyed this one. Lots of fun ideas, though it definitely didn't leave the same impact as any of the other Wii titles. As much as I like these colorful, simple Nintendo games, I knew something still had to change. Call of Duty was a bit too advanced for me at the moment, so I decided to wean myself on a non-conduit Wii exclusive first-person shooter, that being a used copy of GoldenEye 007. And I officially discovered another of my all-time favorites. GoldenEye on Wii was phenomenal. Being designed specifically for the platform allowed it to take advantage of the lower-end system rather than just make it work like what Black Ops did. It felt perfect here. The first-person shooter I ever got into and beat, and even afterwards I kept with it as an online multiplayer game to play whenever. I seriously love this game. So much I bought the DS version when I saw it used at GameStop. We all express love in different ways. And that's a good place to end. I mean, I could keep going and going to when I got my Nintendo 3DS, my Xbox 360, the rotten PlayStation 2 I found at a garage sale, the Gunstringer for Kinect. But those all occurred in what I'd consider to be my teenage years, when I had more power and choice as to what games I played. And while that freedom was pretty sweet, you just don't have the same memories and connections to those games as you did when you were playing pure garbage and didn't know it. My childhood game collection was not perfect whatsoever. If I knew what I did now, I could replace 90% of the games I owned. Not this one though, negative reinforcement. But even if I could replace them, I wouldn't. As lame as some of these games are, they helped form who I am today. They mean a lot to me, even if I did forget some of them, even if I'll never play them again. They remind me of a time where possibilities were endless, when I could look past the flaws of anything and still have a great time. Which is something that gets harder and harder to do with age. That's why your childhood is important. You can't take it for granted. And while we do all have to eventually grow up, it's okay to look back and reminisce sometimes. Think about what you liked back then, why you liked it, what made you happy, what you played all the time, because it can make you rediscover what makes you, you. That's why I'm proud of my childhood game collection. As stupid as these games could be, as basic as they were mine, much like my childhood itself. Everybody has different experiences. Just because I didn't play many Game of the Years or own much more than just Nintendo consoles and licensed E-rated games, well, if I regurgitated your childhood right back to you, that would be plagiarism. And boring! I mean, damn it! I just want to scream to the world, hey all, Scott here. I owned Cars the video game. And I may get arrested for disruptive behavior, but at least I was me while doing it. Which would not bode well for me in court.
Almost done killing lizard men, then it'll send me to kill more lizard men, probably.
Lizard.
Killing Talon's people. He's a lizard man. Don't believe his lies.
Wrong. Wrong.
See, he's at it again.
I am Bat.
He's at it again. He's at it
Bat.
again. He's trying to deceive you. He's
Bat.
a lizard man.
No.
He's several.
Wrong.
He's several lizard men in a trench coat.
Are they very short lizard men?
Yes. I didn't say you were lizardman shaman in a trench coat. Does this guy have any new videos? No. Oh, I probably should grab a book. Let's do that now. What if somebody cool was streaming on Twitch right now?
At this hour?
At this part of the localized entirely in your kitchen, yes.
I'm not streaming on Twitch or anywhere else.
That's what you think. Wow. I knew exactly what Prinny was talking about. My cursed knowledge. Prinny's so lucky. Why is Prinny so lucky?
When I first started working at a climbing gym,
I
yes, it was
knew
before I
what
went
Bernie
Super
was
Saiyan
talking
3,
about.
I
Yeah,
was
you have
told a
cursed knowledge,
fascinating
too.
fact that I remember to this very day.
Congratulations.
The knot keeping me from falling right now, the figure 8 knot, has never failed. Yes, ropes have snapped on climbers and gear has broken, but the figure 8 knot itself has never been the cause of any accident, or at least its failure rate is so infrequent it's not worth mentioning. It is the knot for tying people to the ends of ropes, and is taught to every climber at every climbing gym on the planet. Why is this knot so strong?
Now entering the facility.
Knots, one of the oldest human technologies. Intentional complications of cordage that are meant to do everything from secure a ship's sails to make your hair all pretty. There are dozens of different kinds of knots all meant to be strong and do something in one way or another, but your first piece of knot science today is that a knot does not make a rope stronger. In fact, it's actually just the opposite. Any knot will necessarily decrease a rope's ultimate strength.
Even the double overhand radium release fisherman's blood hitch?
Yeah? I mean, you could be making all that up. I don't get that naughty. Or do I? A rope is a tension transfer device. When all of the available fibers inside the rope are under tension, therefore, is when the rope is at its strongest. Whatever a knot is meant to do with the rope, it necessarily introduces bends into the system. Now, some portion of the rope is under some compression, not tension, meaning that not all of the fibers in the rope are pulling their weight. Literally, some aren't carrying any weight at all. So the more fibers in compression, the weaker the rope. What follows then is your second piece of knot knowledge. The tighter the first bend in any knot, the most loaded part of the knot and the first failure point, the weaker the rope. Curves and loads in other parts of the knot do not actually affect its strength. So just looping a rope around a carabiner, for example, with a sharp, tight 180-degree bend can cut a rope's full strength in half. And if you already know anything about knots, strength testing verifies that knots with more severe first bends are indeed the weakest. Of course, this also means the opposite is true, and it's your third piece of knot knowledge for today. The strongest knots will be the ones with the gentlest first bends. It makes sense. If a straight rope is the strongest, then any knot with a first bend that's closest to straight and doesn't deviate from it will be the strongest.
You're straight. Why aren't you strong?
Not everyone can be as jacked as you are. You have synthetic muscles.
Why don't you just work out more?
Why don't you just run the ad, please? Thank you. Savage. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark. Gamers, I'm award-winning science educator and Chris Hemsworth that you have at home, Kyle Hill. You know, here at the facility day to day, on just one account. While you're surfing, protect your turf. Surfshark. So, you know the basic physics. A straight rope is necessarily the strongest. Any bend in that rope or knot creates some point of weakness, and the strongest knots in general have the gentlest first bends. Now, back to the physics of the mighty figure 8 knot. Notice how the first bend here is much gentler than, say, a rope just looped through a carabiner. It helps the rope maintain up to 80% of its strength, making the figure 8 one of the strongest knots, period. It's so strong, in fact, that when climbers in the United States encountered a similar knot in an orientation that created sharp bends under loading, they dubbed it the European Death Knot. It's actually relatively safe thanks to the strength of modern climbing ropes and gear, but testing has shown that this overhand bend knot can be up to 30% weaker than the classic figure 8. But as it turns out, knot science is surprisingly complicated. And today we know, thanks to mathematics, material science, and physics, that bends in a knot and their gentleness, or not, are not the only factor. In 2020, researchers from MIT used special rope that changed color in response to stress to investigate additional variables influencing knot stability. They found that the stronger knots generally have more strands that cross each other, and specifically have strands that loop parallel against each other, pulling in opposite directions, and crossing strands that twist in opposite directions. These circulations and twist fluctuations, respectively, create opposing forces of friction inside of the knot, making it both stronger and less likely to untie. And before we leave the specifics behind here, I just want to flag that knot science spans physics, mathematics, biology, theory, practice. It's an extremely deep field of study, fitting for one of humanity's first and most enduring technologies. Knowing all this, I'm going to show you how every climber on Earth ties your standard figure 8 knot. I'm going to make a bite in the rope. I'm then going to run this end through that bite, which will make that classic figure 8 shape. But we're not done yet. We place one end through both points of our harness. That's what ultimately keeps us so safe. And then what I do with the knot is I run that end back through the figure 8. Notice how I'm creating those circulations that the MIT paper identified. I'm having parallel rope segments moving past each other in oppositely loaded directions, which the paper identified makes for a more strong knot. But not everything about the strength of a figure 8 knot, or knots in general, is so mathy and theoretical. There are practical reasons why this is the best knot for climbing too. The figure 8 knot is practically failure-proof. It's simple, it's easy to learn, it's easy to tie. Maybe most importantly, it's easy to visually check at a glance whether or not it's tied correctly, thanks to its nice symmetry. The knot can be hard to untie after you fall on it, but that also means it won't ever untie itself while you're climbing. And finally, in real-life situations, like when I used to teach people this knot myself, it's been basically proven that a properly tied figure 8 loop is more reliable than more complicated knots you may want to use tied the wrong way. Simple, reliable, safe. Of course, none of this is to say that other knots aren't useful in climbing. They are, and I'm not saying that any knot is going to kill you, even the European death knot. That's not going to happen. Modern climbing ropes are so strong and so elastic with breaking strengths in the thousands of pounds that it's virtually impossible to cause one of these knots or one of these ropes to fail. Still, I know that when I'm climbing, or when I teach people how to climb, I want the physics on my side. I want the knot that has never failed. Probably. Most likely, but with some asterisks until next time.
You could just go work out right now.
Because not everyone has
Or at the gym.
It's not fair, you have synthetic muscles.
Now exiting the facility.
Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff at the facility for the direct and substantial support in the creation of this video, especially Zyla Fox Lynn. If you want to follow her and all the awesome makey stuff she does on her channel, do so. It's Kyle Hill approved. If you want to join the facility,
I might need to touch grass this weekend. I just thought about it. I hope it rains. If it rains all weekend, I can't touch any grass. It'd be too wet. Man, it sure would suck if it rained tomorrow. Ha ha ha.
You just want to touch wet, soggy grass?
No, I don't want to touch any grass. Oh, dang, man. It's gonna rain tomorrow afternoon. No, that's when I would touch the grass in the afternoon tomorrow. Better plan to not touch it then.
Well, clearly you should be waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning to mow your lawn.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
If you don't touch that grass, it's going to come inside and touch you.
I don't think it has that ability.
Give it enough
You
time.
would be surprised.
Technically.
It's live with Regis and Kelly.
Yeah, no, she's going right there. You see, it's right at the bottom of what is it?
Beach?
Almond Beach Resort in Barbados.
Congratulations, you and the guests will enjoy Almond Resorts in Barbados. Almond Resorts Barbados offers the intimate club and spa or the larger village. Both with gourmet
This is the Almond Beach Village, a massive 400-room resort which ultimately closed for good in 2018. Since then, it has weathered hurricanes, politics, and financial hardships. Join me today as I venture in to find out what was left behind, piece together the history behind this beloved resort, and take a stark before and after look. This property occupied a plot of land on the western shores of Barbados, on what used to be a sugar mill. An opening date was hard to pinpoint, but my best guess was around the mid-1980s. Through this time, it was operated as the Wyndham Haywood Resort. By 1993, Almond Hotels purchased the 32-acre property and rebranded it to the Almond Beach Village.
The decay isn't even that bad, necessarily. It's just the jungle has completely consumed this property. Look at this.
This was the last remnant of the sugar mill, and really the only reminder of what this land used to be. When the resort was open, this structure was a popular spot to get married.
Wow. It is hard to believe this is a road. You can see the curbs around it. But the cement is being completely overgrown here. Yeah, I guess not all of these are empty. This phone book. It's kind of crazy that the curtains are still drawn in there. I guess this is just a storage place.
Anyway, that magic seed was 1 out of 1,000. I love getting seeds. I'm very good at getting seed
Come on,
drops
this
that are
doesn't bode well
freaking
for how
omega
clean
rare.
everything was, since this was the back of their air conditioner unit. Kinda nasty. I kind of feel the community vibe this place gives off. It's very homey in a way. It's this lush tropical destination, but all these rooms they back out onto a courtyard, and some have these nice awnings for their balconies. It's really nice.
So after Almond took possession on the property, the hotel grew in popularity and in size. The resort expanded its footprint and truly built out a massive 390 plus room, all-inclusive family resort. It was so big, in fact, that this vast complex was split off into sections, the northernmost being adults only, with the southern buildings sectioned off for families. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. Its size was difficult to keep up with, and after years of harsh weather and skimpy maintenance, the property began losing money. There was a time in 2009 when new construction was slated for the site, but following the global financial crisis, those ideas were put off to the side. With no new refurbishments, guests were complaining of a dated and dirty hotel. Occupancy began to drop, and by 2012, the resort had closed.
This is like the main concourse, the main plaza for the resort. This flooring, it looks like
Anku again. What the frick is going
was,
on? It's just ping-ponging me back and forth
Looks like
between
two of them
Lizzie's and Anku's. These
But now, it looks like they cut
weird
off
as
all
heck.
these posts, which probably were the awnings for this. But look at the detail here. The themed flooring. This door has been baked by the sun and probably battered by countless storms. This was the main entrance. This was where you would drive up. That's cool. Looks like right here, there was a marble placard. Village St. Pete opened on February 1995. This is cool. The glass here is still intact. Look at that. We'd love to see that. It was a retail shop. Look at the hangers here. Man, oh man, look at this. Oh, look at the sign over here. Yeah, it looks like this was all retail.
Alright, time for me to go back to best flowers, I suppose.
Vanishes again.
Keep moving.
Black Spine Junka 2.
Jesus Christ, Rich. How
Sounds
long
good.
does it take to meticulously stack 77 VHS tapes? Fucking finally. And now it is time for another edition of Black Spine Junka.
Hey, best friends! Oh, fuck! Rich, what'd you do?
Well, Mac, you're in luck, because today we're playing another edition of Black Spine Junka.
Wow, what the fuck is that?
I'm glad you asked. Let this pre-recorded intro explain it. Junka is played much like Jenga. Each player removes one tape at a time from any level below the top, using one hand only. Then, instead of placing the removed tapes back on the top, a copy of Nuki will be put in its place instead. The removed tapes will then be added to each player's pile. The player that causes the tower to fall will be the loser. The winner will thus be rewarded by forcing everyone to watch all of the tapes he's pulled from the Junka pile.
Well, Mac, are you ready to lose at Black Spine Junka?
Yes, sir, dipshit.
Well, I think it's only fair that since I won the last game that I should get to make the first move. Or you can make the first move.
It says, true lies, sex, and drugs. Yeah, I'm in. Duh.
Are you trying to psych me out?
No. Ooh.
The Funk Factor, David Gray. Running time, 71 minutes. That's what I like to hear.
Holy fuck.
Mac, I hope you win.
I gotta use one hand. God, why did I go lefty?
Was that a rule last time?
Yeah.
You have to use one hand? Okay.
That's generally Jenga.
Oh, okay.
Countdown to Y2K, the coming storm. Introduction to the problem. Moink. Oh.
Develop your psychic powers.
Let me try some of that. Oh, okay. Kelly Bear teaches respectfulness and friendship skills. Runtime 19 minutes.
Yes!
Yeah, all right. Ooh, pop.
Your cat wants a massage! Exclamation point. 43 minutes.
Yes.
I've never wanted to lose so badly in my life. All my tapes are long.
The alternate title, Rub That Pussy.
Ooh. So getting a little swipe there at the end. To have and to hold. Humorous glimpses into the ties that bind, and sometimes not. Yay!
Values of the 90s from the year 2000.
Second row Nukis. What about you? He does not want to go. Oh, goodness. The Gospel according to St. Bernard.
Lights, camera, bubbles.
Oh yeah, that's smooth as silk. Dancing Grannies Workout Program Beginners.
Yay!
What if you were
Copyright
dancing grannies?
1989. 55 minutes. Dancing Grannies.
All those grannies are dead.
Anything but that.
All those grannies are dead, Koche.
Yeah.
They'd call me the shaking
Mastodon's
flaps.
the first encounter? Do the Mastodon quake?
I would not.
Put your career in motion, on the move.
Is that image
Schneider
you not
National. That's
pour
it.
acid
That's all
to
it
your
says.
eyes?
I'm just not thinking about it.
Exactly. Nothing. Maybe it's acting.
Too bad. Line dancing for seniors.
Yes. You just got the grannies one too, didn't you?
It's, yeah, my pile's nothing but olds.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm looking forward to this. Fred Garbo Inflatable Theater Company on Broadway.
I don't know what any of that means.
Runtime 60 minutes.
No.
This one I'm looking forward to. I hope I win.
A fresh noogie.
Oh, never mind. There we go.
Ooh.
Enter the yo zone.
What?
I'm assuming it's a yo-yo tape.
True Lies, Violence and Suicide.
Oh, God.
48 minutes. Aha! Aha!
Oh.
Not a good idea. Does it say IQ? IQ? Your alcohol? A fast-paced, star-studded quiz about responsible drinking.
It's
We should
perfect
just
for
throw
this
this
group.
right in the dumpster.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, that's right. Pocket Pet Series, ferrets. It looks long too. Oh, look at you! You found a loose one.
Safety awareness for forklift equipment. Danger zone.
Danger zone!
Pedestrian safety video training program.
Smooth as butter. Magic City.
That's it.
There's so many tapes.
Shannon Banana Yoga.
That's right. Oh, she did yoga. That's what it says. Carol Dickman's seated yoga. Simple relaxation techniques for cancer patients.
Oh.
Sounds like a fucking blast.
Get it, Jay, because that's a blank one.
Is it?
Yes, and we don't know what magic is on the tapes.
Yeah, completely blank.
Ooh.
Someone ripped the sticker off too to hide the porno they bought. I mean,
UFO report. Alien implant. And it looks really long. All right.
Ooh, oh, this one's nice and loose.
Ooh, look at you.
S&M, the Dominatrix workouts.
Yeah, I was hoping for that one.
Sweatandmuscle.com.
I almost dropped it. Fire safety for older adults.
Starting to feel adventurous here.
Yeah. Sassy bitch.
Oh, another blank one.
Ha. No blood. Medicine meets the challenge. 29 minutes.
We're starting to wobble. How to build a haunted house.
Ooh.
Looks like the label was ripped off and then reattached.
Alright, jeez.
Stacks are getting pretty big over there.
Mm-hmm. Champ.
Yeah, this is where you have to start looking at the top and seeing how bad it's wobbling.
Exactly. Come on, baby.
Oh my god.
Baby.
All right.
Right here. Mm-hmm. Junka. Family of the Americas, Silco International Corp. If you love me, show me. 37 minutes.
Oh, there we go.
oh, watch those legs.
Okay. I see the title.
Here comes Jesus!
Here comes Jesus.
He's coming!
Planetary Traveler. There's no description, but it's 40 minutes.
Oh, fuck. Oxysize. Introduction to Oxysize.
So it's gonna be an introduction to OxyContin. It's a load-bearing tape. Nothing is moving. Boy, oh boy.
The whole thing is leaning, which has nothing to do with the wobbling, just in general. It's starting to tilt that way.
Just running into a label or something.
Need some lube?
It does.
Here comes Jesus.
No, don't do it.
No.
This
No,
is
he's
the
not.
end.
He's effectively blocked it though. Oh no.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Are you kidding me?
Secrets of the Bible Revealed, Volume 2. 45 minutes. Fuck.
7 signs of Christ's return.
Sports Blooper Mania.
Does this count as a twofer if I have not 2 of them get knocked out? No, these 2 will hold this.
Okay.
Or the whole thing will topple over.
Yeah, I don't want to get hit.
I can do this with one hand, right? Still counts.
Here, that's totally not cheating.
One hand.
I know. Fuck balls.
How to carve great faces for Halloween. Again, lots of
yeah.
This is a Jeffrey Dahmer tape.
Oh my god.
Ha! Blank! Completely blank.
Those are the exciting ones. Oh, thank you. I know what I'm doing here. I've won every game of Junka so far.
Every game with 50-50 odds.
Fuck.
Tao the Lion. Or Dao the Lion? Oh my god.
Blank!
Oh my god. Lots of blankos here. These 2 be enough to hold it is the question.
What was the one? What was
Best part of Jugga is just the start.
Measuring success with standardized recipes. Congratulations on a well-won round of Junka.
In your face! So let's watch my balloon parade.
All right.
What if your tears are painted in red?
Hey, everybody can afford a Ferrari. Is that a Porsche?
So how about Targa?
This looks like police video when they investigate a crime scene.
It looks like there's no semen on this seat.
I'm Merle Egner.
Congratulations, sir, for buying the Automobile Money-Making Opportunity Program.
Merrill, you gotta get closer. Buddy, this isn't gonna work this shot.
Now I'm gonna go into some in-depth training with you to help you get started.
Oh, God, look at this guy. Uncle Mel, is this real?
Yes. Okay. Some of the things that you're gonna need to have available is your manual. Automobile Money-Making Opportunity. Now in front of
Do you think his wife is operating the camera?
What?
Please, honey? Is that what you think my concept of intimacy is?
No, it is.
I know it's not.
Oh, come on. I know you. I know what you like.
I guess you don't know me as well as you think you do.
I think this marriage is over.
I'm Blanche, 67, 10 grandchildren. Adrian, 59,
Ancient sure.
3
Oh, you got the all,
grandchildren. Arlene, 66, 2 grandchildren. Bernie, 60,
I'm infertile.
3 grandchildren. Mark, 64, 1 grandchildren.
Tell me, do you feel mature?
I feel
mature.
I'm getting there, Beatrice.
Beatrice.
Oh my God!
Oh man, I think it's so sexy. Oh,
That's it for Dancing Grannies. Ate the tape.
Rip dancing grannies.
Now, with your next inhalation, let your arms lazily begin to reach up toward the sky.
No, that's not lazy. That takes effort.
I just want to sit there.
I didn't buy seated yoga so I could move around.
And we have to take the back seat. I'm here to show you another perspective. The fact is that you are the one they're coming looking for.
I remember seeing small metal. Well, it looks small, man. I don't think it was floating in the sky. Probably a weather balloon.
There's no such thing as weather balloons. Well, you don't see a weather balloon. Who the fuck sees it? He was probably an airplane or something.
Yeah.
You're a little kid. Now let me tell you about ghosts.
School shooter? What?
Is this a profession?
Hi, I'm Phil Chalmers. I'm the host of your video today.
Oh, he's in a graveyard to show how serious this is. You could end up here.
Love your highlights, bro.
We're gonna use a spirit box. He didn't get into NSYNC and he's really bitter about it.
But Phil, you're too old.
They also teach that you can have all the sex you want with no consequences. This is a destructive lie and is wrecking many of our young people's lives.
It sucks.
Baby, could we do more than just talk? We get nasty, nasty. I can't wait to get you on the phone, girl. If you're in the mood, you know the kind I like. I get so excited when I'm watching, girl. I can't wait to see you touch your body.
I think you're right there, and then
Lead my hips, slap my thighs, smelling good. I don't think you're ready for this jelly, because my body too bootylicious for you, babe.
Try the computer. Try the computer. Maybe that's working.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chaos.
It's like the opening of Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead.
I'll try to talk to him, but if he doesn't want to talk, I'll just say, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. If I see a friend who looks scared or angry, I'll ask what's wrong. Then I'll listen and try to help.
Super. I think you have it. Boys and girls, remember part of the Cali Bear sign?
I was just thinking that.
All those exaggerated arm movements, yeah.
And he can't see in that thing.
And be especially careful with any heat source if you use medical oxygen in your home.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
Barbara has a smoke alarm.
Wait, I already forgot.
Remember, you need smoke alarms at every level of your home.
Dorothy McPhee has a life-threatening medical problem.
What is it?
I thought to myself, I can't handle this. Well, I didn't much like the assignment. But once I got here, I was surprised to find out that I was no ordinary St. Bernard. I looked funny, and my voice had changed, so I sounded even funnier.
Paul, isn't it great? We've got the picnic tomorrow, the prom next week, and then we're...
Out of here. I can't believe you got that scholarship. But why does it have to be 2,000 miles away?
I know. I'm gonna really miss you.
Jen. You're going to school 2,000 miles away. We're going to go to Fuck Butt Point.
Oh, sorry, Whitney Point. That's the official name for it, but everybody knows it as Fuck Butt Point.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Cirque du Soleil, you got nothing on this. It's going up and down, falling down.
This is like 1998 also.
Oh my God!
How?
How is that happening?
How?
This is magic.
How?
If they came down much faster, it'd be more. Simple observation.
Inku, more like ain't.
This is Wisconsin. It's winter 9 months of the year. My nipples are hard.
My nipples were hard after watching that animated film about chastity or whatever it was.
Come on, Jen. What's wrong with loving each other?
Just give him what he wants.
Welcome to Best of the Worst.
Oh, hey.
I've tortured people with black spine, random, obscene, scary, disturbing.
I won.
You won, yeah.
I won.
You beat Jay.
You gotta come back now. You're the champ. I know. All right, fine. Oh, thank you. Yep. I'm very proud of myself. It was the only problem was we were both really good at it, which meant we had 22 tapes to go
Yes,
through.
that's true. A lot of tapes.
My brain is mashed potatoes, scrambled eggs, right now.
That's okay. It's a good thing overall because we get more to choose from. We get more to sift through.
thin it
And
out.
we can find the gold nuggets.
The diamonds in the rough.
We've got 4 nuggets here. I'm not saying they're gold nuggets.
They're
but
certainly nuggets.
They're 4 nuggets.
Nuggets of something.
Our first tape is Kelly Bear teaches respectfulness and friendship skills. Mr. Higgins.
Okay,
Can you tell us about this fine tape?
I think Kelly Bear is pretty much the second runner-up. Good Luck Bear.
Kill 143 blood world.
Bear role and didn't get it.
It's hard when others tease us or make fun of us.
But it's like, fuck you. I'm still gonna teach kids how to, well, not touch kids because I'm a big ass bear, but also teach them that it's like SAFTA.
I'm going to teach you something that will help you.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up!
It's teaching friendship and respect skills. So this big bear that only if it goes like this, its eyes move. So it's like if you're standing over here, kids, I'm gonna look like this. And else
Constantly moving its head.
Yeah.
It's a crappy costume. I mean, it's okay.
The kids are calling Kelly Bear names.
Well, the mouth kind of moved, but he kept on tucking his chin.
It was very clean too. I mean, once it brushed up, you could tell that was brushed up and then brushed down. That's a clean bear.
Brand spanking new bear right there.
That costume was far nicer than that production deserved.
Oh my goodness!
Okay,
yeah,
you're right.
Maybe they blew it on that bear.
Go on.
And then
Tell us
editing.
more. Yeah, well, the production value looked like a VHS camera, and like the local like grade school. Like
Yeah.
It wasn't a set. It was just like, and then the kids sucked.
Sheldon, come on out. What would you like to tell Kelly Bear?
Don't pay any attention to them. Everybody's different. Nobody's the same.
Look, she's mouthing his line. Do you see it?
No.
See?
Mouthing his line?
Yeah.
Don't pay any attention to them. Everybody's different. Nobody's the same.
Although it said a talent agency hired them.
Yes.
Oh boy.
And I thought maybe it was just like 5 kids who wanted to stay after class an hour, like to help fill this old lady's shitty video.
No,
Like,
they were really excited to be there.
Somebody came in and like, who can memorize lyrics quick and wants to sit around a bear and sing songs? And some kids are like,
Sad. Embarrassed.
So, Rich, can you like do some of the songs from Kelly Bear for us?
Oh God, it was basically just Old MacDonald had a farm, right?
Mm-hmm. And there was also, what was the other one?
if you're happy and you know it.
That was your favorite. Because there was the hug, the snaps, the claps, and it kept going
It's
and going
interactive.
and going.
You can go along.
Oh, yes, yes.
With a clap, clap here and a clap, clap there. Here, clap there, clap everywhere. Clap, clap, show respect to everyone. Show them that you care. Show respect to everyone. Show them that you care.
We started doing that by the end. We were like, one more verse.
The
one
number
more verse.
and the fucking staggering number of verses.
Yes, it just
Where
kept
it's like,
going.
okay, you know what? Sometimes, like when I went to church when I was a child, they're like only verses 2 and 6.
Yeah.
That is all that we're gonna sing out of the 12. Please do not
shorten that shit up.
Yeah, sheer it up.
We got places to be. Even Jesus has places
Yes.
to be. Yeah.
Well, it was like
the homily is long.
With a snap, snap here and a snap, snap there. Here a snap, there a snap everywhere. Snap, snap, tap, tap here and a tap, clap there. Here a tap, there a tap everywhere. Tap, tap, clap, clap here and a clap, clap there. Here a clap, there a clap everywhere. Clap, clap.
Is this the record skipping?
No, it's just bad. This is this old lady's get rich quick scheme.
Yeah.
And in the Barney era.
And the guy in the costume's like her son.
Yeah.
With a stamp, stamp here and a stamp, stamp there. Here a stamp, there a stamp everywhere. Stamp, stamp, snap, snap here and a snap, snap there. Here a snap, there a snap everywhere. Snap, snap, tap, tap here and a tap, tap there. Here a tap, there a tap everywhere. What the fuck is
It's like, oh.
Oh my
So
God!
Snap, 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 snap.
that's too many. That's too many. The song doesn't go that way. This isn't a unique song. I know how it goes.
What's it gonna be? Hug, hug.
With a hug, hug here and a hug, hug there. Here a hug, there a hug everywhere. Hug, hug, stamp, stamp here, stamp, stamp there. Here a stamp, there a stamp everywhere. Stamp, 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 stamp. Here a stamp, stamp there. Here a stamp, there a stamp everywhere. Snap, snap, tap.
So who made this video? Was it the old lady? She wasn't an actress. She felt like the author of probably the Kelly Bear book.
Kelly Bear, your color doesn't matter to me. I like you just the way you are.
And someone said, let's make a video, we gotta start making some money off
And
this.
she probably goes to schools and does presentations, with which we have to talk about one of her slides.
Yes, she has pictures.
Sad.
The Bureau for At-Risk Youth.
Bureau.
For at-risk youth. Yeah, because at-risk youth.
All of these kids seemed on the brink of dealing drugs.
Yeah, when you say at-risk youths, you think like drugs, alcohol, pregnancy, whatever.
Yeah.
Not like
smiling
hurt
kids,
feelings.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm alright. I just got in trouble. The teacher wrote a note that Mom must have signed. She's not going to be happy. I'm sorry. What happened? I was just playing with Brian, but I was supposed to be in my seat, listening. I also got a sad face on one of my papers.
But the slides that she was using, essentially, from a distance, it looked like Green Bear boners. Like, absolutely. And
right.
but also like massive boners too. I mean, just yeah.
No, it ain't.
Cartoon images, the profile.
Look at his boners. But also one of them was like this, and the other one was like that. Kind of just bam, right up there. Yeah, it was sexy.
Well, over time.
That was the
like,
group session.
no.
That was.
And then she went to the next board, and the guy's just the bear's on all fours, and the other one just like.
Yeah, that's right.
He fell down. He spilled his books out on the floor in the school.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at this.
Oh no.
Oh
Right, on all
God! They
fours.
got him on his knees.
The Kama Sutra.
The Kelly Bear Kama Sutra.
Kelly Sutra.
The Kelly Sutra.
Or
was
he's ready for butt stuff.
Yeah.
Were they knocked out of his paws? Or did he go, oops?
Oopsie. That was fun.
Child education things,
Yeah.
gimmicky or not, or
Yeah, it was-
they baffle me.
It was a
sometimes.
Barney ripoff, essentially, was what it was. It's like a lot of sing-alongs, kids in a room, like in a schoolroom.
This, however, probably was the most effective that we've ever seen because it was so simple.
Yeah.
A lot of times they get drowned out in the music or this or that. This was like they had the simple acronym, and it's like stop. Think about someone's feelings. How do you feel, and what's your action? Stiffa. Stiffa.
Yeah.
And it was that. That was the only message in the whole video was stiffa.
It was delivered effectively because we remembered what it was.
Stop, think, feel,
act in a kind way.
But also, in a world where Barney exists, it is completely redundant. Yes.
Yeah. Well, this lady was just trying to make a buck.
Sad.
This old bag was trying to cash in on the childhood Barney.
She just wanted to show
phase.
kids Green Bear boners, personally. I think that was her motivation.
I want some of that Barney money.
She was literally seeing green with this idea. It's like, purple, fuck you, I'm going green. There's a green bear, whatever. She says like a smoker's voice. And
I want to rip Barney off because I'm green with envy. Green.
Yes, let's see. Stiffer, whatever. Feelings, whatever. Gotta pay for new giant glasses. These don't pay for themselves. She's like a horrible monster.
Bye, boys and girls.
Bye, Kelly Bear. Sad.
And we're on to an entirely different person in an owl suit. So, there's no relief.
They're back to back, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. McCulkin, would you please tell us about Saint Bernard?
Yeah, the Gospel according to Saint Bernard. All right. So this actually like starts off with a recap of the first episode that we didn't see. But actually, the opening credits makes it seem like it's almost like a sitcom. It's like shot that way, like with the headshots, with the credits and all that stuff.
like unintelligible lyrics.
Jumping Ramsey.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat you. The way it's explained to us is that everyone sees our Saint Bernard. I don't know its name. I don't think they ever even told us.
I'm Bernie, the Saint Bernard.
Yeah, it had a name.
Bernie. Bernie.
Oh, yeah,
the Saint
Bernie.
Bernard.
Oh,
Bernie,
the
yes,
Bernard.
yes.
All right.
It was
yeah.
not clever. People would be like, Sanders?
Socialism? So everyone in the whole world sees this Saint Bernard, Bernie, as a real Saint Bernard, but our two lead children see her. I guess it's a her. It's a lady's voice.
And that information is never relevant.
And sees it as never. Sees her as pretty much a person in a Saint Bernard suit who gives kids terrible advice.
Well, if divorce is the only answer, then we'd better find out what the question was and tell everybody to never, ever ask it.
Stalks them.
And eats their pizza.
No one was hungry, and I get to have the whole pizza.
No, but we brought you some here.
So the episode begins with the classic sitcom misunderstanding.
Are you sure divorce is the only answer?
It looks like there's no other way. I just don't know if there is any hope.
What are we going to do?
I don't know, but we better pretend like we didn't hear anything, okay?
The parents are in the kitchen, and the father's voice is completely dubbed.
I hadn't finished that yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I'll pour you another cup.
You've been upset ever since you spoke to your sister last night. What's up?
Completely dubbed. We're assuming he has an accent. Was what it is. Like, yeah, he looks like he drinks crab juice or something like that.
He looks like he's Persian. I'm not sure.
I thought he was like Armenian or Greek.
Armenian,
like
Greek. He could have been Indian, Pakistani.
Yeah.
Like he could be most any races except for white.
I wonder what's bothering him.
He's probably worried about that test, but he studied hard last night.
Why is Dad dubbed?
Because the microphone wasn't near him.
But he's dubbed from any angle that they've shown him from.
Oh, maybe they changed his voice.
Maybe he doesn't speak English.
I was going to say, he's probably speaking Armenian.
Why'd you throw out my coffee? I wasn't finished with it. It's a little too ethnic.
Why have you thrown out my coffee? The meeting with Watkins only took 30 minutes, so I caught the next flight home. Here I am.
Because he had Irish children.
Yes, who looked nothing like him whatsoever.
With some lady. And I was like, well, yeah, those aren't your kids.
I'd love to hear the original.
Yeah. It was very clearly dubbed over.
That guy was on point. I mean,
he matched the lips. He just didn't match the face.
He was a great actor. But it's a shame they had to cover up his voice because of racism.
like Hercules in New York.
That's right.
You said those men were dangerous.
Dangerous, boy, I'll say.
So it begins with the classic misunderstanding. The parents are in the kitchen, and they're talking about like their friends are getting divorced. The kids over here in the other room, but they only hear the second half of the conversation, so they think that their parents are getting a divorce. But they try to play it cool, and they go to school, and kids pick on them because their parents are getting a divorce.
Because obviously they only heard the second half of that conversation too.
Yeah.
Like you were hanging out at their house early in the morning.
How did the whole
before
playground
school.
know? They never explained that.
It's fine.
Your mom and dad are getting a divorce because you're such a jerk.
Oh, word spreads real fast.
Oh, on her face?
Them bitches are vicious.
This is talking Saint Bernard sent by Jesus, Mike.
Maybe they're
we can't overthink these things.
Who lives in space?
They were pushing each other on the swings, and the
What
brothers
if you were
like,
talking
"Oh,
Saint
I
Bernard
don't
sent by
know why
Jesus?"
they're getting divorced."
Oh no.
So what if I do? It doesn't matter, Sharon.
That'd be in a bad movie.
Sharon.
No, you'd be the black spide.
My brother.
Yeah, so go back to Hebrew school, Sharon. We're with Jesus.
I'm sorry, what's the
It's
difference?
funny. There's actually it's not really thick with biblical like a
Not as much as you'd have thought.
yeah, the Christian-y kind of values. Even.
It's not very, very heavy paw. Heavy-handed.
Yeah,
That kind of right.
Ham-fisted.
That would only be funny if it was a pig.
Nah.
Let's pretend it was a pig. No,
Ham-fisted.
And that's pretty much it. The parents say they're not getting divorced, and they feed the stuffed or whatever the dog pizza.
Well, don't get so excited. If you don't want pizza, we can order something else.
God, we were really desperate at that point of the night. If we chose that as a keeper.
Sad.
But that dog was hiding in places.
Yeah,
it was
yeah, the
in
dog was-
hiding. It's just that shit was happening on the playground where the
Why
sand
was
was
the dog
being thrown.
hiding? Everyone else sees it as a normal dog.
No, but it's just, so they were like, that's really weird that this Saint Bernard is standing on its hind legs behind this post, laughing.
Well, because they follow the kids, and then then they land on the dog and they stay on. And just look, this person in a dog suit, just there.
Well,
Totally
nobody,
shitting
the
on-
kid,
totally
nobody
shit.
saw him. But
Nobody
they saw
s-
the Saint Bernard. Except for the one rule that was broken was the mother at some point says that Saint Bernard here eats 10 times the amount of food it should, which means that it really did eat the amount of its
Correct body weight.
correct body weight,
Yeah, yeah.
which means it was pooping that amount of its correct body weight. So the mother probably would have taken that Saint Bernard to the vet. This dog is shitting so much. And it eats like 40 pounds of food every day because it's a giant
And
stuffed
it's
costume.
eating pizza because these rotten ass kids are serving it food that is not gonna
dog
work.
shouldn't be eating
with the-
pizza.
No, you don't,
Then
yeah. You don't give
fucking
dogs
dog.
dairy.
Give him some ice cream next, why don't you?
Yeah, and some chocolate. Saint Bernard's shitting so much, I keep buying food for it. It's like it's a giant adult-sized dog costume.
With a crooked mouth, too.
It's a quick.
I couldn't keep my eyes off of that. It's like this. Look in the air.
Saint Bernard has like a droopy lip, like a Stallone lip. The mouth kind of falls to one side. Watch when he talks.
The father's mouth worked perfectly. And the
But the
fucking
dog
dog's
nuts.
mouth was just like.
The real voice of the father should have been used to dub the dog. Where are you going, kids? Come back. Bring me some falafel.
What if that was? What if Bernie's voice was the father's voice?
This is getting really complicated. The production was a mess.
Why do my kids look nothing like me? Where did this blonde one come from?
I watch you at all the times. That's another weird part. Where Bernie's like, I watch you at all times. I'm watching you forever.
I went for a walk today. Where'd you go? School. What school? Your school. When were you there? I didn't see you.
I see everything you do. You can never master me. Well, you could. You really could.
You think I'm a dog, but I'm secretly a man.
she's an angel.
It looks like I'm
You just
laughing.
changed it in front of the dog. I'm just a dog. Change clothes. I'm gonna walk in when you go to the bathroom. It's okay, I'm just a dog. Just a dog watching you take a shit.
Is it the spirit of like a serial killer or something?
Yeah, that's why he had to become a dog. It was like his punishment.
He's pretending to be an angel sent by Jesus from space.
I'm a space angel from.
Are you saying that like everybody sees him as the guy in a suit because he is a guy in a suit? Because the parents are just into some kinky shit. And he's like the third partner in their relationship that likes to dress like a dog, and the parents, embarrassed by this, told the children that no, it's really just a normal dog.
Yeah, it's like a Lars and the Real Girl situation. Like the whole town just goes with it.
He was sent by heaven to be your special friend.
Sure, kids, go feed that dog pizza.
This is getting
Now the
weird.
doggy's gonna sleep in mommy and daddy's bedroom.
See, I mean, the dog's not named Saint Bernard. It's named Bernie, right?
Yes.
So it should be according, gospel according to a Saint Bernard.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyone have a marker? I'll fix it.
Somebody have a marker?
No, it's all right.
Anybody?
No, there's nobody here. It's just us.
I know.
We don't have a clue.
This production is really sad.
It's really rinky-dink. Yeah. So long fall from Uncle Buck, am I right?
We should just turn the cameras around every now and then. Just just so the audience can see that there is no crew.
There's a guy in a wheelchair and a guy in his phone.
The guy in the wheelchair back there. You should like precede this with, this is filmed before a live studio audience, and nothing happens. It's just like, oh my god.
You guys
No
say
kid.
you need a pen or some sort? Yeah.
Actually, a bottle opener would be great.
Yeah. I'll get both. I'll be right back.
Thanks.
Save the drinks! Save the drinks! Look, I'm very sorry. Be right back.
Oh, the cord! The cord!
Okay. Checked out all of the equipment. Everything is intact. Okay. We're good to go.
I still want to sign like some injury thing just to cover my ass.
No.
Fuck.
No.
Can I at least ride the
Stop
chair
playing
once?
around with that wheelchair!
There's so many wheelchairs.
Stop!
One day you'll end up in that wheelchair.
That would be funny. That'd be legitimately funny.
A wheelchair accident. How'd you get in that chair, kid? A wheelchair accident. Damn. Damn.
That would be the definition of
Iron Man.
coincidence.
You killed it.
I'm with you. I like it.
So I've been going in order here. So I've got our fourth tape. There's 4, so I'm gonna have to explain one too.
What?
Our fourth tape was fire safety. Ah!
Oh God.
Oh, Rich, we all know.
Oh my God.
You are the man about being cool about fire safety.
It's appropriate because everybody knows when I was a young man, I almost burned down my grandmother's house when I was trying to cook my own French fries.
For reals?
Yeah, for reals.
Wow.
For reals.
How old were you again?
22?
I almost burned down my grandmother's house trying to cook French fries. Rich Evans. Rich Evans.
You thought you could just pour like a gallon of hot grease into a bowl?
I had grease into a pot.
Imagine.
It was working fine. I was cooking the fries, but I had the lid on, which apparently you shouldn't do.
And bubbled over, hit the flames?
No, I took the lid off, check on the fries, and a giant fireball came out of the pot. Just a giant fucking fireball. My first instinct was this flaming grease in the back wall of the kitchen. No, it was winter, dead of winter. My first instinct was to open the back door and just throw it out into the snow. And I grabbed the pan and instantly burned my hand and dropped flaming grease all over the floor.
Wait. Your first instinct wasn't to save the fries?
I fucking hate you.
So you need some fire safety tips, and you are elderly. So does
Yes,
this speak to you?
I needed a refresher. Yes. Our tape opens. There's an elderly couple. They're trying to enjoy their afternoon. They're in the kitchen. The wife is cooking.
Cooking up steaks?
The husband's trying to enjoy a fucking cigarette. And then this nagging bitch keeps telling them to stop what they're doing so she can chastise them.
Hold it. A husband and wife are in the kitchen. She's making dinner. He's having a cigarette. It's a scene you might see in millions of homes across the country every evening. So what's wrong with this picture?
Well, it's also...
So Kansas showed up 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, at first.
To an hour ago.
Then we keep cutting to her. And you shouldn't do this or that or this or this. And
Any booty guys yet? I don't know what that even means.
The wife makes him go.
Well, you're fighting the pigs, so.
Oh, no booties. Yeah, no booties.
The
big booty boys.
His ashtray. It's got to be
Set
on
on
a
a
firm
hard
It's okay, he's not there anymore. You don't have to worry about it.
The arm of the couch. It's fine.
No.
And he's like, I know.
Glad we're doing something right. Honey, could you turn up the volume?
I'm deaf as fuck.
Stop. What the fuck now?
These steaks gonna get cold.
It already got
got burnt because you made me freeze.
Let's stop right there.
Flat on a solid surface.
We just went over this.
There's this whole big deal in the video about I guess most elderly people die from smoking fires because they really emphasize putting your ashtray on a hard, stable surface.
But also they created paper due to elderly dying from cigarettes causing fires.
Oh yeah.
To go out.
Yes.
If they don't.
Marlboro Grays.
Marlboro Grays.
Marlboro what?
Marlboro Grays.
Marlboro Grays. We're the cigarette that does not burn the elderly.
Oh yeah. that's their.
It's just like, we go out. We promise.
You got 6 seconds to smoke. Oh, there's 30 different little. What do they call them? Speed bumps?
Yeah, that's what they call them. Yeah.
It was just this nagging lady saying, you can do that while your wife
You
is
should roll
cooking
up your sleeves.
Yeah, wipe up.
Her sleeve, she just is hanging sleeves, and she. I thought at first they're like, well, the bit in the video is like, what's wrong with this picture, you know? And then they like kind of focus in on something, and I thought it was the handle was outwards, because you know little kids are running around. You want handle inward because they can't grab it.
Mike, there's a video for the elderly.
But
they never produced.
They set it up by saying they zip tied their cabinet closed,
Yeah,
so their
because of the
grandkids.
kids.
Yes. So I thought that the mistake was the handle overhanging the stove, but it was her sleeves.
Those sleeves could touch a hot burner while she's cooking and catch on fire.
I have to admit, that never occurred to me. I'll just roll them up or wear short sleeves when I cook.
But it was an electric stove too. It was like, it wasn't open flame. It's like, how flammable is your clothes?
Yeah.
Her clothes are soaked in formaldehyde.
She's just getting ready.
She's getting ready. She's familiarizing herself with the smell.
We're gonna have to speed up the embalming process.
From the outside in.
From the outside in. Start to.
She marinates every night.
Ow, old people.
But if you can't get out fast or your path is blocked by heat or smoke,
Jump out the window.
keep the door closed.
Everybody wants
Emergency
somebody
numbers. Number one is
to look at them the
911.
way, what's his name? Frick! What's his name? Mike. Mike looks at old people.
Oh no, I do not want to be looked at like that.
You just don't know it yet.
Oh no, what happened to Mike?
911. What?
Barbara is very happy. She tells me an apartment with an automatic fire sprinkler system.
Well, then our ugly man, he gets the information about putting the ashtray on a hard surface. So he instantly goes out into the living room, and he knows this. So he goes into the living room and he pushes the ashtray on the couch. And so this nagging has to nag him again.
What's wrong with this picture? And he goes, I know.
I did it again. I'm definitely never gonna do that again.
But not about putting it on the soft surface. It was about being inside smoking.
It was a different nag, yeah.
It was a different nag, but she was just like, what are you doing wrong? He's like, oh, it's not. It's like that this ashtray could fall over at any second. It's that I'm actually inside.
It's like it's his own freaking house.
Yeah.
What's his voice doing? Hey, voice, get out of my house. I'll smoke wherever I want.
So then he was very relieved once the voice started nagging his good friend.
Yes.
Oh yes, the third part of their thruple.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, Jason. It's Barbara.
Barbara, hi, I was gonna call you after dinner.
Oh good, maybe this nag you know,
Hey, why don't you go bother Barbara over here?
Oh, of course we are. We'll pick you up at 7.
Oh, that's great. I really appreciate
Going
it.
somewhere.
See you then.
Who's the throuple again?
All right,
The one who kept throwing like
She
water
is.
paper in front of her space heater.
She had a very dirty apartment. She blocked her own exit door with her oxygen tank,
No, it was
a space heater,
yeah, space heater and phone books.
phone book soaked in formaldehyde. Yeah. I soak these in formaldehyde every night because I love the smell, and I put them next to my space heater.
And push him up against my front door.
A nice wafting smell that helps me to sleep.
Oh God, she's trying to commit suicide, isn't she? she?
Yeah.
Have you ever
It's a
had
plea for help.
formaldehyde dreams? Oh.
Why did you block her?
Make sure any heat sources like the space heater.
She was keeping the zombies out.
Can I put my heater back? My
I'm
phone
gonna
book?
put the space heater next to these old phone books. And this oxygen tank.
There was one scene where they actually had a real fire in the house kind of thing. And I wish there was a little bit more of that, a little more smattering of, of curtains.
Holy
going on.
cats, this actually does happen. Not like, this could happen.
Well, it's like one of those fire department sets where they rig up a house interior and they light a fire.
Backdraft.
Yes.
I've been to one of those. I used to work in. I was briefly a fire sprinkler fitter.
Rich, tell us all about
That's not much. That's all there is
Was
to
this
it.
the result of you cooking French fries?
For burning those French fries, you gotta go.
This was just a job I had.
The fire safety, be cool about fire safety guy installed fire sprinklers.
I got this job installing fire sprinklers a year before the economy collapsed and I lost my job. And then I ended up here in desperation, letting Mike make fun of me for money. That's my story. I can't watch movies anymore with fire sprinklers. They always put the little lighter up in the sprinkler, and then every fucking sprinkler in the building goes off. No, it's all
just the one.
It's the one.
Yeah.
It's actually a physical glass tube in there with fluid in it.
Oh, it breaks.
Yeah, when it breaks when it gets too hot. So it's every individual sprinkler.
Oh, even
What
worse
about
pet
smoke?
peeve from a just common sense approach is when someone pulls the fire alarm
Oh,
and then all the sprinklers go off and they ruin everything in the building. It's like, no. A massive fire everywhere might set off the sprinklers, but you pull an alarm.
They make that, but it's like it'd be like
Tell us more.
a paper mill that has chemicals. Like it's a building that's gonna literally go up in 30 seconds.
Like a firework factory.
Yeah, that would have that, but like an
pull the
office
alarm.
building, yeah.
Do you ever install sprinklers in a fireworks factory?
When are we going to get to the fireworks factory?
That's a Simpsons reference.
Everybody knows that.
Me too.
Really? That's disgusting. Get off this show right now, you pervert.
Practice a home fire drill at least twice a year. Review your plan with any guests who visit you overnight.
Fire. No, it's a fire outside the door, but it says candygram.
The elderly friend, they're going to pick her up and take her somewhere, right?
Yeah.
They're all going somewhere together towards the end.
Yes, I forgot where. I don't even know if they mentioned it. We're assuming it's an elderly orgy.
We all assumed.
You speculated they were the world's first swingers.
Yeah, yeah.
The first one. That's how old they are. They're so ancient.
It's like the Romans, and then a couple thousand years went by, and then these people.
Remember, practice makes perfect.
Oh, what are they gonna have a fucking threesome?
They're the world's oldest throuple.
We're going to the orgy.
The only fire that you should be dealing with is the fire inside your pants.
That's all there is to talk about.
Was there anyone else? I guess
No other characters, yeah.
And there was interlaced that lady, that disembodied voice became an actual lady.
She was like the Florence Henderson lady. Like she was the old person who was not too old, to where she was like, fire, but where you couldn't understand her and all that. But she was like well spoken,
the trustworthy,
trustworthy elderly.
Now, how long is this video going to be worth it? Because how many people smoke inside anymore?
No, that's true. Yeah.
And the
Smoke while
elderly.
cooking steaks.
Yeah,
in the stove,
yeah. It's like, I'm old enough, I don't give a fuck about vapes. Just give them
Right,
to me.
right. the elderlies don't care.
Well, they're
anymore.
the people who use cigarettes, they're just going to get older and older. The ones who aren't going to switch over to vaping. You're going to have a massive influx of people dying, elderly people dying from cigarettes. It's going to skyrocket, man. That last generation of cigarette smokers are just going to keep getting older. They're going to burn themselves to death one by one.
Maybe the tobacco company actually put cancer-killing drugs in their cigarettes And so these old fuckers are gonna live forever.
They discovered,
but they'll never tell anybody about it. And they're just like, Grandma, you're gonna fucking die. It's like, bullshit, I'm 102.
Jesus Christ, chemo cigarettes. That's fucking brilliant. Chemo cigarettes.
So Philip Morris discovered the cure for cancer. They put it in cigarettes.
Capitalism, man.
Yeah. That's what we took away from this video.
Capitalism.
That's it. Capitalism. Socialism.
Oh,
capitalism.
Yep. Man, nothing. Socialism. Capitalism. What's the last one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Communism. Nihilism.
What is our last one, Mike?
Wait.
What? What am I waiting for?
What?
Trying to see if I remember.
Oh, come on.
Literally, I don't.
No, you do.
Yeah, you do.
You will.
You do.
You absolutely
Oh, you mean
do.
like the name of it?
Anything
No, about it.
Oh.
Do you want a hint?
Dog costume, bear costume, old people and cigarettes.
Yeah. You honestly don't know?
I honestly don't remember.
Oh, I got it.
The sex education cartoon.
Yes!
If you love me,
Mike,
show me.
please be accurate. This is an anti-sex education cartoon.
Right.
Well, of course I love him, Barbara. Then just give him what he wants.
Yes.
Yeah. Put out, honey.
Okay, so this is If You Love Me, Show Me by a family of the Americas. SINCRO International Corporation, which is probably like a front company.
Oh, it
for
is me,
Christian
Hansi
company,
Blödwelt.
because The message of the
Oh ja,
tape is,
where's the booty guy?
do not have premarital sex.
Coke.
basically.
You mean before you were married, you never had sex? No.
Listen, Paul, if you don't score pretty soon, the guys are gonna start wondering about you.
Okay, so it's an animated film. That's the big thing to mention. And of course, we'll see. It's a cartoon.
Yep.
It looks like an 80s cartoon, but it's 37 minutes long.
Yep.
And it's the adventures of this girl and her boyfriend, which are seniors in high school.
Yeah, they're both 18. They're
The
adults.
fact that you call them adventures, it's like
Adventures. Well, it looks like a Saturday morning cartoon show from the 80s. Yeah.
He wants to take her to Butt Fuck Point.
Fuck butt.
Fuck Butt Point.
Fuck butt point. It's the big night. It's the big night. He's taking her up to the fuck butt point.
I have a better idea.
Well, should we be doing this?
Jenny, come on, just relax. This is one of our last nights together.
He brought wine. I'm sorry, champagne.
Champagne?
really
and-
gets them.
And then
Not that I know.
You know, Jen, we've been going together for 6 months. You just keep getting more beautiful every day.
Smooth. Yep.
Yeah. By Christmas, she'll be Miss Universe.
No.
What? Burn.
it opens with them and she hears voices in her head. Just give him one. He's just a sex crazed maniac. Just put out. Come on, everybody's doing it. He hears, dude, you're never gonna be a man unless you bang your chick. I mean, blah blah blah. So they both have peer pressure going on, and then the story progresses when we meet a Native American girl, who is the daughter of Mother Nature and Father Time.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, here come Romeo and Juliet, number 1,000,001. We're out of here.
I'll have to spoil their fun.
Yeah.
Whoa! What?
It's almost like Bernie. She just watches everybody butt fuck. And fuck butt point.
Ooh, say that 10 times fast.
Butt fuck. No, I
Say that one time.
Could he say it one time fast?
That's a butt fuck.
So in the process of attempting to fuck, they accidentally turn off their parking brake, and their car is heading off the cliff of Fuck Butt Point.
Use your magic to save them.
I will show you the.
Hit the brake!
I'm trying.
Oh no!
We still have time. Get your pants off.
We have to get out!
and then Windy just wins it back up.
Yep.
Boom. Yeah. Puts it back up on the edge of the cliff.
Safely.
Nice and safe. So then.
At the second, at the moment.
Yes. No. Exactly. Nice and safe. And then our lead
What?
lady, she gets out of the car.
Coughing.
No, actually, no. She doesn't even do that yet. No. So it comes
No
up nice
coughing.
And safe, and then
Cover.
and then it just falls again.
No.
The exact same animation. Like, you know, it's like
Oh, I better get this one right.
She's like a Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it worked. Get out of that car, girl! Oh, there's somebody there. I've got to get help.
Then she decides to go home and just leave her boyfriend precariously dangling off the edge of a cliff on fuck butt point.
He wanted to fuck butt. She's like, you.
So she's actually, our lead lady is actually running down the road, and she waves down a white pickup truck, and then there's Windy again. You know, and apparently we find out that yes, the truck that she is driving is indeed a time machine.
Oh my God!
How'd you get this truck and get back so quick? You didn't even pass me. I guess you could say I inherited some talents from my folks. Not again.
What? And the gear shift is set to present, but if it goes forward, it's future, back is the past.
Convenient.
Straight up.
So please, please take me back to the past just to get him up off the ridge.
Yeah, no.
So he
But
doesn't
what
fuck
happens?
butts.
Yeah.
She won't do it.
It's like you
She
pull
won't
him
do it.
back, but I will not let him
She's
fuck
trying to
butt.
save her boyfriend from being rapey.
Yeah.
And she ends up going back 18 years
Too
to
much.
her own mother's pregnancy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Meets her own pregnant mom, who apparently has been living in the same place.
Whoa! Oh my God! Now we're doing time travel.
Wait, what?
Fuck is this?
Oh, and if she stays in the past too long, she'll get sucked back into her mother's womb.
Yeah.
And since there can't be two Jennies here, in a few minutes you'll become one with that baby in there.
No, now you found it out. The only thing is to go back into your mother's womb and you get to relive the 18 years that you've just experienced because you were a pregnant whore.
It's all my fault. I can't blame anybody else this time. Well, I'm glad you feel that way. For the baby's sake. No! No, I can't be pregnant. I just can't.
She didn't even get pregnant. She didn't even do anything.
Okay, maybe
she just
I
had a
was jumping the
handsy
gun with
boyfriend.
that. But
this poor
No,
girl.
she does get pregnant after they go back in time and fix the boyfriend's brakes.
Okay. The emergency brake works.
Yeah, last week it wasn't working, then all of a sudden, a few days ago, it works again.
Then our hero gets sucked back into her mother's womb, relives the next 18 years of her life, goes back to fuck butt point with her boyfriend, only now the brakes are fixed, so the boyfriend successfully fucks her, and now she is pregnant.
Because she wakes up without a memory in the back seat, and she was like, what? Like, literally, that's the transition.
Take me back in the past. And she's like, no, that's abortion.
Yes, she does get pregnant.
I can't have an abortion.
Well, she's not technically pregnant. Well, we don't know that. It's just Windy says, "Oh, you're pregnant," and she just takes this this Native American chick's word for
she's
it.
trying to. We think Wendy's trying to scare her.
Get rid of it? You're not talking about abortion?
This is creepy as fuck. This whole thing is weird.
Killing myself. No, I know what we have to do.
we have to kill Paul.
Wendy could just be fucking with her. I mean, if I had a time machine, I'd fuck with people all the time.
She is pregnant because she had sex once in the back of a car on champagne, and that's how that shit happens. You fuck.
The moral of the story is, if you get pregnant, just go back in time.
A bunch of times.
How is this any different from an abortion?
That's true. That's a very good point, Rich.
Depends on how you view string theory.
With protection. That's
With
the thing. They
protection.
used a condom, and she was like, "That doesn't work."
No, I can't be pregnant. I just can't. Paul had protection.
Yeah, well, the protection didn't protect.
You really think so?
Of course. Oh, but here, don't forget these. Gotta be
Peanuts? Oh.
Earplugs?
They're hand wipes. After wings, dude, you'll need them.
It's only 99% effective. What does Wendy know? How did Wendy get born?
Her parents were married.
Father Time, because it was Father Time and Mother Nature. I'm pretty sure he fucked some mud.
Oh.
Boom. There you go.
Do you think Father Time knows exactly when to pull out?
If he better know that.
Yeah, but he just doesn't care.
Hit it, Dad.
He might care about that, but not about his toupee falling off.
Oh yeah, he was.
He's like, oh, my toupee.
Disguised as a janitor.
Yeah, he was a custodian.
Yep. And Mother Nature is the
Lunch lady.
nutritionist.
The lunch lady.
Come on, they're called nutritionists.
She's a
now.
lunch lady.
Lunch lady.
It's like a custodial engineer. A lunch lady is like,
A lunch
she's
person.
like, it's natural.
Yeah, lunch person. Get woke, bro. Is this about the redemption of a rapist, essentially, right? Because he's a good guy in the end.
Sex doesn't buy love. Respect does, and that's what you deserve from every guy.
He turns out that he loves her in a different timeline.
It's a fucked up time loop.
Yeah, it's a different timeline that he doesn't. We're assuming they had sex overnight. We don't really know because it's a little vague.
It's implied.
And whether or not it was consensual or not, depending on how much champagne was involved.
It's implied as much as a secret Christian film is willing to imply that.
So what was it a dream when she was on the boat with Father Time and he's just like, I love reggae and I want to do the limbo, man. And it's just like,
oh, the dance, the musical number.
Yeah. It's
The limbo
my
song.
name is
There's
Father Time.
Two musical numbers
I
or
love
one?
to
I think
make
just
the
one,
rhyme.
but it went on forever.
Yes.
Hit it, Dad.
Do the limbo, man!
He's your dad? Father Time? Yeah, he's a real kid.
Sex is like the limbo dance. It looks like fun to take the chance. But if the rules not followed through, you won't know what you're falling into. Cause in the limbo, like in sex, if you want to have success, you gotta wait your turn in line. Gotta wait until it's time.
Wendy shows up in the cafeteria with that awesome Western music to break up the fight between our protagonist girl and her boyfriend's new slutty girlfriend.
The redhead.
Oh, yeah, who's ready to put out
Yes, ready to party.
She's evil because she's willing to have sex.
There may be hope for tonight after all.
Hi, Paul.
Diana.
She heard about the fight you and Jenny had. I think she's ready to do anything to get you back. Know what I mean? Well, like they say, three's a crowd.
I've missed you, Paul.
She don't give a fuck about her body.
Paul, remember how we said we weren't ready for, sex back when we were still going out?
Diana.
Well, I think we should try again.
But she learns to respect herself and respect her body.
No, I'm not going to Windy Point. And from now on, show me some respect. Know what I mean?
Whoa.
Ruined it for the toady friend. He's like, hey, man,
Oh, yes.
I'm never going to have sex myself, so why don't you go have sex with your
that-
friend?
that-
Why don't you boom?
That toady friend who is secretly
Yeah.
the boyfriend's father.
The animation is the same
Put
except for the hair.
a gray streak in my hair. Would you go fuck your boyfriend? How many of us have had a friend in high school who really pushed for us to have sex? It's just like, hey, Mac, man. It's like, I'm not getting anything, but you should really get it, bro. Look at that over there.
You should leave that pipe.
Yeah.
He was a
No.
celebrity. He didn't have to worry about that.
But I was just.
Have you seen Uncle Buck?
twice.
Anyone looks good next to John Candy.
He was like 5. He was like... Oh boy.
All right, have we?
White Tip's pulling a bottle of Bullet Bourbon out from his pants. we need more Christian cartoons.
Tim, we're almost done. It's fine. It's fine.
The pain will go away very soon.
It's the pain of those 22 fucking tapes.
We watched 22 tapes.
22 fucking
4
tapes.
tapes.
This is the best we had.
This is the best.
These are the best ones.
Welcome to the wonderful world of ferrets. Hi.
Welcome to the wonderful world of ferrets.
And this little guy is a ferret. We're so happy you could join us.
Thank you, but no thank you.
We have some other friends we'd like you to meet.
I'm surprised you don't have any ferrets.
So
How come you don't have any ferrets?
Tapes we watched tonight, which one is the
Like-
best of the worst? Tim.
Not everyone in the world owns ferrets.
I'm aware, but you own so many animals.
And none of them are ferrets.
Never have
Or
been.
anything but cats
I
and
guess.
dogs.
You never had any lizards?
If you love me, show me. Because
heck?
champagne is the
I guess
only
my brother
way
had like a lizard for a
to
bit.
get
Oh, there you
person to
go.
really
That's
show
that
you
counts.
how
He's in the
bad
house,
you-
present.
So, yeah,
Not anymore.
Emotionally available ferret.
All right, Tim is drunk. Mac.
Not a ferret.
Did you not see
Emotionally available lizard. Sorry, they were talking about ferrets.
Guys got ferrets on the brain.
No, they have ferrets on the brain. I'm just here.
No, you're a
me?
ferret.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, which one's the best one?
Which one is the best?
Oh, I'm gonna own this. This
Okay.
has to be in my archive somewhere, for sure. This, I mean, I hate them all. You know, this was a really long, hard day.
Uh-huh.
Oh, backbreaking work, you know. but you know, yeah, no, this Mamma Jamma, like, you know, yeah, like it's the most memorable, that's for sure.
And like any sensible person on this panel, I would also pick If You Love Me, Show Me. So, Mike, how would you like to derail this episode?
Yeah. How would you like to just throw us a curveball?
Well, I'm going to need to be reminded of the first 3 tapes. Because, yeah.
Okay. Green Bear.
Yeah.
You know, this is the dog in a suit. And this is the old people fire.
Oh, right.
And then the cartoon.
Okay. I've been known to be the contrarian of the group, but I am going with the cartoon because.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Because I've never seen anything like it. Even that one video where it was like it showed like the penis and the duck.
Yeah.
And the cartoon.
How Was I Made?
How Was I Made? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of like dealing with like sexuality, and this dealt with even darker topics than reproduction.
Yeah.
It dealt with like teen pregnancy and sexual assault, even in a Saturday morning cartoon style.
And not in a especially helpful way either.
No, it was unlike
Disjointed.
anything I've ever seen before. And we
Just don't do that thing you have an overwhelming urge to do.
so many
Just
layers.
don't do that.
We for most tapes we were like bored and we shut them off. This we were transfixed and we were watching it, and I have not seen a tape like this in a long time, if not ever. That's my pick for best of the worst. If You Love Me, Show Me.
Well, like they say, three's a crowd. Well, like they say, three's a crowd. Three's a crowd. Three's a crowd.
Okay, Jay, we're done with this pen. Could you take this pen back?
Jake, yeah, can you grab it?
Okay, please.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
with
would
your,
you refill
your
my
left
beer
hand.
too?
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, here. Let's put this back up. Put this back up. Take the pen back and yeah.
No, you gotta flip it on the other side.
Oh, yeah, no, you
gotta flip it over there.
You got it.
There we go.
If you wouldn't mind.
Kill it, brother. Kill it, brother. Kill it.
It is me, blood.
And more coke, it's on the second.
Wait,
Do you know how to work that? It's okay. Did you guys say anything? Wait, well, we asked you to take that glass before.
Oh god, Dougie's retweeting it. I keep forgetting to turn off his eggs.
Oh, you want to refill?
Keep
You're
forgetting.
retweeting at this hour.
I mean, leave the top picture.
Let's sing a song about respect.
Go to his feed.
Show respect to everyone. Show them that you care. Show respect to everyone. Be like Harry Bear. With a clap clap here and a clap clap there. Here a clap,
I see.
clap everywhere. Clap clap. Show respect to
Pokemon. I love that Dougie likes Pokemon now, but more than liking Pokemon, he likes posting pictures of brown Pokemon girls, which is fair. Let's play porn artist or not. Let's find out. No, looks like probably just food. Just.
Move the Halloween mask and a scene that
Demon Cop. This looks pretty good. Hope we get to watch this today.
Who are you?
I'm Tim. Who are you?
I'm Josh. We've never met before? Shit.
So now that we've met, you want to sit in a stuffy warehouse and watch movies for a really long time?
Please.
Why don't you pick up one of those and tell me about it?
I'll pick up this one.
Hey!
Demons at the Door. Hard rockin' horror. Music horror. Music by Insane Clown Posse.
Oh, whoop whoop.
Satan has declared war on mankind. The battle lines are drawn, and the final battle for survival of mankind depends on the courage and faith of 5 troubled humans who each have their own terrible secrets to deal with while trying to survive against the hordes of hell. One sentence. Events are about to be set in motion, which could announce the arrival of Armageddon. The end of existence is all at hand, and the demons are at the door.
What if the demons were at the door?
That sounds perfectly,
They would stand there and watch you fight, Bloodwelds.
Insane Clown Posse.
See, that's I'm in for that.
Me too.
I'm down to clown. As
I
it
hope
were.
they show up.
Oh, well, it just says music by. I think
Yeah.
you know, perhaps there will be some Joker cards, or Hatchet Man,
a clown-looking demon.
That's all I know about the Insane Clown Posse.
They were religious once.
For a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
You know if they ever figured out how magnets work?
Magnets, how do they work?
They don't want to know how magnets work, Jay, because
They
of their
ruin-
faith.
Okay.
I don't want to hear from a scientist.
Ruin my videotapes?
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
They call me a tickler.
This is what we believe was our first encounter with Satan himself.
Why do you think this is Satan? Looks like some kind of animal. Maybe a wolf.
I don't believe in all these demons.
Are you sure? Do you have anything besides this picture to back this up?
Do you have any evidence to back up this evidence?
Yeah, but where's the camera that took it?
Look, this is all just so hard to believe.
Well, Josh, that was something. Why don't you tell us about our next movie?
Well, I have it right here. It's called Evil Tunes.
Nice.
This dude is rude. 4 sexy college girls are hired to clean a deserted mansion and unwittingly release a devilish demon. Womp womp. When it springs to life from Book of Black Magic, things get nasty fast.
Like pee on me nasty?
Does the box say who's in the movie?
Oh, Lord. Monique Gabrielle, a favorite of ours. David Carradine, I assume for about 3-4 seconds. Dick Miller, everybody's favorite Dick Miller. I love Dick Miller. Yeah, Dick Miller.
He makes me call him Richard.
Isn't Dick Miller how David Carradine died?
Oh!
Is it Dick Miller how David Carradine died? Oh, no.
Well, I'm too scared. My brain won't work.
I've been there.
That is a great bit of dialogue and acting in combination. I'm too scared my brain won't work.
No, Harold Ramis did it better.
Sorry, Beckman. I'm terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought.
I'm too scared. My brain won't work.
How long have I had these?
I'm so ashamed of my giant boobs.
What? Evil Tunes? I thought you said evil tits.
Evil boobs.
Evil boobs. We're gonna have to remake the entire movie.
Okay, Tim, it's time to watch another movie, but only one more.
One more?
Mm-hmm.
How about this one? Night Killer. Claudio Fragasso delivers the goods. Spectacularly scuzzy and derelict on every level.
That's what I need.
You simply won't know what hit you. Its bonkers conclusion had our jaw on the floor.
Is this just is that a quote or is
Yeah, that's from bloodydisgusting.com. And the first one was from monsterhuntermoviereview.com.
Gotcha.
Mastered from the original negative. We really needed to know that.
It's gonna look real nice.
Very nice. Somewhere between Zombie 4 and Troll 2, writer-director Claudio Fragasso set out to direct a suspense thriller about a suicidal beauty and an unstable sleazebag and a masked killer with a razor-fingered glove.
This sounds
could that
amazing.
be? But when the producers received Fragasso's oh my God, this is just into it. But when the producers received Fragasso's cut, they hired his former partner, Bruno Mattei.
Oh no!
Okay.
You know exactly what we're getting into.
I didn't realize Bruno Mattei had anything to do with it.
Oh shit! Okay.
The other Hell and Robo War, to shoot additional scenes of graphic gore, and released it in Italy as Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Wow. Jesus Christ.
Oh, man.
The result is a part sicko giallo, part depraved slasher, and 100% batshit insanity that Eurofever calls disturbing, nasty, more inspired than most Italian horrors of the early 90s.
More inspired, okay.
Peter Hooton and Tara Buckman star in this glorious slice of Italo sleaze, co-written by Ursula Grudi.
Sure.
And now scanned in 4K.
You know what?
Fragazzle.
You know what 4K doesn't help with?
What? Script.
Oh, not flipper music.
This is like Beverly Hills Cop music. What is happening?
I love a bowl of coffee in the morning.
I'm thinking the same thing. Is that the size of a soup bowl?
I won't kill you straight away. First, I'm going to fuck your brains out.
I've had enough.
You know, you want to hear a guy out.
He lost me. I fucked my brains out. Then I'm hanging up.
What if she were
Doubt it.
What if she were just a nice little twist?
That sounds good. Come on over.
Oh, it's Mr. Plinkett. Or it's Russell Crowe.
It must have been
It's
that.
Russell Crowe as Mr. Plinkett.
Oh my God. We're in a spooky cave.
How did we get here?
I mean, I'm already blacked out. How did we? Where?
The last thing I remember was I was staring in a mirror with my shirt off, and I was wondering about my sexuality.
Look, I know how we got here, okay? Nobody else seems to remember, but it's actually a pretty funny story. You see? Oh my God! Oh my God! It's a giant spooky spider! Oh my lord! Is it gonna come for us?
I think it wants to hear us talk about movies first.
Oh, maybe it'll just fall asleep as we talk endlessly about these particular films.
Well, gentlemen, another Halloween. 1 year closer to the grave we are.
Thank God.
1 year we are released from our mortal coil and our obligation to watch bad movies until we die.
We have them here.
We do.
They were wrapped up nicely by Shelob back there, apparently.
You fucking nerd. Shelob?
Our first film is called Demons at the Door.
Oh yes, I'm glad to hold this.
Featuring music by the Insane Clown Posse. So this starts off as a horror film about there's scientists outside of a door in the desert, presumably in the Middle East, because a 58-year-old Wisconsin Harley-Davidson man shows up who has missing teeth.
Playing
all the
an
teeth are
Arab.
missing from smoking. He shows up in a turban pretending to be an Arab, threatening the scientists at the door. For some reason, then he has a bomb.
The slut speaks the truth. Behold the instrument of your destruction.
Because, of course, he's an Arab.
He has a timer for a bomb.
And he's very mad about the fact that these scientists are poking around a door to hell that they've uncovered in the desert.
Yeah.
You Americans have no, how you say it, balls? Let your woman go, and I'll show you more balls than you could swallow.
They're there to guard the scientists for whatever reason, because they were sent by the Vatican and with CIA to help in the secret mission to investigate the door to hell.
I think they were sent by the Vatican posing as the CIA to obscure the Vatican's involvement.
Right, yes.
Okay.
They show up and there's an altercation in the beginning.
It's very exciting.
It's pretty
a very exciting, action-packed opening.
And we meet our hero.
Oh, that's right. You radical fucks would rather blow innocent women and children up. Come on, pussy. Come and get the Duke of Tribe. Yeah,
the Duke!
Oh, yeah! Take your best shot, you better than this. I'll rip your black fucking heart out. Come on!
Lou Ferrigno with hair plugs.
No, Lou Ferrigno's the archangel. Archangel?
No. Smaller Lou Ferrigno.
Okay, I guess they're both Lou Ferrigno.
man. We'll call him. What kind of?
With plugs or a wig? We're not sure yet.
I think. They say it's a wig. Yeah.
So
We'll talk
someone
about
in the
that.
production got some aggression out later in the movie by making fun of that actor and his toupee.
We're calling him a mixture between Wings Hauser and Robert Zadar because he has a weird face. There's something wrong with his face.
And his voice.
And Joey Buttafuoco meets Wings Hauser meets Robert Zadar meets Lou Ferrigno meets. That's it. That's about it.
The guy from Mask.
The guy from Mask.
Rocky Dennis.
Rocky Dennis.
Yes.
Rocky Dennis.
He's an elderly man who's what is the word I learned today, everybody?
Swole.
He's a swole bro.
What's the word I learned today, everybody? Swole.
Guy who comes in
Mike
looking
is
like
so.
Schwarzenegger right out of Mr.
Mike lives in a
Universe.
cave.
He's Angel Swole.
He's Angel Swole. So
they got a lot of free time in heaven. You're just lifting weights.
That's all he's doing.
And just bench presses.
So more reps.
Yeah.
So our lead guy is he's like a sass one-liner talking kind of like macho.
He has the least clever one-liners I've ever heard.
It's terrible. He's terrible.
It's all a little fuzzy to me.
Call Ripley, see if he believes this shit. I gotta blow now. Oh, that's right. You gotta blow. Now. It's been a blast.
They tried.
Did they need three?
Yes, somersaulting. Well, they barely had one, so.
South Park explosion.
They killed Kitty.
Oh, you bastards.
It's time to blow. No, wait a minute. I gotta blow. Wait a minute. I'm gonna blow you. Wait a minute. No, it's been a blast. I'm out. And then he does like a backflip under the slowly moving cardboard door.
Yeah, the
But
forward somersault.
He's a man who's in his late 60s, early 70s, and he's worked out, and it's his movie career time. It's gonna take off.
He's gonna be the next Schwarzenegger.
And he's got dentures and either hair plugs or a wig.
Yeah.
And then in the post-production, which is what you're talking about,
Yes.
the demon voice that they did later. I'm sure this guy was an asshole. He showed up to set. He's like,
thought he was
I'm a big tough guy. I'm going to be in a movie. And it turned out to be like
I'm the star.
terrible production. He was probably an asshole. The crew hated him. The director hated him. Everybody hated him. Later on, they're like,
Oh, yeah, I'm going to kill you guy in a bad wig. I'm going to rip that ugly wig off your head.
they make fun of his
Cocksucker.
toupee, and then the movie ended.
That's all you got out of it.
Come and get some. I'll rip that cheap wig off and wipe my ass with it.
Post-production.
Someone in post-production didn't like that actor. There's plenty to get out of this movie.
Then
this is kind of a
What's the
masterpiece.
plot? What's the plot?
How do you say balls?
You Americans have no how you say it. Balls?
It's the perfect pronunciation
Rich is
of
going to give me.
ball.
He's going to give a sassy answer. You tell us the plot.
Okay. So there is an amulet that broke off in space. We didn't really pay attention to the fucking feed in
Star
the
Wars
beginning.
crawl in the beginning.
Yeah, the crawl in the beginning. So an amulet broke down, and this amulet, if the devil gets it, will become whole again. The testicle-haired devil, not your run-of-the-mill.
Oh,
Yeah.
Puke
This
devil.
is a new interpretation of what the devil looks like visually
Yeah.
in this film. Lots of teeth,
Until
lots of
the- yeah.
pubes.
There's a door to hell. The door gets blown open by a bomb. So demons can come out of
Yes.
the portal?
Yes.
But if Satan wants to come out of the portal to rule Earth, I think he needs that special gem.
Yes.
Castellano, you see what's going on outside? Castellano, Annie and Dr. Spencer are in trouble.
Peter Boyle, in the very beginning, he sees some trouble. Some fuss is going on at the door to hell.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, I better put the amulet in the safe. And he goes, doot, 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 and then the little cardboard door opens. He puts it in there.
Yes.
There the amulet remains, and the demon keeps trying to get into everyone's heads.
Yeah. It becomes Demon Night, the Tales from the Crypt movie Demon Night. Same thing. They got to get the amulet, and the demons are trying to get into people's heads and take over so they can get the amulet. And that's the premise. And 95% of the movie is shot in one corner of somebody's basement. There's lots of claustrophobic close-ups, but they do a lot with a little. We got demons, we got gore effects,
We got steam.
plenty of green slime.
Nickelodeon gag.
They wanted
Trademark.
to make an Evil Dead movie, but they shot it like Things.
Get back down, you're so heavy.
It's like Evil Dead meets Things.
Yeah.
That's the perfect description.
Yeah.
There's two major takeaways from this movie. One is the green slime. They love the green slime.
Oh yeah, that's someone's fetish there.
The other takeaway is some extremely uncomfortable dialogue. But it's okay because demons were saying.
Yeah, it's like they took I think you mentioned when we were watching it, Your Mother Sucks Cocks in Hell from The Exorcist, and just said all the demons are going to be vulgar. And at first we were like, is this supposed to be funny?
Right.
And then as it went along, we said, oh, it's supposed to be funny.
Stop! You're killing me! Stop! You're killing me! I can't stand
What else do you have? I was so looking forward to that enema. Oh, my sphincter is quivering with anticipation.
What the fuck is this? All this stuff is dubbed, so I'm wondering if they thought they needed to spice up the movie, so they put in
You're
jokes.
saying like demons say weird taunting things.
Yeah.
And that's what they're going for, but it's just weird.
Yeah. It must be a loaded boot.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell, etc. That sort of stuff. But
it's much more juvenile.
They're not doing it well.
Yeah, no, it's all the demons are basically like they're like teenage
homophobes.
Twitter edgelords.
Yes.
Jackson, the chocolate man. Will you melt when I wrap the noose around your greasy black neck?
Did you hear what he said?
Demons will feast on your dark meat as you rot.
Oh my god. Again, he is the devil.
There ain't no motherfucker in all your army could do that. I'll rip your fucking eyes out and roll them like dice, bitch!
But the problem is, this is written by juggalos.
All right, my brother. Let's cut the greasy dago up. Come on, Wiley. Step in here. I'll carve you up. Huh, you afraid of my blade, bitch? Here, I don't need no blade to slap your greasy Italian bitch ass around.
What is happening? Why did he turn
He's
into
smack
this?
talking. I don't know.
He's the demon of racism.
Yeah.
Demons are equal opportunity racists.
No, sure, yeah. No.
Demons, they threatened to like rape the lady. They said they're going to impregnate her with demons. They'll say anything to get that amulet.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to conquer the earth.
And that was the highlight of the movie. All their horrible dialogue was so blunt and vulgar that it kind of like after a while you just started to accept it.
Oh, Annie, we need you. Oh, Annie, help us.
Let's talk about our demons, okay?
Sure.
Sure, they're all over the place.
Tickle homophobe was the first one.
Laughing.
Tickle me homophobe.
Tickle me homophobe.
We'll call him Giggles.
Giggles the homophobic demon clown. Whoop whoop.
What are you two butthole surfers whispering about? Am I dealing with a couple of homosexuals? Take that back! You fucking take that back!
Oh, that was the last straw, huh?
At least he didn't use a slur. I mean,
This demon is like Twitter personified.
Giggles is like, and Joey Buttafuoco's like punching him. And then they knock him out so hard that he passes out.
Yeah.
Somehow. And they put him in a body bag. And then for some reason, their scientific laboratory has a jail. Which I really don't know why.
A 1-by-2-foot jail cell.
A small jail cell made out of PVC tubing that's spray painted silver.
Giggles is like pulling on it and it's just wiggling like crazy.
Giggles the clown is in the jail cell and they have conversation. And we don't know why they kidnapped Giggles. Maybe to interrogate him, but they really don't ask him any questions, which is the point of an interrogation. To ask questions.
To be fair, even if he asked him a question, all he would do would be
But then Joey Buttafuoco says, let's just let him out of the jail
Let's
cell.
just let him out and beat the shit out of him.
I'm swollen up. I worked out today.
This seems smart.
They don't just shoot him. They could just shoot him. Yes. They decide they're gonna beat the shit out of him, which I approve.
They curb stomp his face 100 times until Grandpa Scientist, which we really haven't talked about.
Well, that's Peter Boyle.
Peter Boyle comes in with an axe and starts hacking
arm off.
He hacks him.
He hacks everything to pieces.
And
That's our first geyser of green blood.
And then his torso, which is all that's left after the hacking, spins.
It turns into a PNG image, and they spun it around in
And
Premiere
then
Pro.
he turns into Mike TV, turning into a million particles up in the Walk-Up Mission.
He's floating above our
He's
heads.
up there in a million pieces.
You okay, Doc?
But we've got 12 more fat boys to kill.
How you say seamless?
Boy, that was weird, eh, guys?
Perfectly timed and delivered.
They were bound to get something right eventually. That was crazy, huh?
We should shower.
We have established there is a shower.
Yes.
And it must have been used. Jackson must have used it 3 to 4 times.
That poor guy, just keeps getting doused.
But the only shower that we do see is the lady.
Right.
We're talking about our next demon, which is a toilet plunger.
which is Peter Boyle's death scene.
Yes. Oh, is this spine?
Spine out?
Sweet.
Oh.
This movie has so many like extended exposition scenes, and that's when you just check out and wait for the green goo to start flowing, and then I was on board again.
Or when Buttafuoco got all angry and shit. Oh, I'll tell you something, motherfucker.
68 full of Botox.
Exposition, green goo, cringe dialogue, and Joey Buttafuoco being an asshole.
Yes,
That's this movie.
It's a winning recipe.
God did not spare angels when they sinned. He sent them to hell, putting them into dungeons to be held for judgment.
Why didn't God just destroy Satan?
When sin had entered into the nature of man through Adam's transgression, God was presented with a dilemma. For God to destroy Satan, he would also have to destroy man. But God had a better way, a way of redemption. He would eventually send his son to cleanse mankind.
What about that slimy devil boy outside?
Stop asking questions. Every time you ask questions, it makes the scene go on longer. Except for the exposition, they could have cut all that and just have nonstop vulgarity and violence. But it's all shot so poorly.
I don't.
It's a great movie, is what I'm saying.
The way you said that sounded like an attribute. Green goo, but it's all shot so poorly. What
You know what? They really gave their pornists their all.
It gets sort of fascinating
really
after a
worked
while
on it.
because it's like you would have to try to have every shot framed incorrectly. But every time someone's talking, it's like, where am I looking? I'm looking at the wall between the people.
Look, this movie has one redeeming factor, and that is, I really, really just want to see the plunger scene used out of context.
Oh, yeah. We were joking that it's like a local plumber's commercial.
Good Lord, help me!
Good Lord, help me! Help me, baby Jesus!
Is this out of context, this clip?
It's like a commercial for a local plumber.
Good Lord, help me!
God help me!
Why
Has this happened to you?
Well, the Satan.
Satan tells him
He's on the computer screen.
Satan is on the computer screen the whole time.
24/7.
Taunting everybody.
The Blair Witch. I fucked her. Just like I'm gonna fuck your dog.
You're a vile creature. I will enjoy seeing you sent back to hell.
In fact, I don't know why they leave him on the computer screen, because they're getting no useful information out of it. Satan is just taunting them.
He's like the Tokyo Rose of hell.
Yes.
Basically, right?
Yeah, they even destroyed the screen at one point. You think, oh,
Yeah, they
they
shoot
finally had the sense to do that.
Nobody gets that reference.
No.
She was the propaganda radio
I know
person.
you
What-
got it.
They even have the common sense to shoot the screen at some point, but apparently the very next scene they've fixed it.
I
and
guess
he's back.
it's just back.
But he tells
They have multiple
Grandpa.
screens.
He starts taunting Grandpa that they're going to. They keep taunting him like, we're gonna rape you, your daughter, in hell. Because this movie is so subtle. And then after that, he starts hearing voices coming from the sink.
Yeah.
And he goes to check that out, and then like smelly fart water starts coming up from the drain.
That was Joy Buttafuoco's hair dye.
Yes.
He has to dye his own wig. That's how he got the
We
cheapest.
told you not to use the sink.
He
You're
got,
supposed to use the
he got the
bathroom, Joe.
cheapest wig from Staten Island that was available. Yeah, you know, Joey, this wig's gonna go gray. It's a wig. It's a wig, Charlie.
The minute sunlight hits
You're that
it.
old, Joey. Your wig is going gray.
It's made in China.
The reason the wig's so cheap is because the minute sunlight hits it, it just turns gray.
You gotta keep
Oh, these are
dyeing it.
fluorescents. It's gonna be green
Oh,
soon,
God.
Joey.
So he just dyed it in the sink.
All right, you put me to sleep. Would you get to the point?
Grandpa keeps trying to plunge the sink. He's very desperate to get the sink plunged. And I'm not sure why.
You gotta get that black goo out of there, man.
But, I mean, Satan's just gonna keep shoving more black goo through.
But then he spit it in the dude's face, and he's like, fuck you, man, you're going down.
Yeah.
And
then-
really went at it.
At some point, does he just stick his head in the drain?
No, Skeksis.
Did they actually
No,
reach
like,
out? I
they're-
didn't see it reach out.
Yeah,
It was an
I'm
early
pretty sure.
version of the it looked like a crocodile or like
Yeah, the eel-looking thing.
for like a split second it
Okay.
grabbed him, and then the next thing we see his legs are up in the air, and I think it pulls his spine through his mouth down the drain.
It pulls his head and his spine out from the rest of his body.
Yes.
All that matters is that this leads up to Jackson having an epic fight with
Yes.
this amazing creature.
Right. Right. Yes. Yeah. Right. Sure.
Highlight of the film.
Yeah.
They just cut the song.
Now it's back.
That was like classic comedy beat.
It deliberately hit the thing to break it too.
Yeah.
Rich Evans.
Yeah, this is a great scene. Bruce Campbell, eat your heart out.
I guess the demons are just taking on different forms.
Bum ba da da dun dun dun.
And even though demons have supernatural power, they can't all just find their way into this facility, I guess.
I think Lou Ferrigno did something to the door. He did the little magic amulet.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he put his,
okay.
he put
You're right.
his,
He put a curse, not a curse.
I
the
can't
opposite
keep
of
up
a
with this.
Protective
He had that
ward or
amulet.
something.
You are the dumbest fucks I've ever seen.
Demons take on different shapes. Like look at Evil Dead.
Yeah.
They're all green goo on the inside.
That's definitely true.
Grandpa.
Forever inspectors.
That's
No,
your
no.
The one demon
Too
turns
annoying.
into the creature from the Black Lagoon and tries to rape the lady in the shower.
Iron
about
Dragons.
that.
No.
Oh my god!
36 minions of Scabadas. Yes.
Oh, that's not nice,
yes.
baby. A good friend of mine said I could get some prime pussy off you.
Leave me alone!
We can move on, really.
Come on, baby, show me those titties.
I bet you don't even have a cock, you spineless piece of shit! You want
Oh,
me to
no.
show me a lot more than that scrawny body and that squiggly arm.
Get ready to meet Cock Savage, honey.
Is that what you've been bragging about? I have dildos bigger than that.
Oh, it doesn't take long to fall under my spell, baby. Now lay back and take this like the whore you are.
I'll cut your tentacles off and pick my teeth with them.
How fucking rude, man!
That's some fresh
Where have I
goo.
seen that before?
The sad thing is they referenced the thing.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't ever do that. Demons at the door. Don't you fucking ever dare do that.
Spread out, you two-legged bastards! Get out of my fucking way.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
So we talk about the ending of the movie, the epic conclusion.
Oh
of the
my
film?
God, there's some. So
this is where I think you said they just gave up, right?
They had to wrap it up fast-ish, because they're like, we're gonna blow up this talisman, but we gotta go blow up the devil.
Well, they blow up.
Because Tess, like pubic hair monster, was not the true devil. He was just the main
Yes.
lieutenant general.
Yes.
Because Bonadouche,
Bonadouche. Bonadouche.
Bonadouche.
Not Danny Bonaducci.
No.
You're thinking of Bonafuco.
And so he goes to hell with some C4 and the amulet to take care of the devil, which turns out to be what style
pug.
of?
It's an adorable little
It's
dog.
a little dog.
It's a
It's an
pug.
old dog.
It's a pug with a fat woman. Yes.
Yeah.
I fucking think shit's bigger than you. You're gonna fucking shout orders to me? Ha!
Do not laugh.
Motherfucker, this fuck's fucking.
Destroy him.
All right, the whole movie led up to this, and now it's brilliant.
My wrath.
Oh.
Release the weapon of mass destruction.
Oh no!
Oh.
When she squatted over his face and farted, I expected green slime to fly out of her ass.
Oh yeah! What a missed opportunity.
That was a big missed opportunity. And then a still image of the headless dog just kind of flipped over.
Yeah, just almost like that. Burn.
It's Morgan time.
Blow up the devil.
That's a good dog.
Come on.
I give them a C- for effort.
Hey, C minuses get degree minuses.
C- is a passing grade. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I know. That was me giving this movie credit. God damn it.
That's fair.
What are we looking at, Sarge?
We drink.
In a freeze frame.
I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
It's like they gave up.
What's next?
We just saw Osama bin Laden. There's something else in the beer.
Jay.
There's more cobwebs on it.
Yeah, well, you know all about Evil Tunes
Cobwebs,
for some
yeah.
reason.
I don't know all about Evil Tunes. I previewed it for 5 seconds, and I said, you know what? This opening scene, the jokes write themselves.
The joke wrote itself.
The joke wrote itself.
Too soon!
We're gonna pan over. There's gonna be some Vaseline on the table.
Oh, he is bound and determined.
Oh, no!
He knows what he's doing.
Oh,
yeah.
Starts pinching his nipple.
Rich doesn't even know how to process this imagery.
I can't fucking believe this.
He opens the book, and it's just porn.
He starts
Here we
undoing-
go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The joke and gets it.
I know a lot about people involved with Evil Tunes that made Evil Tunes.
Why don't you tell us all about Evil Tunes then? Jay?
Okay, well, Evil Tunes is
Evil Tune.
It should be called Evil Tune because there's only one. This little guy here Look at the back of the box. This is as shameless as it gets. It's just like, look, there's ass in this film. I mean, I guess that's appropriate because that's the movie.
Yeah.
4 sorority girls get hired by our good friend Dick Miller to clean up an old abandoned house. And
Dick Miller, who has the highest of respect in old house cleaning society.
I am glad you didn't say he has the highest amount of respect for those ladies.
Oh no! Oh no! The amount of him shoving that cigar in his mouth as he gawked upon or oogled.
I don't understand. He just hired these sorority girls to clean the house. Why are they all getting loaded up into his creeper van and getting dropped off at the house?
So they
don't have
can't
their
leave.
own. So they can't leave. I guess that's the setup.
A lousy $100. You'd think there'd be an easier way to earn some spending cash.
There is, but you have to beat around the bush to get it.
And how? What does she mean by that? Just keep pulling up.
Did Ernie Johnson write this?
Saying that you understand the game, and I can get the hell out of here.
So yeah, so they get hired to clean this house. They get to the house. David Carradine in the opening scene, in a foreshadowing of real life, hangs himself. And then the little magical talking Necronomicon book that he has disappears.
Well, I'll be back.
And then later that night, the college girls clean for approximately 2 seconds, and then David Carradine shows up at the door and he gives them the book for reasons that are not clear until the end of the movie, where they are also not clear.
The fireplace, we can burn it.
I'm not gonna do it.
You gave You gave us the book that let us unleash the demon that killed all of my friends and sent their souls to hell.
Why did he do that?
If you're worried about what David Carradine is doing, you are missing the forest for the trees, Jay. Because the point of this movie is that 4 bimbos walk around naked in this house.
That's true.
Expose their bare breasts.
They wear their lingerie, they gawk at their own breasts, they do sexy dances for themselves.
Well, no, she does it for the other girl. She says, let me show you how I seduced so-and-so, and then just does a full-on striptease.
And of course, the hot woman with the glasses, the nerd, she can't deal with that. She has to go upstairs where she looks in a mirror. Yeah. And you know, she secretly longs to be a.
But her vocabulary keeps her from being it.
Yeah, she's just too smart.
She doesn't have the inner strength to let herself become a.
Yeah.
Because she can't say that phrase with so few syllables.
Which is an arc that is never achieved.
I was going to say, what's the payoff to this? Where she says, I want to be more open and free and sexual, but I'm so nervous. What's the payoff, Rich?
Oh, the payoff is she looks in the mirror, takes her top off, and stares at her own breast longingly. But that's the payoff.
Well, no, that's in the first half of the movie. This comes back later in the movie, right? It's like at the climax. So this has something to do with the ending of the film?
Yeah, full circle. Like
the climax happened years later in a hotel in Bangkok.
Stop it! Let the man rest in peace. And we don't even know if he climaxed. We're not sure. Only the maid knows.
Nobody knew if he was coming or going.
Maid, tell us this. Were his eyes crossed? No? Too bad.
David Carradine shows up, and then he has a book with him, which is...
Delivery.
It is blatantly the Necronomicon. Like, it even talks. It's got a face. It's made out of human skin. It's got written passages in it, and if you read from the passages in the book, a cartoon will come to life.
Why cartoon?
Well, why cartoon? Because a few years earlier, Who Framed Roger Rabbit came out. It was a huge hit, and tunes were just kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And
tunes mixed with live action.
Yeah. So a cartoon comes out of the book for about 2 minutes, so you can contractually fulfill the contract of what the name of the movie is. And you're not lying to the audience. There was an evil tune. Technically, there was an evil tune.
You're hiding behind a chair that she can see behind.
They didn't think it through.
She walked right past him.
You're
And then it's
rude.
just a half-naked girl for the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
And your
Get rid of
audience for this
everything
is
that doesn't make
perverts. That
sense,
really
then there was
doesn't
no
matter.
movie. We didn't watch
Perverts?
anything.
Is that like someone who's pro-pervert?
You know what? I think what they're doing is okay. So, boobies.
The real star of the film.
Monique Gabrielle, the star of such hit films as Death Stalker 2.
How could you let this happen? You've ruined my life.
And Silk 2.
Silk 2, one of the best actresses of the modern era.
She's becoming like the star of Best of the Worst. Every time she makes an appearance, she just lights up the screen.
2 headlights. And it's fitting that I'm here seeing Evil Tunes, and the last Best of the Worst was with Silk 2.
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
So, like, I get a double dose of Monique.
A quadruple dose, really.
This is real bad.
God damn.
You see,
4 scoops of sugar make the medicine go down.
you know, the funny thing with this movie, and that's something we should discuss, is that it is very tongue-in-cheek and self-aware.
Yeah.
And
This is just
which is both a good thing and a bad thing, because we like movies that just fail. And this, when it's sort of self-aware, it's not quite as fun.
We're just having fun here, kids. That's what the movie's saying.
The awful truth. The horrible truth is that we are mean-spirited. we are
Level
mean-spirited
ET Slayer.
assholes, and we are here
Right.
for fucking Schadenfreude. All right? And bad movies aren't fun unless the person who made them tried. Okay? And this movie is very deliberately silly. This movie is like
Well, yeah.
definitively cheesecake.
It gets sillier as it goes along. When we get to, like, I think you said it, at one point, it's almost like Abbott and Costello in like a haunted mansion.
Yeah, because they're going up the stairs. And
they're all lined up one after the other.
The overacting.
The soccer moms.
What's gotten into you? Yeah, did you penalize him 5 yards for illegal use of hands, or was it backfield in motion?
Whoa, too long. Too long with your quip there, lady.
Soccer moms.
Yeah.
There's
the
a
sexy
soccer
college
moms.
girls that all look like moms.
The one who wanted
battle
to
staves.
was
Nice.
having Biff come over. The second
You do not need
introduction
more
of
battle
a
staves.
small face
I
in our
love
evening.
battle
Just his face.
You have like 91 million golden battle staves.
Never misses face day.
Yeah.
But,
Only 7 mil.
Her trying to open the bottle of Boone's Farm.
More gold than anyone
as
needs
a
in
horror.
RuneScape.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah.
Which
That's
is
not
bizarre.
true.
Very
Those
bizarre.
Joker
But I
what-
mean,
I can use that gold. Can use that gold to buy more battle staves.
Oh no.
You considered this. I don't think you have.
Battle staves only beget more battle staves.
Colonel. Going into battle staves. Oh, I finished my last. I finished the Slayer task. Nice. All right. Well, we'll see what our big. Did we get a big level 80 unlock? We should. Is it neck reels? Can we get neck reels now? Yes, we can. We can get neck reels. And neck reels can drop rune boots, which I need for the Glaster Glue Scroll. Nice.
Cat.
average Necrearch kill is worth, or Necreal kill is worth 4,980. Wait, hold on. The average Necreal kill is worth 5,891. Nice. I want the maroon boots. 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 Actually use them. Maroon boots. Alright, let's go see what my next task is. I'm 80 Slayer. Go give me the new Slayer task right now. 184 Black Demons. Alright, well, let's see it. Let's skip these Black Demons. Fire Giants, I'm skipping those. Cave Horrors, skip. Spiritual Creatures. I think that's a skip. That seems like a skip. Alright, I think we'll take what they need. Okay, 9 skeletal wyvern, sure. I'm not doing it now, but sure. Alright. Yeah, I think it's bedtime. I'm getting very sleepy. So, good night, stream.
It is.